Chapter 121. The Grave of Great Ill Omen. Behind Fulong Village, on the mountainside of Yanluo Mountain, Wang Sha led Bai Yu up the mountain to her grandfather's grave. "Grandpa, I've come to see you," Wang Sha called out loudly, taking out the fruit, flowers, and paper money she had prepared from her backpack and placing them in front of the tombstone. Bai Yu waited beside Wang Sha while she paid her respects to her grandfather. Meanwhile, he carefully examined the tomb. On the simple stone tablet, the two characters, Wang Xian, were inscribed, but over time, even those characters were fading. "Sha, you've never told me about your parents," Bai Yu said to Wang Sha suddenly, gazing at Wang Xian's grave. "I don't have parents." While burning paper money, Wang Sha told Bai Yu, "My grandfather found me in the river." "Found you in the river?" Bai Yu was surprised. He hadn't expected Wang Sha to have such a background. Wang Sha nodded slightly. "My grandfather said that he was washing clothes by the river when he saw me floating downstream in a wash basin. He just happened to pick me up." "Did your grandfather ever mention if you had anything with you at the time?" Bai Yu asked. "I don't know." Wang Sha's voice suddenly turned somber. "My grandfather was killed by a demon. It was so sudden, and he didn't have time to tell me anything." Hearing Wang Sha's words, Bai Yu was startled and immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't know your grandfather was killed." "It's okay. I already avenged him," Wang Sha said with a smile. "It was after I killed that demon that I went to Jiang City to join the Exorcist Association. But I've never told these secrets to anyone else before." "So, am I the first to know your secrets?" Bai Yu asked with a chuckle. "That's right. But if you really compare them, my secrets and experiences are nothing compared to yours. Even if I told you everything, I would be the one who gained," Wang Sha joked. After all these years, she had already let go of the past. Besides, her great revenge had been exacted, and she had no regrets. With that, Wang Sha turned to Bai Yu and asked, "By the way, you suddenly wanted to come to see my grandfather's grave. Did you discover something related to him?" Seeing Wang Sha get straight to the point, Bai Yu didn't hide anything. He said, "The spiritual energy around your grandfather's grave is much denser than in other places. I suspect there might be a spiritual energy spring or some powerful divine weapon inside your grandfather's tomb." "Huh." Wang Sha was puzzled. "I chose this place myself, and I didn't leave any burial objects with my grandfather. How could there be a spiritual energy spring or divine weapon inside?" As she spoke, Wang Sha murmured, "But speaking of it, the spiritual energy here is indeed much denser than before. It's different from before." Bai Yu said in a low voice, "If that's what you say, then it means the spiritual energy spring inside your grandfather's tomb was placed there by someone else after your grandfather was buried. Are you saying someone moved my grandfather's grave?" Wang Sha was shocked. "But why would they put a spiritual energy spring in my grandfather's grave?" Bai Yu surveyed the mountain before saying to Wang Sha, "There's a hidden formation within this mountain, and your grandfather's grave is the eye of this formation. The fact that they placed a spiritual energy spring in your grandfather's tomb is likely to maintain the operation of the formation." "This is outrageous," Wang Sha exclaimed angrily, her eyes flashing with boundless rage. "My grandfather is already dead, and they still won't leave him alone?" Bai Yu continued, "The formation in this mountain is a kind of confinement formation. Whoever set up this formation likely intended to confine something. Considering Sha's identity as a descendant of Xianyuan, I guess what's being confined by this formation is the Xianyuan sword. That could also explain why the Xianyuan sword isn't with you." "I don't care about any Xianyuan sword, but I cannot forgive those who used my grandfather's remains." Wang Sha clenched her fist, gritting her teeth. She then turned to Bai Yu and asked, "Can you help me find those guys?" "I can find them, but—" Bai Yu glanced at Wang Xian's grave. "I need to dig out the eye of the formation, which means I'll have to dig up your grandfather's grave." If it were anywhere else or someone else's grave, Bai Yu wouldn't have said all that and would have just taken the eye of the formation and destroyed it, and the divine weapon would have been his to take. But this was Wang Sha's grandfather's grave. Without Wang Sha's consent, Bai Yu would not act. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Wang Sha was slightly stunned, then fell into silence, torn by hesitation. Bai Yu understood Wang Sha's hesitation. He stood quietly by the side, waiting for Wang Sha's answer. After all, digging up an ancestral grave was not something that could be easily done. Moreover, Bai Yu was clear in his own mind that his actions were motivated by personal reasons. However, contrary to Bai Yu's expectations, Wang Sha didn't hesitate for long before saying to Bai Yu, "Bai Yu, you can do it. I know my grandfather. If he knew that doing this could help others, he would agree without hesitation. My grandfather was that kind of person, otherwise he wouldn't have sacrificed himself for the village." Wang Sha smiled and then said, "Besides, I don't want anyone disturbing my grandfather after his death. The people who did these things cannot be forgiven. On this point, Bai Yu, you must help me punish those guys." Seeing Wang Sha agree, Bai Yu smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, those people will pay the price. And I have some connections in the underworld. After this is over, I'll go check if your grandfather hasn't been reincarnated yet. I'll arrange a good family for him and guarantee him 3 lifetimes of wealth." Hearing Bai Yu's words, Wang Sha laughed. "Hearing you say that, I feel a lot better. So, reincarnation can also use connections?" "Of course," Bai Yu said with a soft chuckle. "Reincarnation is a technical skill." Okay, I got it. Go ahead and dig. I want to see what that spiritual energy spring is like," Wang Sha said, smiling and urging Bai Yu on. "Okay." Bai Yu didn't hesitate and immediately moved the soil away from the tomb, revealing the bronze coffin inside. A bronze coffin? Seeing the bronze coffin inside the tomb, Bai Yu frowned. He asked Wang Sha, "Did you arrange a bronze coffin when you buried your grandfather?" "No." Wang Sha shook her head. "It was just a regular wooden coffin. This bronze coffin must have been put there by someone else. Is there a problem?" Bai Yu said in a serious tone, "Bronze coffins are usually used to suppress objects of great ill omen. Your grandfather was placed in a bronze coffin. I'm afraid he's being used as an object of ill omen to be suppressed. If that's the case, then your grandfather's soul might never have gone to the underworld, and after all these years, your grandfather might have become a fierce ghost." What did you say?" Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, Wang Sha felt like the sky was falling and almost fainted. Her grandfather turning into a fierce ghost. How could she accept that? Chapter 122. The Corpse Evil Pearl. Bai Yu looked at the bronze coffin in the tomb with a solemn expression, suddenly realizing that this matter was probably not that simple. Someone was suppressing Wang Xian's soul, which meant that in addition to Suji, there were others who knew Wang Sha's true identity, and they had been laying out a plan to target Wang Sha for a long time. The purpose of that person was likely to obtain the Xinyuan sword, or the Nine Heavens breath soil. Now, there was only one piece of Nine Heavens breath soil left in the 3 realms. If the person suppressing the Xinyuan sword had used up the Nine Heavens breath soil, Bai Yu took a deep breath, calming his emotions. Even without the Nine Heavens breath soil, he would find other ways to revive Lu Wan. At any cost. Bai Yu. Just then, Wang Sha's voice with a sob reached Bai Yu's ears. Bai Yu came back to his senses. Seeing Wang Sha in tears, he immediately realized that Wang Sha was experiencing the same pain as him and couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. Are you all right?" Bai Yu asked with concern. "Bai Yu, I don't know. I really didn't know that my grandfather has been suffering. It's all my fault." Wang Sha cried. "My grandfather is here suffering day and night because of me, yet I was living my life in Jiang City, oblivious. I'm really a bastard." Wang Sha wept loudly. After learning that the bronze coffin could suppress her grandfather, she completely broke down. She slumped onto the ground, crying uncontrollably. Sha, it's not your fault." Bai Yu comforted Wang Sha. "You didn't know the suffering your grandfather was going through. But grandfather is like this because of me." Wang Sha cried. "You can't think like that." Bai Yu hugged Wang Sha, saying in a low voice, "You aren't at fault for any of this." But Wang Sha wanted to say something, but she couldn't speak. She held Bai Yu and cried loudly as if she was trying to vent all her pain. Bai Yu knew that the best comfort he could provide at that moment was silence, so he just offered his chest for Wang Sha to cry on. After a long time, Wang Sha calmed down. Her eyes red. She looked at Bai Yu, begging, Bai Yu, can you help me? Help me save my grandfather? I will definitely help you. Bai Yu replied seriously, I will be by your side from now on. Nothing will happen to your grandfather. But you have to be mentally prepared for what will happen next. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Wang Sha paused for a moment. Bai Yu continued, Sha, I have to tell you, the bronze coffin is not only able to suppress fierce beings, it can also nourish them. Since someone specifically replaced your grandfather's coffin with a bronze one, it means your grandfather might have turned into a zombie. Wang Sha's pupils slightly shrunk. I'm afraid that when we open the coffin, you might not be able to accept the appearance of your grandfather, so I have to prepare you beforehand. Bai Yu grabbed Wang Sha's shoulders with both hands, looking into her eyes, and said seriously, Sha, after you're ready, we will open the bronze coffin. Wang Sha looked directly at Bai Yu's eyes and was stunned for a moment. Then her gaze gradually became determined. I understand. Wang Sha wiped away her tears, gritted her teeth, and said to Bai Yu, I'm mentally prepared. Let's open the coffin. All right. Bai Yu nodded slightly and got up to push open the bronze coffin. A foul and repulsive smell came out of the bronze coffin. Then, a rotten palm reached out of the bronze coffin, looking incredibly terrifying. Roar! A piercing roar came from the bronze coffin, echoing throughout the mountain. Grandpa? Seeing her grandfather's rotten palm, Wang Sha's face turned pale. She felt a wave of nausea and threw up on the spot. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, she still couldn't accept it when she saw her once kind and gentle grandfather turn into a monster. Bai Yu, however, had already expected this. His eyes narrowed slightly, and just when Wang Xian was about to climb out of the bronze coffin, he released his power and suppressed Wang Xian back into the coffin. Roar! Inside the bronze coffin, Wang Xian roared sharply, and the stench spread out from the coffin, causing the surrounding vegetation to wither rapidly. After restraining Wang Xian, Bai Yu quickly scanned the bronze coffin and found a green, gleaming bead inside that contained considerable energy. I didn't expect that the spiritual energy spring inside the coffin would be a corpse evil pearl. Bai Yu frowned slightly when he saw the corpse evil pearl inside the coffin. The corpse evil pearl was an evil artifact created 1,000 years ago by a ghost king, using the souls of 3,000 children. It had the effect of absorbing vital essence and nourishing souls. That ghost king used the corpse evil pearl to absorb the souls of countless people, increasing his strength greatly. Later, he found a large mountain in the southwest region, recruited a large number of wandering spirits, established his own sect, and wreaked havoc in the area. Many exorcists who came to subdue demons and eliminate evil fell prey to the ghost king's corpse evil pearl, having their vital essence drained and turned into the ghost king's energy. At the time, the ghost king's strength was growing faster and faster thanks to the corpse evil pearl, and the size of his forces was growing. He was approaching the point of affecting the balance of the three realms, so heaven took notice of the ghost king's existence and sent Bai Yu to destroy the ghost king's forces. However, before Bai Yu could descend to the mortal realm to exterminate the demon, that ghost king was eliminated by a powerful exorcist in the human realm, and the corpse evil pearl disappeared at that time. Bai Yu was still on a mission to eliminate demons at the time, and the ghost king was just a minor character among Bai Yu's many enemies, so Bai Yu himself did not pay much attention to that ghost king who dominated one area. Therefore, when Bai Yu found out that the ghost king had been eliminated, he had only slightly cleaned up the remnant forces left by the ghost king and did not investigate the whereabouts of the corpse evil pearl. However, Bai Yu never thought that he would meet the corpse evil pearl again here. It was truly a kind of fate. Thinking about the past, Bai Yu snapped back to reality and absorbed the corpse evil pearl in the bronze coffin into his hand. Crack! The moment Bai Yu grabbed the corpse evil pearl, the formation in the mountain broke, and the spiritual energy that had been imprisoned in Yunluo Mountain for many years was released at that moment. Deep in the Yunluo Mountain, a golden sword aura shot into the sky. The Xianyuan sword aura. When Bai Yu saw the golden sword aura rising from deep in Yunluo Mountain, his eyes suddenly gleamed. As expected, The confinement formation here was meant to confine the Xianyuan sword. However, the golden sword aura only appeared for a moment before disappearing. It seems someone has concealed the aura of the Xianyuan sword again. Seeing the Xianyuan sword aura disappear, Bayu's lips curled into a cold smile. But, since I've already detected the aura of the Xianyuan sword, no matter how you conceal it, it won't work. But before retrieving the Xianyuan sword, Bayu looked at Wang Xian, who was lying in the bronze coffin, and said in a low voice, "I still have to save you." Chapter 123. The Resentful Spirit Wang Xian. Roar. Wang Xian, who was being suppressed in the bronze coffin, seemed to have sensed Bayu's gaze. He began struggling and roaring ceaselessly, trying to break free from Bayu's confinement. However, under Bayu's supreme pressure, even if Wang Xian tore his body apart, he couldn't move an inch. Wang Sha felt her heart ache when she saw her grandfather struggling so painfully. She quickly asked Bayu, "Bayu, can you save my grandfather? At least, let him be free." She couldn't bear to see her kind and gentle grandfather transformed into a zombie like this and in so much pain. "That's what I'm about to do," Bayu replied calmly. "But you need to move back a bit." Hearing Bayu's words, Wang Sha was taken aback at first. She quickly came to her senses. Without asking why, she retreated to a distance. She trusted what Bayu said. After confirming that Wang Sha had retreated to a safe distance, Bayu directly removed his suppression of Wang Xian and simultaneously crushed the corpse evil pearl in his hand. Boom! The shattered corpse evil pearl released a large amount of black mist, with wails of countless ghosts. Countless resentful spirits flew out from the shattered corpse evil pearl and burrowed into Wang Xian's body, causing his aura to surge. Roar! Wang Xian, who had had a large number of resentful spirits enter his body, instantly gained immense power. A large amount of black energy erupted from his body, shooting into the sky and spreading in all directions. Wang Xian staggered out of the bronze coffin, and half of Yunluo Mountain's vegetation withered due to the black energy emanating from him. "Grandpa?" Seeing Wang Xian's current state, Wang Sha's expression changed slightly, and she cried out involuntarily. Bayu explained to Wang Sha, "Your grandfather's soul has been absorbed by the corpse evil pearl and transformed into resentful power. I need to release all the resentful power from the inside of the corpse evil pearl, find your grandfather's soul alone, and completely dissipate his resentful power. Only in this way can your grandfather be saved." As soon as Bayu finished speaking, Wang Xian, who had turned into a zombie, attacked Bayu at an extremely fast speed. His piercing roar forced Wang Sha to cover her ears. Wherever Wang Xian passed, even the ground was corroded. The black energy surrounding him transformed into faces of evil spirits, snapping at Bayu. "Come out!" Bayu snorted coldly and threw a spiritual blade, cutting off Wang Xian's head directly. A large amount of black energy spurted from Wang Xian's neck, turning into black tentacles that thrashed about wildly in the air. This is... Wang Sha's face turned paler when she saw her grandfather's monstrous appearance. Even though she had prepared herself mentally, she still felt extremely uncomfortable when she saw her grandfather in his current monstrous state. Your grandfather's body is just a shell, and these tentacles are just the personification of the resentful power from the resentful spirits in your grandfather, Bayu said calmly. He instantly moved in front of Wang Xian and with one hand, grabbed the black tentacles that had grown from Wang Xian's neck and erased all of them. A large amount of black energy dissipated in the air, and Wang Sha seemed to be able to hear countless people wailing. The fear, despair, and hatred contained in those wails seemed capable of pulling people into an endless abyss. Only by clearing these resentful powers can your grandfather's soul have a chance to awaken, and your grandfather's body, after years of influence from the corpse evil pearl, has completely merged with those resentful spirits. It no longer needs to exist. So, Sha, your grandfather's body can't be saved anymore, Bayu said softly, and then he tore Wang Xian's headless body in half, and large amounts of resentful spirits poured out from the body, intertwining in the air. Wang Xian's body turned directly into black powder. In the midst of those resentful spirits, Wang Sha could see a soul with the greatest power and most ferocious features. Grandpa? Seeing the most powerful soul among the many resentful spirits, Wang Sha cried out again in shock. Child, save me. When Wang Xian saw Wang Sha, a painful expression appeared on his face. Come quickly and save Grandpa. Grandpa, don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you. Hearing Wang Xian's cry for help, Wang Sha became extremely anxious and stepped forward to rescue him, but was fixed in place by Bai Yu. Your grandfather is a resentful spirit now. If you get too close, you'll be devoured by him. Bai Yu stood in front of Wang Sha. I understand how you feel, but if you want to save your grandfather, you better stand obediently in place and not be bewitched by the resentful spirits. Bai Yu. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Wang Sha gradually calmed down. Then, she looked seriously at Bai Yu and said, Okay, I'm counting on you. Seeing that Wang Sha had listened to Bai Yu, Wang Xian's expression in the middle of the resentful spirits turned twisted. He roared at Bai Yu, You scum! What kind of spell did you cast on my granddaughter? She simply trusts me. Bai Yu chuckled at Wang Xian. And to reciprocate her trust, I need to restore you to your normal state. Humph, with just the likes of you, even if you train for another 100 years, don't even think of touching a single hair on my head. Wang Xian sneered. Looking like this, where do you even have a hair on your head? Bai Yu laughed, openly mocking. Sharp-tongued brat. Wang Xian's expression twisted again. A large number of resentful spirits howled and rushed towards Bai Yu. I want to see how long you can keep your mouth shut. They're just mere phantoms. Looking at the large number of resentful spirits rushing towards him, a smile appeared in Bai Yu's eyes. He slightly raised his hand. His 5 fingers slightly spread apart, and spiritual power gathered in his palm. Boom! A beam of spiritual energy shot out from Bai Yu's palm, instantly engulfing a large number of resentful spirits and shooting towards Wang Xian. Seeing the spiritual energy beam shot out by Bai Yu, Wang Xian's expression changed dramatically. He quickly dispersed the resentful spirits around him to prevent his power from being devoured by the spiritual energy beam. However, even though Wang Xian reacted quickly enough, half of his resentful power was still turned into nothingness by Bai Yu's power, and his aura plummeted. Good kid. I didn't expect you to have so much power at such a young age. As the beam of spiritual energy dissipated, Wang Xian reformed his figure. He looked at Bai Yu with a gloomy expression and said in a low voice, It seems that it wasn't an accident that you were able to crush the corpse evil pearl. I'm very curious now, which sect do you belong to, and who is your master, that they could teach someone like you? No sect, no master, self-taught. Bai Yu said with a chuckle. He was born from chaos, coexisting with heaven and earth, and living as long as the sun and moon. No one within the 3 realms had the qualifications to be his master. Self-taught good kid, your talent is truly terrifying. Wang Xian believed Bai Yu's words. In that case, it's good. I'll just use you as the vessel for my resurrection. Granddaughter, you wait for your grandfather. Grandfather will be back by your side soon. Wang Xian screamed, then opened his bloody maw and attacked Bai Yu. Wang Sha closed her eyes subconsciously when she saw her grandfather's current actions. She wasn't afraid that Bai Yu would get hurt. She simply didn't want to witness the pain her grandfather would go through afterward. Wang Xian might not know, but she was very clear in her mind. Bai Yu wasn't some junior from the human world. He was a supreme celestial master. Wang Xian's current actions were no different than an ant trying to shake a tree. He was doomed to fail. Chapter 124. The Xinyuan sword appears. Wang Xian, carrying a large number of resentful spirits, attacked Bai Yu at an extremely fast speed. His cold, gloomy power seemed to want to drag all living things in the world into endless despair. Bai Yu looked at Wang Xian as he rushed toward him, but he just smiled slightly and released a little of his spiritual power. Extinguish. Boom. Supreme celestial might was released from his body and swept towards Wang Xian. In an instant, the resentful spirits surrounding Wang Xian were all completely obliterated under Bai Yu's supreme celestial might. Before Wang Xian could even get close to Bai Yu, he had already become a lone commander. Wang Xian's ferocious expression instantly turned into astonishment. What just happened? The pressure that Bai Yu had released earlier had perfectly avoided Wang Xian and only targeted the resentful spirits around Wang Xian. In other words, from Wang Xian's perspective, he only felt a gentle breeze, and then he saw that the resentful spirits he had relied on had disappeared in an instant. What had happened in that moment was far beyond his imagination. Bai Yu, looking at the astonished Wang Xian, just smiled slightly and gently blew a puff of air at him. Whoosh! Bai Yu blew a puff of celestial air at Wang Xian, and Wang Xian was sent flying back like a balloon by a single breath of air. Although this move from Bai Yu was not very damaging, it greatly stimulated Wang Xian's spirit. Seeing that he had been blown back by a single breath of air from Bai Yu, and that the resentful spirits that surrounded him had all disappeared, Wang Xian's mind was blank and he couldn't react. Everything that had just happened had exceeded his ability to comprehend. Why you? What exactly are you? Unable to understand what had just happened, Wang Xian looked at Bai Yu with a hint of fear in his eyes and began to retreat shakily. Strictly speaking, I'm not considered human, Bai Yu said with a chuckle to Wang Xian. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Wang Xian's pupil shrank slightly, and he exclaimed, "Could you be a god from the immortal realm?" In his lifetime, he had come into contact with both immortal humans and earth immortals. He was also close to becoming an immortal himself. Therefore, he was very clear that with the strength of immortal humans and earth immortals, they could not have done what Bai Yu had just done. In other words, Bai Yu's strength was above that of an earth immortal and had the power of a celestial immortal. And celestial immortals were already the top existence in the celestial realm. They had almost lost the attribute of being human. Also, celestial immortals generally wouldn't descend to the mortal realm to interfere with mortal affairs. After all, such beings were entirely beyond what humans could deal with. Any one of them descending would affect the world's structure and, in turn, affect the balance of the three realms. Thinking of this, Wang Xian subconsciously pursed his lips, and his body trembled more and more violently. He didn't expect that he would be so unlucky. Based on the power Bai Yu had just displayed, he was already certain that Bai Yu had an immortal position in the heavenly palace, or that he was a celestial immortal who was also a god. Actually, I can't even be considered a god right now. At that time, Bai Yu replied with a smile, I belong to the human realm. Belong to the human realm, yet neither human, god, ghost, nor demon. Then what exactly are you? A monster? Wang Xian was somewhat confused by Bai Yu's words. He roared while retreating constantly, with his fear becoming more and more intense. He could no longer understand Bai Yu's existence. A monster? Perhaps that title suits me quite well. Bai Yu smiled at Wang Xian. But it's this very monster who will restore you. This monster who has been brainwashed by the corpse evil pearl, back to your normal self. Don't you think that's a bit ironic? Wang Xian, I advise you not to struggle anymore. Just let me purify you, and go reincarnate obediently. It'll be better for everyone that way. As he spoke, Bai Yu slowly moved closer to Wang Xian. Arrogant brat, don't come over here. Seeing Bai Yu approaching him, Wang Xian continued to retreat, maintaining his distance from Bai Yu. However, Wang Xian wasn't able to retreat far. He felt that something was pulling him, preventing him from retreating. What's going on again? Wang Xian, seeing that he was being pulled by an inexplicable force and could no longer retreat, a hint of panic flashed through his eyes again. Wang Xian, have you forgotten? You're just a fierce ghost suppressed by the bronze coffin now. To put it nicely, you're considered a ghost king supported by the corpse evil pearl. But to put it harshly, you're just an earthbound spirit. The area around the bronze coffin is your limit. Where do you think you can run to? Bai Yu looked at Wang Xian's flustered appearance and mocked him again. Don't force me. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Wang Xian was gradually becoming desperate because of Bai Yu. A large amount of black energy emanated from his body again and spread in all directions. His face, full of fear, gradually became twisted and his eyes turned bloodshot. Kid, don't force me. Wang Xian roared sharply, trying to intimidate Bai Yu. Seeing that Wang Xian was surrounded by black energy again, Bai Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. He thought to himself, as expected, Wang Xian is still hiding a lot of resentful power in his body. To force all this resentful power out, I need to stimulate him a bit more. After thinking it over, Bai Yu continued to mock Wang Xian. Wang Xian, there's really no need to struggle with your tiny bit of power. You should just give up and go down to reincarnate. Shut up. So what if you're a celestial immortal? Do you really think I can't kill you? Wang Xian roared loudly, and more resentful power surged from his body. His overall aura rose crazily again, even close to surpassing his previous state. Resentful power was originally produced by emotions such as despair and hatred. It belonged to the darkest power in the world, and anger was a negative emotion, and among all emotions, it was the one most capable of triggering power. Under Bai Yu's pressure and mockery, Wang Xian was now a mix of fear and anger. The resentful power hidden deep within his soul had all been stimulated at this moment. Even the sky over Yunluo Mountain became extremely dim due to the boundless resentful power that Wang Xian had unleashed at this moment. Wang Sha looked at the overwhelming resentful power that Wang Xian had unleashed with an incredulous expression and trembled. Why? Why does Grandpa have so much resentment? During the years when Wang Xian was imprisoned in the bronze coffin, he absorbed all of the resentful power accumulated by the corpse Evil Pearl over 1,000 years. Your grandfather now should be considered the substitute for the Ghost King who created the corpse Evil Pearl 1,000 years ago. While explaining to Wang Sha, Bai Yu took out the demon refining pot and said, "It should be about time. Now, as long as all the resentful power in Wang Xian's body is absorbed, your grandfather will return to normal and go for reincarnation." As soon as he finished speaking, the demon refining pot flew out of Bai Yu's hand and began to absorb the resentful power that Wang Xian had unleashed. However, just as the demon refining pot began to absorb Wang Xian's resentful power, a golden sword aura shot through the air and directly hit the demon refining pot. Seeing this, Bai Yu immediately retrieved the demon refining pot, avoiding the golden sword aura. Xianyuan sword aura? Bai Yu held the demon refining pot and looked in the direction from which the golden sword aura had come. He saw a swordsman in white clothes standing in midair, holding the Xianyuan sword and looking at him indifferently. The swordsman in white held the Xianyuan sword and pointed it at Bai Yu. He said indifferently, "Was it you who was causing trouble in Yunluo Mountain?" Chapter 125. Wang Xian's Secret? Oh, someone can actually wield the Xianyuan sword? Seeing the appearance of the swordsman in white, Bai Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, developing a strong interest in the swordsman in white and the power behind him. After all, artifacts like the Xianyuan sword usually recognize a master. The fact that the swordsman in white could activate the Xianyuan sword meant that the Xianyuan sword had already recognized the swordsman in white. With Wang Sha, a descendant of Xianyuan, still alive, it was logical that the Xianyuan sword would not recognize anyone else as its master. Even if Bai Yu personally intervened, he wouldn't be able to forcibly take possession of the Xianyuan sword before killing Wang Sha. But now, that swordsman in white was able to activate the Xianyuan sword, and the Xianyuan sword didn't seem to show any resistance. That made the situation worth pondering. There might be some unknown secret behind this. Seeing the swordsman in white and the golden greatsword in his hand, Wang Sha couldn't help but ask Bai Yu, is that the Xianyuan sword he's holding? Bai Yu nodded slightly, then asked Wang Sha, "What do you feel after seeing the Xianyuan sword?" "Well, I only feel like that sword looks familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before, but other than that, I don't have any other feelings," Wang Sha replied. "Am I really a descendant of Xianyuan? Why don't I feel anything towards the Xianyuan sword?" They're using some special method to block the connection between the Xianyuan sword and the descendants of Xianyuan. I didn't expect that there would be people in this human world who have mastered such methods. It's truly surprising, Bai Yu said to himself, becoming increasingly interested in the swordsman in white. While Bai Yu and Wang Sha were talking, the swordsman in white was not idle. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and golden runes appeared around Wang Xian. In the next moment, Wang Xian, who was full of resentful power, disappeared from the spot and was absorbed into the Xianyuan sword. "Grandpa?" Wang Sha cried out in shock again when she saw her grandfather suddenly disappear and immediately looked at Bai Yu. Don't worry, your grandfather is fine. But it seems that your grandfather is very important to those people. It seems that your grandfather won't be able to reincarnate peacefully before we deal with those people. Bai Yu was not impatient, and he explained to Wang Sha patiently, while his gaze fell on the swordsman in white, sizing him up. Court death. Seeing Bai Yu's unwavering gaze, the swordsman in white snorted coldly. Just as he was about to deal with Bai Yu, an order to retreat came through the wireless headset he was wearing. Upon receiving the retreat order, a hint of unwillingness flashed in the swordsman in white's eyes. Although he really wanted to fight Bai Yu, he still chose to obey the order. He said to Bai Yu and Wang Sha, "You two intruders, consider yourselves lucky today. I hope you don't run into me again next time. Otherwise, your heads will never remain on your necks." After leaving those harsh words, the swordsman in white turned into a beam of golden light and dove into the depths of Yunluo Mountain. Damn it, don't run. Seeing the swordsman in white leave so suddenly, Wang Sha immediately shouted and tried to chase after him, but was stopped by Bai Yu. Don't chase them. They're in the mountain. They can't escape. Bai Yu stopped Wang Sha, saying softly, "Since they can't escape, why don't we immediately chase after them?" Wang Sha said anxiously, "My grandfather is in their hands. Don't worry. From the looks of it, they won't harm your grandfather's soul. Besides, I've also set up a barrier around Yunluo Mountain. They can't escape." Bai Yu shook his head, not seeming to want to chase the swordsman in white. Then, Bai Yu said to Wang Sha, Sha, before we go to save your grandfather, there are a few questions I want to confirm with you." Bai Yu. Seeing Bai Yu's serious expression, Wang Sha was stunned. "What do you want to confirm?" Sha, how was Wang Xin to you in the past?" Bai Yu asked seriously. Wang Sha was even more puzzled. "Why are you suddenly asking such a question? You just need to answer whether he was good to you or not?" Bai Yu continued. Seeing that Bai Yu was truly serious, Wang Sha stopped asking questions and turned to Bai Yu, saying, "From childhood to adulthood, my grandfather was the one who loved me the most. He has never mistreated me. Did your grandfather often draw your blood?" Bai Yu asked again. "How did you know?" Wang Sha looked at Bai Yu in surprise. "When I was little, my body was weak, and I was sick for most of the year. My grandfather often took me to the hospital. It was also because I was weak that my grandfather taught me cultivation, and my body slowly got better. Also, to ensure my health, my grandfather would take me to the hospital for a checkup every year, and they would draw a lot of my blood every time." "Is that so?" Bai Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he lowered his gaze, as if he was thinking about something. "Bai Yu, what do you mean by suddenly asking me about my childhood? Are these things related to my grandfather?" Wang Sha pressed Bai Yu to answer. Bai Yu did not directly answer Wang Sha's question. Instead, he continued, Sha, one last question. How did your grandfather die?" "He fought with the demon that invaded the village and was killed by the demon. Didn't I say that before?" Wang Sha replied. "Did you personally see your grandfather being killed by the demon?" Bai Yu asked again. Wang Sha was stunned by Bai Yu's question and fell silent. I didn't personally see it. When I arrived at the scene, I only saw my grandfather's body and the demon beside him," Wang Sha said in a low voice. "But the injuries on my grandfather's body were all inflicted by that demon, so I'm certain that my grandfather was killed by that demon." "I understand." Bai Yu took a deep breath and then said to Wang Sha, Sha, I'm going to go save your grandfather next, but you have to wait for me in the village. Can I go with you?" Wang Sha tried to argue. "No." Bai Yu shook his head and said, Sha, the other party has mastered the Xinyuan sword, and their strength is even above that of a normal celestial immortal. If you go with me, you'll only slow me down." "But my grandfather—" "Don't worry, I will definitely bring your grandfather back." Bai Yu looked at Wang Sha's eyes seriously. "You have to believe me." Wang Sha stared at Bai Yu for a moment, and then came back to her senses, sighing softly and said, "I understand. I'll wait for you in the village, but you have to promise me that you absolutely can't get hurt." "Then you really underestimate me." Bai smiled at Wang Sha and then conjured a white cloud out of thin air. He used his spiritual power to lift Wang Sha onto the white cloud and said with a smile, "Go on out. Wait for me in the village." As he finished speaking, the white cloud carried Wang Sha away from Yunluo Mountain, flying back to Fulong Village. Bai, looking at Wang Sha's departing figure, gradually lost the smile on his face, and his gaze gradually turned cold. He shattered the bronze coffin on the side into dust and turned to look at the depths of Yunluo Mountain, whispering, "Wang Xian, you're also with that group of people, aren't you? Was your death because you found your conscience and were trying to protect Wang Sha, or were you backstabbed by them? Wang Xian, let me reveal your true face." Bai murmured to himself and then turned into a gust of wind, drifting toward the depths of Yunluo Mountain. Chapter 126. The Yunluo Mountain God. Deep within Yunluo Mountain, there was a dilapidated mountain god temple. This was originally the place where the villagers of Fulong Village would worship the mountain god, seeking good weather and peace throughout the 4 seasons. However, after the reform and opening up, life in Fulong Village gradually improved. The living standards of the villagers rose. Also, with the country's promotion to break away from feudal superstitions, no villagers had visited this mountain god temple in recent years. The entire temple had fallen into disrepair, becoming extremely dilapidated and looking like it was about to collapse. Bai arrived in front of the mountain god temple. Looking at the dilapidated gate, he chuckled. This group of people chose to hide their secret base in such a remote place. It's indeed enough to cover their tracks. No wonder they were able to develop such a large force in Yunluo Mountain, and neither the Security Bureau nor the Exorcist Association found out anything. Bai murmured to himself and stepped towards the mountain god temple. "Stop!" At this moment, a sharp voice rang out. Then, a demon with a trident in his hand, with a fat, big-headed body, a bird's body, and a dragon's head, appeared in front of Bai, blocking his way. This god is the mountain god of this mountain. This temple is this god's private territory. Trespassers stay away. The Yunluo mountain god said to Bai in a deep voice. "You're the mountain god of this mountain?" Bai looked at the fat mountain god in front of him and chuckled. "The villagers haven't given you any incense for many years. How are you still living so well? That has nothing to do with you. This mountain god advises you to leave quickly and not disturb this mountain god's rest." The Yunluo mountain god said quickly, ordering Bai to leave. However, Bai took the mountain god's words as wind passing by his ears. He remained standing where he was, looking at the fat mountain god in front of him with a smile, without any intention of leaving. When he was working in the heavenly palace before, the thing he did most often was to travel to famous mountains and rivers. It could be said that he knew almost all the local land gods and mountain gods. It was rare to see a mountain god like the Yunluo mountain god who didn't recognize him and treated him like an ordinary mortal. It was truly peculiar. "Kid, this mountain god has already warned you. Don't take my kindness for weakness. Do you really think this mountain god doesn't dare to kill you?" Seeing that Bai was just looking at him with a smile, without any intention of leaving, the Yunluo mountain god completely lost his temper and threatened Bai. "Yunluo mountain god, what's the relationship between you and those guys hiding under your mountain god temple?" Bai suddenly asked the Yunluo mountain god. The Yunluo mountain god's expression changed slightly, and he said incredulously, "How do you know that there are people hiding underneath? I advise you to think carefully before answering, as this is related to your own life." Bai said with a light smile, and the measuring ruler slowly gathered in his palm. Sensing the supreme power emanating from the magic treasure in Bai's palm, the Yunluo mountain god's entire face instantly turned green. The threatening words he had in mind were all blocked by his throat, and he could no longer say them. Bai's measuring ruler could really kill people. Realizing that Bai was a ruthless character, the Yunluo mountain god quickly composed himself. He put on a smile and greeted Bai. "This great master, what are you doing? We can talk this out calmly. Quickly put away your magic treasure. Let's talk peacefully." The Yunluo mountain god immediately put away his trident and bowed to Bai, his entire person being extremely respectful. His attitude was completely different from before. Seeing the Yunluo mountain god back down, Bai smiled slightly and suspended the measuring ruler over the Yunluo mountain god's head. Then, he asked the Yunluo mountain god, "When did those guys under your mountain god temple come to Yunluo mountain?" Looking at the measuring ruler suspended over his head, the Yunluo mountain god's legs trembled constantly. He only felt dizzy and was about to faint. "Master, can you put away your magic treasure? This little one's legs are really weak." He had a feeling that as long as the measuring ruler fell, he would be crushed into a pulp. "I can't control it." Baiyu smiled, and the measuring ruler suddenly fell, stopping on the Yunluo mountain god's scalp. Feeling the supreme pressure from the measuring ruler, the Yunluo mountain god's legs went weak, and he fell to the ground on his butt, so frightened that he almost lost control of his bladder. And no need to put it away. Those guys came to Yunluo Mountain 24 years ago. The Yunluo Mountain god dared not hesitate any longer, and he quickly told Baiyu. "They came 24 years ago. Wang Sha is also 24 years old this year. If it's not a coincidence, then they moved to Yunluo Mountain specifically to seize the Xianyuan sword." Baiyu murmured to himself, and then asked the Yunluo Mountain god again, "Was Wang Xian related to those people?" Wang Xian was also one of the members of that organization. But a few years ago, they seemed to have had a dispute over something, and Wang Xian was killed by the organization. Afterward, his soul was also made into a resentful spirit by the corpse Evil Pearl and used as the eye of the formation to suppress the spiritual veins of Yunluo Mountain. The Yunluo Mountain god had no time to worry about his deal with that group of people at this time. Without hesitation, he revealed everything he knew, exposing all the secrets of the people under the mountain god temple. After all, the Yunluo mountain god was the god of Yunluo Mountain. Every blade of grass and tree in this mountain was under his jurisdiction. It could be said that he could know anything that happened in the entire mountain at the first moment. Wang Xian and his group had been gathered in Yunluo Mountain for many years, and the Yunluo mountain god knew very well what they were planning and what their schemes were. Logically speaking, it was against the rules for the Yunluo mountain god to let such a group of people live in the mountain. However, in recent years, people in the human world no longer believed in gods. His incense was decreasing and his power was constantly weakening. While that group of people could continuously provide him with incense to maintain his power, it could be said that that group of people was the only source of power for the Yunluo mountain god, so he could only turn a blind eye to the things that group was doing. Great Master, over the years, those people have been studying the bloodline of the descendants of Xianyuan. After years of research, they have already transformed their bloodlines into that of the descendants of Xianyuan, and they are able to control the Xianyuan sword. So Great Master, this little god still advises you not to provoke them. After all, the Xianyuan sword is no joke. The Yunluo mountain god cautiously advised Baiyu, wanting Baiyu to leave. He had personally seen the power of the Xianyuan sword. Even without injecting any spiritual power into the Xianyuan sword, just by simply swinging the sword, its power could cleave the entire mountain. If those people were to activate the Xianyuan sword at full power, the Yunluo mountain god, with his limited imagination, simply couldn't imagine what the scene would be like. He didn't want to let Baiyu in and then have himself suffer along with him. He was just a small mountain god. Even if he died, the heavenly palace would not care about him. Let's not talk about the Xianyuan sword for the time being. The descendants of Xianyuan should also have a piece of 9 heavens breath soil. Have you ever seen it? Baiyu asked the Yunluo mountain god again. 9 heavens breath soil? This little god has seen it. The Yunluo mountain god didn't hide anything and honestly told Baiyu. Hearing the Yunluo mountain god's words, Baiyu's eyes lit up. Really? Yes. The leader of that group is called the Heavenly Star Ghost King. The 9 heavens breath soil was collected by that Heavenly Star Ghost King. He said that he was going to use it to create his body. The Yunluo mountain god nodded. Over the years, the Heavenly Star Ghost King has been in seclusion refining it. The movements coming from his secluded cave have been getting bigger and bigger recently. I guess he should be done soon. That won't do. Hearing the words of the Yunluo mountain god, a glimmer of light flashed in Baiyu's eyes. The 9 heavens breath soil is mine. Chapter 127. A Different World. The Yunluo mountain god felt the change in Baiyu's aura and trembled all over. He hurriedly said, Great Master, please don't be rash. The Heavenly Star Ghost King is a top ghost king with thousands of years of cultivation, and in recent years, he has been nourished by the Xinyuan sword aura. His strength has been completely transformed. Not to mention you, even if the supreme immortals from heaven come down, they might not be a match for the Heavenly Star Ghost King. If you go in, you're likely to go in without return. The Yunluo mountain god anxiously warned Bai Yu. He wasn't really worried about Bai Yu's safety, but he was now essentially the Heavenly Star Ghost King's watchdog. He didn't dare offend Bai Yu, or tip off the people inside. If he just let Bai Yu in like this, it would be fine if Bai Yu destroyed the Heavenly Star Ghost King and his men. He could stay out of it and continue to be the boss of Yunluo Mountain. But if Bai Yu was killed by the Heavenly Star Ghost King, then he would suffer along with Bai Yu. Bai Yu had seen too many people like the Yunluo Mountain God. He could see the Yunluo Mountain God scheming at a glance. Normally, Bai Yu would be in the mood to talk to the Yunluo Mountain God, but now, the Nine Heavens breath soil was about to be used up by that Ghost King. What patience did Bai Yu have left? Yunluo Mountain God, I'll give you two choices. Either you take me to find the Heavenly Star Ghost King, or I'll kill you now and find the Heavenly Star Ghost King myself. Feeling the true killing intent of Bai Yu, the Yunluo Mountain God trembled. He no longer dared to disobey Bai Yu's will. Trembling, he said, "To this little god understands. This little god will open the secret passage for you, Great Master. Don't think about tipping them off. That will only make you die a more miserable death." Bai Yu warned again. Why, yes. The Yunluo Mountain God wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and nodded shakily. He immediately turned around to open the door of the Mountain God Temple and fiddled with the mechanism on his statue. Rumble. The Mountain God statue slowly moved aside, and a secret passage leading underground appeared in Bai Yu's view. Great Master. This secret passage leads to the Heavenly Star Ghost King's base below. Besides the Heavenly Star Ghost King, there are even stronger existences inside. Great Master, please be very careful. The Yunluo Mountain God lowered his voice and instructed Bai Yu. Bai Yu glanced at the Yunluo Mountain God, then grabbed him by the collar, threw him into the secret passage, and said softly, "What I need is for you to lead the way, not just a secret passage." Hearing Bai Yu's words, the Yunluo Mountain God panicked. He immediately knelt down to Bai Yu and said with fear, "Great Master, the Heavenly Star Ghost King is really strong, and they also have the Xinyuan sword. It's really dangerous if you go down now. I beg you, Great Master, please leave me a way out. We have no past grudges and no present feuds. You don't need to force me to go down a dead end." Listening to the Yunluo Mountain God's words, Bai Yu looked at him calmly, and the measuring ruler reappeared, emitting endless power. Seeing the measuring ruler, the Yunluo Mountain God's expression changed drastically, realizing that if he continued to talk, Bai Yu would really kill him. Great Master, please calm down. This little god will lead the way." The Yunluo Mountain God didn't dare to talk any longer. He turned around and walked into the secret passage immediately. Bai Yu, looking at the trembling back of the Yunluo Mountain God, a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. Then, he put away the measuring ruler and followed behind him. The reason he wanted the Yunluo Mountain God to lead the way wasn't because he really couldn't find that Heavenly Star Ghost King. He could sense that there were several powerful auras under the Mountain God Temple, and all of them were extremely mean and evil. It was obvious that they were evil beings who had done much evil. The Yunluo Mountain God cooperated with this group of people, no matter what his purpose was. Since he chose to collude with those evil beings, it meant that he himself had also done many bad things, betraying the creatures in this mountain and the people who had once worshipped him. He probably played a big role in the matters concerning Wang Xian and Wang Sha as well. Bai Yu did not plan to let go of this kind of disqualified mountain god. That was why he let the Yunluo Mountain God lead the way, making it easier to deal with him later. In addition, Bai Yu had learned from the Yunluo Mountain God that the Heavenly Star Ghost King had the Nine Heavens breath soil. So he still had to rely on the Yunluo Mountain God to identify those powerful auras, so he would know which one was the Heavenly Star Ghost King. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to determine who his first target was. The Yunluo Mountain God walking in front did not know that he had already been sentenced to death by Bai Yu. He was trembling as he explored the way, and from time to time he pulled the torches on the walls, seemingly closing some mechanism. With the Yunluo mountain god leading the way, Baiyu did not encounter any obstacles along the way, easily passing through the ancient corridors and arriving at the base entrance below the mountain god temple. To Baiyu's surprise, the base beneath the mountain god temple was not a lair made of stone. Instead, it was a base made entirely of metal. The door in front of him was made of alloy, and there were even cameras in front of the door. Do even demons go for the high-tech style now? Baiyu scanned the high-tech alloy door in front of him and then looked back at the ancient staircase behind him, feeling incredibly out of place. Probably no one would have thought that such a base would be hidden under such a dilapidated mountain god temple. Just looking at the alloy door of the base, Baiyu felt that the technological level of this base was 20 years ahead of the outside world. Great Master, the Heavenly Star Ghost King and his men are also keeping up with the times. In recent years, they have captured a lot of engineers and top scientists. The main defense force of this base below are robots. The Yunluo mountain god said to Baiyu with a trembling voice. Interesting. A bunch of evil things from thousands of years ago actually started to play with technology. Baiyu smiled and then said to the Yunluo mountain god, "You should be able to enter and exit their base at will, right? Take me to find the Heavenly Star Ghost King."
Yes.
The Yunluo mountain god replied tremblingly, pressing his palm on the touch screen of the alloy door and letting the camera in front of the door scan his whole body. Then, the alloy door slowly opened. A pure white metallic corridor appeared in Baiyu's sight. Great Master, there are many robots patrolling in the base. They will automatically attack all outsiders. Please be careful. The Yunluo mountain god nervously pursed his lips, instructing Baiyu. You can just walk. Don't worry about me. Baiyu said softly, quietly releasing his spiritual power, exploring the entire metal base and sealing all the exits of the base. Hearing Baiyu's instructions, the Yunluo mountain god did not dare to say more to Baiyu and immediately entered the base to go to the Heavenly Star Ghost King's secluded training area. The Yunluo mountain god seemed to enter the base frequently and was very familiar with the complicated routes of the base. He led Baiyu through many patrolling robots and stopped in front of a metal door. Great Master, in front is the Heavenly Star Ghost King's secluded training area, but I do not have permission to go in, so you'll have to rely on yourself from now on. The Yunluo mountain god said to Baiyu in a low voice. Baiyu sensed a powerful aura from inside the door. After confirming that the Yunluo mountain god hadn't led him to the wrong place, he then said to the Yunluo mountain god, "So, you're useless." Great Master? The Yunluo mountain god was stunned. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. In the next moment, the Yunluo mountain god felt his vision spin, and then he saw his own feet. Thud. The Yunluo mountain god's headless body fell into a pool of blood. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Baiyu stepped over the Yunluo mountain god's body, walked towards the metal door, and stopped in front of the door. You do not have entry permission. Please leave immediately. The camera on the metal door scanned Baiyu and gave a cold warning. I don't need permission. Baiyu looked at the camera in front of him, smiled slightly, and then kicked out. Bang! The metal door, more than 2 meters thick, was directly kicked out by Baiyu. Chapter 128. A Bad Omen. Warning! Warning! There are intruders. As Baiyu kicked open the metal door, the entire base began to flash red lights, and the piercing alarm echoed in the base. A large number of patrol robots rushed towards Baiyu. However, Baiyu was not surprised by the commotion outside. He walked into the room leisurely. After entering the room, Baiyu found that it was a separate room, and behind the wall, there was another closed alloy door. Bang! Before Baiyu could get close to the metal door, the ceiling of the room directly opened, and 2 giant mechanical bears fell from the ceiling, blocking Baiyu's path. Those who trespass the restricted area will be killed without mercy. The cold mechanical voice came from the 2 mechanical bears. They were all equipped with weapons, with dozens of cold muzzles aimed at Baiyu, as if they were about to riddle Baiyu with bullets in the next moment. A ghost king, yet he plays with these useless lumps of iron. He's really focusing on the wrong thing, Baiyu mocked, looking at the mechanical bears in front of him. He released a little of his power. Boom! The two killing machines, which had cost tens of millions to make, were directly crushed into scrap metal by Bayu's aura, sparks flying everywhere, and finally exploding with a bang. At the moment when Bayu solved those two mechanical bears, the closed metal door also opened, revealing a wide hall. A cold aura came from behind the metal door. Good kid. You actually dare to break into this king's secluded training area. You really don't know how the word death is written, do you? A cold voice came from the hall, and then a projection appeared in the center of the hall, staring at Bayu coldly. Bayu walked into the empty metal hall, looked at the projection in the center, and asked, "Are you the Heavenly Star Ghost King?" "That's right. You specifically broke into this place. What do you want from this king?" The Heavenly Star Ghost King asked coldly. "The Yunluo mountain god said that the 9 heavens breath soil is in your hands, right?" Bayu got straight to the point without any hesitation. "So what?" The Heavenly Star Ghost King said softly. Bayu said, "Give me the 9 heavens breath soil. I want to save my wife." Haha, what a joke. That 9 heavens breath soil is what this king relies on to become immortal. You think a few words are enough for this king to give it to you? The Heavenly Star Ghost King laughed loudly, his gaze towards Bayu becoming more mocking and cold. "It's a waste of this king's saliva to talk nonsense with you, you young punk." Clack, clack, clack. As soon as the Heavenly Star Ghost King finished speaking, a series of footsteps came from outside the room, and then a large number of armed robots poured in, surrounding Bayu. "This king is at a critical moment of my secluded training, and I have no time to waste with a fool like you. You can play slowly with these robots." The Heavenly Star Ghost King snorted coldly, and the projection in the center of the room disappeared. Bayu looked at the place where the Heavenly Star Ghost King had disappeared calmly, with no change in his eyes. He said to himself, "I gave you a chance. It's you who didn't cherish it." As he spoke, Bayu slightly raised his foot and gently stepped on the floor. Crack. The floor directly cracked, and another huge room was revealed below the floor. Unlike the empty hall, the room below was filled with all kinds of sophisticated instruments. In the center of the room, there was a huge nutrient pod. A young boy's body lay in that nutrient pod, surrounded by strange tubes. How did you know that there was another room below here? The Heavenly Star Ghost King's projection condensed again in the hall, looking at Bayu in disbelief. "Did the Yunluo mountain god tell you this too? That's not right. That guy doesn't even know the existence of the secret chamber." The Heavenly Star Ghost King was a little frustrated, his eyes full of anger. That young boy in the secret chamber below was his most important thing. Kill him for this king. The Heavenly Star Ghost King didn't wait any longer and ordered the surrounding robots. Clack, clack, clack. As the Heavenly Star Ghost King gave the order, the surrounding patrolling robots opened fire directly at Bayu. Their muzzles all spewed blue flames, bullets that were powerful enough to penetrate any spiritual energy barrier, raining down on Bayu. However, before the bullets could hit Bayu, a golden bell appeared around Bayu, reflecting the bullets back, and the robots around him were all shot to pieces. That's the Eastern Emperor Bell? Seeing the golden bell that appeared around Bayu just now, the Heavenly Star Ghost King recognized the patterns on the surface, his pupils suddenly shrinking. He exclaimed, "How can you have such an artifact? Just who are you?" One must know that the Eastern Emperor Bell is an artifact of the same level as the Xianyuan sword, and they had spent more than 20 years in careful planning to obtain the Xianyuan sword, during which they had spent countless human and material resources. Even so, they had only recently been able to control the Xianyuan sword. But now, a strong person who possessed the Eastern Emperor Bell had suddenly appeared in their base. For a time, immense fear invaded the Heavenly Star Ghost King's mind. Bayu ignored the Heavenly Star Ghost King's questions. At this moment, all of his attention was focused on the boy in the nutrient pod. Although the boy looked like a person, Bayu could sense the aura of the 9 heavens breath soil from the boy's body through the glass of the nutrient pod. However, the boy was not made out of the 9 heavens breath soil, but someone had directly added a small amount of the 9 heavens breath soil to the boy's flesh and blood. The 9 heavens breath soil can transform into a body of flesh and blood, and it can also fuse with a body of flesh and blood, turning into vital energy. But once the nine heavens breath soil fuses with a body of flesh and blood, it will completely lose its divinity and become flesh and blood. Seeing the boy, a great unease surged in Bayu's heart. If it was just this one boy, it would be fine, and the remaining nine heavens breath soil would be enough to resurrect Luwen. He was very afraid that the heavenly star ghost king had added all the nine heavens breath soil to flesh and blood. Kid, this king is talking to you. Just who the hell are you? Seeing Bayu ignoring him, the heavenly star ghost king shouted angrily again, interrupting Bayu's train of thought. Bayu raised his head to look at the heavenly star ghost king's projection, instantly appeared in front of him, grabbed his neck, and asked in a low voice, "Where is the rest of the nine heavens breath soil? How can you be?" The heavenly star ghost king looked at Bayu in horror, his eyes full of confusion. What was in the room was just a projection he had put up with a projector, not his real body. But now, Bayu, through the projection, made him feel suffocated? What kind of heaven-defying method was this? What was happening now had exceeded his understanding. The intruder is here. At that moment, the other members of the base also arrived at the heavenly star ghost king's room. They happened to see Bayu grab the heavenly star ghost king's projection by the neck and were all stunned. However, before the members of the base could understand what they were seeing, they felt a huge aura come crashing down. Boom. In the next moment, all of the base members were directly crushed to dust by Bayu's aura. Seeing the members of the base directly disappear, the heavenly star ghost king was even more stunned, the fear in his heart growing stronger. Who the hell are you? The power that Bayu displayed made him feel infinite fear. Bayu looked at the heavenly star ghost king with cold eyes and said in a low voice, "I'll give you one last chance. Where is the rest of the nine heavens breath soil?" Chapter 129. Bad news. The nine heavens breath soil. I've used it all up. The heavenly star ghost king looked at Bayu with horror, replying with a trembling voice, his whole body shaking violently. Bayu in front of him was a monster. In front of this monster, he dared not tell half a lie. You've used it all up? Upon hearing the heavenly star ghost king's answer, Bayu's pupils shrank sharply. He clenched his fingers tightly, and the heavenly star ghost king immediately felt suffocated, his whole body unbearably uncomfortable. Although Bayu was now holding on to a projection, if one looked closely, it could be seen that the space at the heavenly star ghost king's projection's neck was already slightly distorted. Bayu was using the heavenly star ghost king's aura to grab his neck from a distance. As long as Bayu crushed the space in front of him, the heavenly star ghost king would undoubtedly die. The nine heavens breath soil possesses supreme divine power. You only needed to take a small piece of it to make your physical body ascend to immortality. You useless thing. How could you have used up all of the nine heavens breath soil? Bayu's face turned gloomy, and he questioned the heavenly star ghost king in a low voice. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Back then, Manhwa had only used a few pieces of nine heavens breath soil to create the human beings of the divine land. But now, the heavenly star ghost king had actually used all of the nine heavens breath soil. More importantly, the heavenly star ghost king had used the nine heavens breath soil, but he was still just a mere ghost immortal, still a waste. Bayu really couldn't figure out how the heavenly star ghost king had wasted the nine heavens breath soil. Seeing Bayu's murderous gaze, the heavenly star ghost king's soul trembled. He cried out, I was just trying to add the nine heavens breath soil to flesh and blood, trying to create a perfect body, but who would have thought that those bodies I chose before were all incompatible with the nine heavens breath soil? I used up all the nine heavens breath soil to find a container that perfectly matches the nine heavens breath soil. The chosen child is in the nutrient pod below. You're a fool who's wasting natural resources. Bayu, rarely filled with rage, directly tore through space, dragged the heavenly star ghost king from the other side of the projector directly into this room, and threw him heavily on the ground. Smack! The heavenly star ghost king's body was directly smashed into a pulp by Bayu. His soul flew out from the pulp. However, the heavenly star ghost king knew that he couldn't escape. He didn't dare to escape either. He immediately knelt down to Baiyu and kowtowed. "Great master, spare me. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I also didn't know the divinity of the 9 heavens breath soil. That's why I kept experimenting. I didn't know that you, great master, also wanted the 9 heavens breath soil. I don't want that perfect container anymore. You can have it, great master. It will definitely not let you down." Feeling the vast power of Baiyu, the heavenly star ghost king completely panicked and kowtowed frantically. He had also been a big shot 1,000 years ago, and he had even known some celestial immortals, but those celestial immortals, compared to the current Baiyu, were like fireflies compared to the blazing sun. The difference was greater than an uncrossable chasm, and in these 3 realms, those who had such powerful cultivation were only the heavenly emperor of the heavenly palace, and the demon venerable Luo Ho, and, finally, the immortal venerable Luo Yun, who was known as the #1 immortal in the 3 realms back then. The heavenly emperor guarded the immortal realm and would not descend to the mortal realm, and the demon venerable Luo Ho was an innate demon god. His power would only pollute the artifacts of the 3 realms. The 9 heavens breath soil was useless to him. After eliminating the heavenly emperor and the demon venerable, the identity of the young man in front of him was already very clear. He was none other than the immortal venerable Luo Yun, Baiyu, who had recently left the underworld prison. The heavenly star ghost king had also heard some rumors about Baiyu, learning that Baiyu had caused chaos in the 3 realms because of his wife's death, and was eventually imprisoned in the underworld prison. And now, Baiyu had left the underworld prison and was seeking the 9 heavens breath soil. It was clear that he wanted to revive his wife. The heavenly star ghost king understood Baiyu's identity and intention and realized how stupid it was that he had wasted all the 9 heavens breath soil. He once again kowtowed to Baiyu, saying, "Great master, no, immortal venerable Luo Yun, Lord Bai, there is still a turning point. Please give me one more chance. There is only one piece of the 9 heavens breath soil in the current 3 realms, and it has been wasted by a piece of trash like you. What other chance do you want?" After knowing that he couldn't get the 9 heavens breath soil, Baiyu was completely enraged. He didn't hide his cold killing intent. The temperature of the entire base seemed to have dropped because of Baiyu's killing intent. The heavenly star ghost king suppressed the fear in his heart and said with a trembling voice, "Lord Bai, you may not know, but even though we have used up all of the 9 heavens breath soil, we have researched a method to create new 9 heavens breath soil." A method to create 9 heavens breath soil? Hearing the heavenly star ghost king's words, Baiyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He then suppressed his anger and questioned the heavenly star ghost king. "You, a guy who can waste the 9 heavens breath soil, can research a way to create 9 heavens breath soil? Lord Bai, there is only one piece of 9 heavens breath soil, and it will be used up sooner or later. If we don't know how to create new 9 heavens breath soil, how could we have wasted such a supreme divine item?" The heavenly star ghost king asked Baiyu in return. "Who?" Baiyu took a deep breath to calm his emotions. He then asked the heavenly star ghost king, "What is your method?" The heavenly star ghost king did not dare to hide anything, and he immediately said, "In ancient times, the goddess Nuwa used the 9 heavens breath soil to create the human race. Now, the creatures of the Huagua are all descendants of Yin and Huang, and their bloodlines actually possess the divinity of the 9 heavens breath soil. We have created a technology that can extract the divinity from the bloodlines of the creatures of the Huagua. The divine nature of newborn children is the strongest. Lord Bai, you only need to collect 100,000 babies, and then use our technology." Swoosh! Before the heavenly star ghost king could finish his words, a white spiritual power broke through the air, suddenly burrowing into his head and merging with his soul. Ah, 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 ah. The heavenly star ghost king let out a scream that could be heard from miles away. He was in so much pain that he rolled on the ground. Lord Bai, spare me. I beg you to spare me. I was wrong." The heavenly star ghost king howled. He had never wanted to have his soul scattered like this before. That kind of supreme pain shattered all of his will in an instant. The pain that the white spiritual power gave him far surpassed all the tortures in this world. At this moment, he realized that life was worse than death was like this. Bai looked at the heavenly star ghost king, who was in pain and howling coldly. There was no sympathy in his eyes. Instead, he directly sealed the heavenly star ghost king's mouth so that he could not make any sound. Sacrificing the blood of 100,000 babies, such a cruel act can easily be said by a piece of trash like you. Let alone the fact that this act is contrary to the way of heaven and human ethics and will accumulate endless karma. Even if it is done, the 9 heavens breath soil that is extracted will definitely turn into an evil thing. If Xiaowen were to revive using that kind of thing, she would only become a monster. Bai knew his wife extremely well. If Lu Wen knew that she was revived by sacrificing the lives of 100,000 babies, then their relationship as husband and wife would definitely come to an end. Bai looked at the desperate and pleading eyes of the heavenly star ghost king and directly took out the demon refining pot, sucking the heavenly star ghost king directly inside. You can slowly repent for all your sins in the demon refining pot. Chapter 130, The White-Haired Youth. As Bai took the heavenly star ghost king into his demon refining pot, the room became dead silent again. In the end, all hope has turned into despair again. Bai sighed heavily, his fists clenched tightly, his bones cracking as they were being squeezed. His wife's remnant soul was clearly by his side, but he had no way to see her. At this moment, Bai felt an unparalleled heartache. No, I still can't give up. Besides the 9 heavens breath soil, there must be other divine objects in the 3 realms that can revive Xiaowen. Xiaowen, wait for me. We will definitely meet again. Bai murmured, quickly calming his emotions and his eyes becoming determined again. This time, although he could not achieve his goal, the matter of Wang Sha was not over yet. Wang Sha's revenge had not been taken, and the Xinyuan sword had not been taken back. No matter what, let's level this base and take back the Xinyuan sword, Bai said to himself. Just as he was about to leave the room to solve the remaining people in the base, he suddenly felt movement coming from the secret chamber below. Bai looked in the direction of the sound, and he saw that the young boy in the nutrient pod below had opened his eyes and was looking straight at him. This kid, he can actually wake up? Seeing the white-haired youth in the nutrient pod wake up, Bai couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had thought that the young boy was just a body without consciousness. He hadn't expected him to be able to wake up. Bai and the white-haired youth stared at each other for a moment, and then Bai sighed softly and said softly, although you used up the 9 heavens breath soil that I urgently needed, you're also innocent. Let's get you out of here. With that, Bai gently raised his hand, shattering the white-haired youth's nutrient pod, and used his spiritual power to lift him into the room. Then, he took out a set of clothes from his chinkuan bag for the white-haired youth to put on. The white-haired youth stood barefoot on the cold floor, wearing clothes that were a size too big for him. He looked straight at Bai, unmoving. Can you speak? Bai asked the white-haired youth. The white-haired youth opened his innocent, large eyes, staring straight at Bai, without saying a word. Seeing that the white-haired youth did not say anything, Bai assumed that he did not have language abilities. He said, forget it. After you leave this room, go left and then right, then left again, and finally straight ahead, and you'll be able to leave this place. I'll deal with the guards in this base for you. Go on out. Hearing Bai's words, the white-haired youth still did not say a word, still staring straight at Bai. Bai still had important matters to attend to, and had no time to entangle with the white-haired youth. After pointing out the way to leave the base for him, Bai left the room, walking toward the depths of the base. In this base, there were still several guys whose aura was no weaker than the heavenly star ghost king, and they were now all gathered in the depths of the base. Bai was going to go there and wipe them all out. However, just as Bai left the room and was heading towards the depths of the base, he discovered that the white-haired youth was following behind him. Kid, the way out of the base is on the left. Don't follow me. Bai pointed to the other side, saying to the white-haired youth. White-haired youth? This guy, he can't understand what I'm saying? Seeing that the white-haired youth was still silent, Bai sighed softly. Then, he flicked his sleeve and created a gentle breeze, letting the wind carry the white-haired youth out of the base. However, just as Bai Yu had carried the white-haired youth out of the base, he sensed that the white-haired youth had rushed back into the base, heading towards him at an extremely fast speed. In less than 10 seconds, the white-haired youth had returned to Bai Yu's presence. Good kid. Seeing the white-haired youth come back, a hint of surprise flashed in Bai Yu's eyes. There was only weak spiritual power in the body of this white-haired youth, and he did not have any cultivation. The fact that he could run back so quickly was entirely due to his amazing memory and powerful physique. As expected of a child who is fused with the 9 heavens breath soil, the heavenly star Ghost King was able to choose him as his container. He must have been a 1-in-a-million talent, right? Bai Yu murmured softly, and then said to the white-haired youth, "Extend your hand." The white-haired youth extended his palm to Bai Yu without hesitation. Bai Yu took the white-haired youth's hand and channeled a little of his spiritual power into the white-haired youth's body to check his bones. As expected, this kid is a perfect cultivation embryo. He would probably be able to ascend to immortality within 100 years, no matter what cultivation technique I gave him. Bai Yu discovered that the white-haired youth's bones were excellent and couldn't help but sigh. He then thought of Bai Feng. Actually, at the moment when he saw the white-haired youth's eyes, Bai Yu thought of the first time he had picked up Bai Feng. Back then, the look in Bai Feng's eyes when he looked at him was exactly the same as the white-haired youth's right now. However, the white-haired youth's talent, compared to Bai Feng, was completely different. One was in heaven, and the other on earth. Fate, a good fortune. Bai Yu let out a long sigh, and then he asked the white-haired youth, "Do you want to take me as your master?" White-haired youth, "You can understand what I'm saying, but you're silent now, which means you don't want to take me as your master." "Very well, I won't force you to take me as your master either. You may go now." Seeing that the white-haired youth was still silent, Bai Yu did not force him. He raised his hand again and created a gentle breeze, blowing the white-haired youth out of the base again. However, once again, the white-haired youth ran back to Bai Yu from outside the base. "Interesting. He doesn't speak, and he doesn't want to take me as his master, but he keeps following me." Seeing that the white-haired youth had returned again, Bai Yu shook his head and smiled. "Very well, if you want to follow, then follow." Bai Yu stopped trying to drive the white-haired youth away and turned around to walk toward the depths of the base. Seeing Bai Yu turn and leave, the white-haired youth showed a hint of fear in his eyes. He seemed afraid that Bai Yu would abandon him again and followed closely behind Bai Yu. Bai Yu glanced back at the white-haired youth and immediately sped up. The white-haired youth followed and sped up as well. 2 blurred afterimages shuttled through the base, and the patrol robots blocking their way were all directly turned into scrap metal after the afterimages passed. The defense force of the base could not stop Bai Yu at all. This kid has not even cultivated yet, and his speed is about to catch up to a human immortal. His powerful physique is already no less than that of a mid-tier demon. This can absolutely not be done with just the 9 heavens breath soil. Where exactly did the trash heavenly star Ghost King find this child? While advancing, Bai Yu observed the young man behind him silently, his heart becoming more and more amazed. If this young man was cultivated even a little, he would definitely become a big shot who would shake the 3 realms in the future. Now, Bai Yu had already stood at the top of the 3 realms. Besides constantly pursuing a higher realm, the thing he liked to do most was to cultivate the younger generations. As the younger generations grew up, Bai Yu would not only reap achievements, but he himself would also benefit. After all, Bai Yu had abandoned his demonic body and started cultivating from scratch. All of his current achievements were results of his own exploration, and it was inevitable that he had taken many detours. Cultivating the younger generations and observing their growth would also gradually clarify his own path of cultivation, allowing him to go further. And this white-haired youth could almost perfectly inherit his mantle. If this white-haired youth grew according to his cultivation path, then he could also verify each other with this white-haired youth and move forward. Discovering this excellent seed, the depression that Bai Yu felt for not finding the 9 heavens breath soil was relieved greatly. "I didn't expect that I would encounter a kid like this in this place. The word fate is truly wonderful." Chapter 131. The Xinyuan Sword and the Eastern Emperor Bell. Bai, leading the white-haired youth, plowed through waves of heavily armed robots, quickly reaching the deepest part of the base. Unlike the metallic exterior, the core of the base was surprisingly archaic, resembling an ancient structure. A massive bronze door blocked Bai's path. The remaining powerful auras in the base are all concentrated behind this door. The aura of the Xinyuan sword is also in there. Let's take them out all at once. Bai murmured to himself in front of the bronze door, placing his hand on its surface. Just as he was about to push it open, the white-haired youth behind him grabbed his arm. Bai turned to see the youth tightly holding onto him, fear in his eyes, shaking his head repeatedly. "You don't want me to go in?" Bai asked, seeing the youth's actions. The white-haired youth nodded like a pecking chick. "Are you afraid I might be in danger?" Bai further inquired. The youth nodded again. Seeing this, Bai shook his head and chuckled, saying to the youth, "Kid, you underestimate me a bit. There are very few people in this world who can harm me. If you're scared, wait for me outside the door." With that, Bai gently freed himself from the youth's grasp and pushed open the heavy bronze door. Rumbling, the massive opening echoed throughout the entire base. The instant the bronze door swung open, a golden sword aura shot out with incredible speed from behind it, aimed directly at Bai's head. Clang! The Eastern Emperor bell automatically activated, deflecting the golden sword aura. The golden sword aura pierced a hole right through the thick bronze door. That half-meter-thick bronze door was like tofu in the face of the golden sword aura. The white-haired youth behind Bai watched in stunned silence. "Looks like you were all ready to ambush me." A faint smile played on Bai's lips as he surveyed the three figures behind the bronze door, his eyes filled with amusement. One of the three figures was the white-robed swordsman he had encountered before. The other two were a woman with white hair and red eyes, clad in red, and an old man in Taoist robes. Apart from the white-robed swordsman, both the red-clad woman and the Taoist elder emanated an aura of decay. Their cultivation levels weren't enough to grant them immortality, so they must have used some special method to prolong their lives, forcibly living until today. "Invader, I spared you on Mount Yunluo, yet you don't cherish your life and dared to come here to kill?" The white-robed swordsman, gripping the Xinyuan sword, coldly glared at Bai, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. Bai chuckled lightly. "You're still being so stubborn even at this point. I'm really curious how your head is screwed on. If you really wanted to kill me, you should have attacked when I was invading your base. Yet when I was killing the Heavenly Star Ghost King, you only dared to hide here and ambush me. Kid, your words and actions, they don't match up. You understand nothing." The white-robed swordsman was infuriated by Bai's provocation. The Xinyuan sword in his hand flared with golden light, surging with terrifying energy that even distorted the surrounding space. The white-haired youth behind Bai saw the power surging from the Xinyuan sword, and his fear intensified, making him unconsciously retreat. "Buyin, don't get agitated. Your opponent is not as simple as you think." The Taoist elder stopped the white-robed swordsman, then carefully scrutinized Bai, saying, "If I didn't see it wrong, the protective treasure you're wearing is the ancient artifact, the Eastern Emperor Bell, is it not? Looks like you do have some insight." Bai chuckled at the Taoist elder, not concerned about the Eastern Emperor Bell being exposed. "I've lived for over 1,000 years, researching ancient artifacts. I do have some understanding of the Eastern Emperor Bell," the Taoist elder said humbly. "Someone who can recognize the Eastern Emperor Bell at a glance is quite experienced indeed," Bai replied with a smile. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be Xianxia, the one who was known as the top loose cultivator of the Song dynasty 1,000 years ago? Oh, you actually recognize me?" Xianxia looked at Bai in surprise, not expecting that Bai would recognize him. After all, he had hidden his name for centuries after becoming an immortal. Cultivators from the outside world shouldn't have known him. "I have some impression of you, old man." Bai chuckled. Back then, the Heavenly Star Ghost King was rampaging in the human realm with his corpse Evil Pearl. It should have been me who went to destroy him, but I heard that a Taoist of the human realm had eliminated him. Later I made a few inquiries, and that Taoist was the top loose cultivator of the Song dynasty, Xianxia. The emperor even built a temple to commemorate your accomplishments. Yet now, the corpse Evil Pearl has reappeared on Mount Yunluo, and the heavenly star Ghost King hasn't died, which means that Anren's extermination of the Ghost King was false. And since you're dressed in Taoist robes, it's not hard to guess your identity. My temple was destroyed long ago, and there is no record of me in the historical texts. How do you know so much? Could it be that you are also from that era? Anren was not surprised that Bai Yu had guessed his identity, but he wondered aloud. I'm a bit more ancient than you. Bai Yu smiled and then looked at the red-clad woman next to Anren, asking, I know the names of these two, but what's yours? You may call me Bone Sanyang, the red-clad woman said, slightly bowing to Bai Yu. I don't have such a grand history. I'm just a passerby. That name is rather fitting for your identity, Bai Yu teased with a smile. Although Bone Sanyang's exposed skin was fair and smooth, Bai Yu could see that beneath the red robes, she was just a skeleton with all of her internal organs exposed. One human, one immortal, and one ghost. That's quite the unique combination, Bai Yu said with a laugh, surveying the three of them. Anren looked at Bai Yu with a smile and said, Sir, we actually have no intention of being your enemy. We have no past grievances with you either. There is no need for us to fight to the death. Sir, leave now, and we will not pursue your killing of the heavenly star Ghost King or destroying our base. We will call our debt even. What do you think of my suggestion? Bai Yu said with a smile, What if I don't leave?
Alas.
Anren's eyes flashed with a sharp glint as he sighed softly. He then looked at Bai Yu and said, Sir, why are you being so reckless with your life? Sir, do you really think we can't kill you because you have the Eastern Emperor Bell protecting you? I have seen many ancient artifacts. You are too naive. After saying that, Anren's aura changed drastically, his killing intent revealed. Buyin, don't hold back. Kill him. Anren coldly snorted. Buyin, who was wielding the Xinyuan sword, had already been unable to hold back. His entire body turned into a golden beam and charged towards Bai Yu. Slap! A loud slap rang out. Just as Buyin charged towards Bai Yu, he was on the receiving end of a solid slap. He spun 3 times in the air before crashing to the ground with a thud. The entire scene fell silent. Bai Yu grabbed the restless Xinyuan sword, his gaze turning towards a stunned Anren as he chuckled lightly. This is your method? Chapter 132. Disintegration. Anren, seeing Bai Yu easily slap Buyin and forcefully seize the Xinyuan sword, was completely dumbfounded. This is impossible. Buyin shakily stood up from the ground, his hand covering his swollen face as he stared in disbelief at Bai Yu, unable to believe what had just happened. He hadn't even seen Bai Yu's slapping movement. How could this intruder be so strong? Bai Yu ignored Buyin, gently grasping the Xinyuan sword, feeling the ancient artifact's resistance towards him. His gaze slightly hardened. Looks like the Xinyuan sword doesn't accept me. That's right, Xianxia is still alive. The Xinyuan sword wouldn't accept anyone except a descendant of Xinyuan. I'm no exception. Bai Yu muttered to himself, releasing the Xinyuan sword, allowing it to fly back to Buyin. In truth, Bai Yu could have forcefully suppressed the Xinyuan sword, but it would have constantly struggled, only depleting its own divine power, doing it no good. This Xinyuan sword originally belonged to Wang Sha, and Bai Yu had no intention of causing irreversible damage to it. The 9 heavens breathing soil was gone. He wouldn't allow the Xinyuan sword to be destroyed as well. Since the Xinyuan sword wouldn't do anything chaotic in Buyin's hands, Bai Yu decided to let it be free. Upon retrieving the Xinyuan sword, Buyin immediately absorbed the endless divine power contained within, causing his red and swollen face to quickly subside. Invader, let's go again. Buyin shouted fiercely, pointing the sword at Bai Yu once more after recovering. The power of the Xinyuan sword continuously poured into Buyin, causing his aura to skyrocket. Prepare to die, Buyin yelled, having accumulated sufficient power, transforming into a golden sword aura and rushing towards Bai Yu with full force. Alas, the youth doesn't know to cherish their lives. He already ran into a wall once, yet he refuses to turn back. Bai Yu watched as Buyin charged at him, sighing quietly. He didn't unleash the Eastern Emperor Bell to counter the Xinyuan sword. Instead, he just raised his palm, easily breaking through the golden protective aura around Bu Yin and grabbing Bu Yan's head with his 5 fingers. Feeling the pressure from Bai Yu's fingers, Bu Yan's pupils contracted, and an ominous premonition surfaced in his heart. Bu Yin, you shouldn't insult the Xinyuan sword like this, Bai Yu said calmly, then squeezed his fingers. Bang! Bu Yan's head exploded, his headless body collapsing before Bai Yu. His corpse splattered with blood. The Xinyuan sword was stuck into the floor next to Bu Yan's corpse, the golden light emanating from the blade gradually dimming. Even the Xinyuan sword seemed to fear Bai Yu. With Bu Yin being instantly killed by Bai Yu, the entire hall was once again enveloped in dead silence. Xianxia and Bone Sanyang stared blankly at Bu Yan's corpse, their minds going completely blank. What had just occurred was too fast. Neither of them had reacted in time. There were even confident smiles still etched on their lips. Bu Yin, who wielded the ancient artifact, the Xinyuan sword, just died like that? It took them quite a while to come to their senses and recognize the terrifying reality. They had spent over 20 years finding someone who perfectly matched the essence blood of Xuanyuan's descendants. Then, they had invested a huge amount of effort, consuming a massive amount of manpower and resources, all to allow Bu Yin to barely obtain the approval of the Xinyuan sword, so that he could unleash its power. But before they could even implement their plan, Bu Yin, who was in control of the Xinyuan sword, was dead. Everything that had happened completely exceeded their expectations. Looks like this guy couldn't take much of a beating. Bai Yu brushed the blood off of his hand, looking with a smile towards the stunned Xianxia and Bone Sanyang. Who's next? The Xinyuan sword is yours to use. Don't hold back. Hearing Bai Yu's words, Xianxia swallowed nervously. He backed away, asking Bai Yu, "Just, who exactly are you?" "Apologies, I forgot to introduce myself." Bai Yu gave Xianxia and Bone Sanyang a smile, then said, "To satisfy your curiosity, I'll briefly introduce myself. My name is Bai Yu." Bai Yu? As soon as Bai Yu uttered his name, Xianxia and Bone Sanyang's pupils instantly contracted as they exclaimed in shock, "You're that immortal venerable Luo Yun, Bai Yu?" Alas, sometimes being too famous isn't a good thing. It robs me of many joys. Bai Yu saw the ghost-like expressions on Xianxia and Bone Sanyang's faces and sighed softly. Generally, throughout the 3 realms, most demons and deities would reveal an expression like Xianxia and Bone Sanyang's when they heard the name Bai Yu. Then, they would fall to their knees and beg for mercy, completely losing their desire to fight. Bai Yu really wanted to see his opponents fight to the bitter end, burning every last drop of their life's energy. Unfortunately, he rarely saw such scenes. Most of the time, they would admit defeat right before their death. Xianxia pursed his lips, subconsciously looking toward Bone Sanyang, seemingly seeking her help. However, Bone Sanyang, without a second thought, directly knelt before Bai Yu, panicked and cried out, "Lord Bai, spare me. I just happen to be a guest here. I'm not associated with Xianxia and the others. Please, Lord Bai, spare my life." Bone Sanyang, you. Xianxia, seeing Bone Sanyang immediately cut ties with him, felt a metallic taste rise in his throat as he was about to cough up a mouthful of blood. Bone Sanyang ignored Xianxia, continuing to say to Bai Yu, "Lord Bai, I'll tell you a secret. Xianxia still has a trump card. The white-haired youth behind you is one of Xianxia's trump cards." Bone Sanyang. Xianxia, seeing Bone Sanyang betray him so readily, was instantly enraged, and he threw a palm attack towards her. "I will kill you first, you traitor." However, before Xianxia could get close to Bone Sanyang, he was struck by a heavy blow. He flew backward like a cannonball, smashing into the altar in the center of the hall. Bai Yu ignored the flying Xianxia, calmly looking at Bone Sanyang, and said, "Continue." Bone Sanyang, recalling the blast of wind that had just whipped past her, trembled with fear. She shakily wiped the sweat from her forehead, continuing to speak to Bai Yu. "Lord Bai, I don't know the specifics, but that white-haired youth is someone Xianxia resurrected using the power of an ancient artifact. He is the key to opening a certain abyss. Resurrected using the power of an artifact? The key to opening an abyss? Upon hearing Bone Sanyang's words, a trace of surprise flashed in Bai Yu's eyes. He studied the white-haired youth more carefully. He could indeed feel a powerful life force coming from the white-haired youth, but it was very pure. Bai Yu couldn't determine where the youth's life force originated. If the white-haired youth had been resurrected by the power of an ancient artifact, then everything would make sense. Lord Bai, that's all I know. Xianxia didn't tell me anything else. Bone Sanyang begged Bai Yu once more. Lord Bai, seeing how cooperative I have been, could you please? Chi. Before Bone Sanyang could finish her sentence, a black tentacle burst from the ground, piercing through her chest and suspending her in the air. Blood splattered on the floor as Bone Sanyang was sucked dry in an instant by the black tentacle. Looks like I don't need to spare you after all, Bai Yu murmured softly, looking at Bone Sanyang who was now dangling in midair. He then shifted his gaze to Xianxia, who was now walking out of the altar. Clearly, that black tentacle was conjured up by Xianxia. Chapter 133, Unseen Power. Help, help. Bone Sanyang groaned in agony as she was entangled by the black tentacles. She reached out a hand toward Bai Yu, desperately hoping for his intervention. However, before she could finish her words, a gaping maw filled with fangs appeared on the black tentacle, devouring Bone Sanyang in a single gulp. Gulp. Bai Yu could clearly see the outline of Bone Sanyang's body sliding down the black tentacle, her form constantly being digested. Even before she reached the base of the tentacle, Bone Sanyang was completely digested. Looks like she's completely gone, Bai Yu said with a shake of his head and a slight smile, his emotions unmoved by Bone Sanyang's demise. It's a pity. If you had finished saying save me, I might have saved you in consideration of the useful information you provided. I guess your luck just ran out. Bai Yu chuckled, immediately putting Bone Sanyang's death out of his mind. He turned to Xianxia, who had emerged from the altar again, and asked with a smile, Xianxia, is that tentacle your trump card? Bai Yu, we didn't want to be your enemy, but you just had to push us. Xianxia said solemnly to Bai Yu, raising his hand to summon the Xianyuan sword from the floor into his grasp. The Xianyuan sword glowed with blinding golden light once more, and endless golden sword auras crisscrossed around Xianxia, pulsing with formidable power. Xianxia gripped the Xianyuan sword tightly, looking at Bai Yu impassively, and said, Bai Yu, we'll give you one final chance. If you leave the base now, leave Mount Yanluo, we will forgive all the damage you've caused us. Otherwise, you will regret what you've done today. Bai Yu completely disregarded Xianxia's threat and chuckled. Stop with the pointless talk. Hurry up and reveal your trump card. You're the last one here that hasn't been dealt with yet. You brought this on yourself. Hearing Bai Yu's response, Xianxia's eyes flashed with ferocity. He then grasped the Xianyuan sword by the handle, and with a swift movement, stabbed it into his own abdomen. Bai Yu, you are about to witness the birth of an ancient true god. Whoosh! As soon as Xianxia spoke, black columns of blood burst forth from his body. Bai Yu was surprised by Xianxia's actions. Sacrificing himself? After stabbing himself with the Xianyuan sword, huge black blisters suddenly erupted on Xianxia's face. The pitch-black blood pouring from his body stained the Xianyuan sword. The Xianyuan sword was actually being corroded by the black blood, causing its golden glow to dim. The Xianyuan sword? Bai Yu's eyes changed slightly at seeing the Xianyuan sword being contaminated by Xianxia's blood. He instantly moved to Xianxia's side, forcefully grasping the Xianyuan sword, and pulled it out of Xianxia's body. Bai Yu, it's too late. Xianxia gave Bai Yu a pathetic smile, and then spread his arms, falling straight onto the altar. His body was rapidly submerged by the pitch-black blood. Large black blisters appeared on the surface of the shattered altar as well. Then, several tentacles extended from the altar, wrapping themselves around Xianxia and sucking him into the depths. Bai Yu couldn't be bothered with Xianxia now. He was forcefully suppressing the Xianyuan sword's resistance, using his spiritual power to constantly cleanse the Xianyuan sword's surface, removing all the black blood stains. The black blood spurting out from Xianxia's body possessed a bizarre corrosive power that could corrode the Xianyuan sword. If the blood wasn't quickly removed from the surface of the Xianyuan sword, this priceless ancient artifact might become useless. Boom! Just as Bai Yu was cleaning the Xianyuan sword, several black tentacles shot out from behind him, directly ensnaring the white-haired youth. Mouths filled with sharp teeth appeared on the surface of the black tentacles, swallowing the white-haired youth whole in one gulp. If I don't allow it, you want to swallow him? Seeing the tentacles trying to swallow the white-haired youth, Bai Yu snorted coldly, summoning the measuring ruler and directly severing all the black tentacles that had emerged from the ground. The white-haired youth, who had been swallowed by the tentacles, rolled out of them. Surprisingly, the white-haired youth's skin hadn't suffered any corrosion. Even though those tentacles could rapidly digest bone sanyang, this white-haired youth with no cultivation could withstand the black tentacles' digestive fluids. This made Bai Yu even more curious about the white-haired youth's identity. While Bai Yu was curious about the white-haired youth's unique ability, the black tentacles seemed unwilling to let Bai Yu rescue the white-haired youth. Several more tentacles burst forth from the ground, once again wrapping themselves around the white-haired youth, trying to drag him into the floor. Eastern Emperor Bell. Bai Yu snorted again. The Eastern Emperor Bell flew out from his body and directly enveloped the white-haired youth. The Eastern Emperor Bell immediately unleashed a blinding golden light, instantly turning the black tentacles, entangling the white-haired youth into dust. The Eastern Emperor Bell released powerful energy, protecting the white-haired youth in midair and blasting all tentacles that tried to approach into dust. At the same time, Bai Yu had also cleaned off all the bloodstains from the Xianyuan sword surface. He then used the demon refining pot to take the Xianyuan sword inside, forcefully suppressing it. Bai Yu had originally intended to see what He Anren would try to do with the Xianyuan sword, but he hadn't expected that He Anren would try to destroy it directly. After all, the Xianyuan sword was Wang Sha's artifact. Bai Yu didn't want to return a pile of scrap metal to Wang Sha. As expected of the renowned immortal venerable Luo Yun, you actually have so many ancient artifacts in your possession. The measuring ruler, the Eastern Emperor Bell, the demon refining pot. Any one of them is on par with the Xianyuan sword. At this moment, a gender-neutral voice came from below the altar, speaking to Bai Yu. Bai Yu took care of the white-haired youth and the Xianyuan sword. He turned to the altar, which was still bubbling with black foam, and asked, "What deity are you? Show yourself." Bai Yu could sense a powerful aura awakening beneath the altar. The aura was cold and evil, as if it came from the endless abyss, and it made him uncomfortable. This power definitely didn't belong to the human realm, nor did it belong to the immortal or underworld realms. It seemed to belong to a being independent of the three realms. But at the same time, this power didn't belong to the primal gods within the chaos, outside the three realms. This was the first time Bai Yu had encountered such a power. "Then, I will respond to your summons, Bai Yu." The gender-neutral voice shrieked, and a large number of black tentacles burst from the altar. Pitch-black blood, like a fountain, gushed from the broken altar, spreading in all directions, as if to corrode the entire hall. Seeing this, Bai Yu couldn't help but retreat outside the altar. He looked at the altar before him, waiting for the creature below to reveal its true form. Boom! Endless tentacles erupted from the altar. Chapter 134. A Bizarre Meatball. This aura. Bai Yu looked at the wildly writhing black tentacles, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Although he had never encountered this creature before, its presence made him very uncomfortable. This power shouldn't exist in the world at all. I didn't expect that such a creature would be hidden in the small Mount Yunluo. It turns out that there are things in the three realms that are even more dangerous than the primal gods. Bai Yu muttered, assessing the black tentacles. It wasn't that the black tentacles were particularly strong, but Bai Yu could see the creature's potential and danger. Even though the primal gods hidden in chaos had always coveted the three realms, constantly seeking to make a comeback and shroud the three realms in their shadow, they still maintained a basic rationality. They knew that the three realms were protected by great powers and didn't dare to venture onto Earth lightly. But these tentacles were different. Bai Yu could sense that these tentacles in the Mount Yunluo base, like the primal gods in chaos, were also coveting the three realms, attempting to devour the entire world. Furthermore, These tentacles were even more chaotic and insane than the primal gods, and they could also continuously grow. If these things were to be released, their danger would not be less than the abyssal primordial liquid. Their appearance would be a great catastrophe for the world. Rumbling. The heavenly Tao above seemed to sense the existence of that crazed creature. Dark clouds gathered above Mount Yunluo, and deafening thunder reverberated through the sky. A tribulation was brewing. Looks like the heavenly Tao also senses the threat here. So, I have another reason to flatten this base. Baiyu sensed the tribulation the heavenly Tao was brewing, and he looked again at the black tentacles within the altar, his eyes turning cold. Whatever those tentacles of yours are, they will be destroyed here today, Baiyu said calmly, and he manipulated the measuring ruler to strike the altar. The tentacles seemed to sense the measuring ruler's threat. Maws filled with fangs grew out of the tentacles, constantly spitting pitch-black liquid at the measuring ruler. The liquid, upon touching the measuring ruler, began to corrode the spiritual energy barrier around it, attempting to corrode the measuring ruler itself. Well, you actually want to corrode the measuring ruler? Seeing the tentacles trying to corrode the measuring ruler, a glint flashed in Baiyu's eyes. He immediately poured his spiritual power into the measuring ruler. Let's see if you have the ability. Boom! The measuring ruler, empowered by Baiyu's spiritual power, suddenly increased in strength. The powerful energy it released instantly turned the wildly swaying black tentacles into dust. The measuring ruler struck down heavily, and the massive altar was shattered. Aya! A shrill scream erupted from beneath the altar. Then, a massive meatball covered in human heads and surrounded by tentacles emerged from the crater. Tianren's head was embedded in the meatball. Clearly, this monster had already devoured quite a few people. Tisich, how disgusting! Baiyu cursed under his breath, seeing the meatball's vile appearance. He manipulated the measuring ruler again, striking down with full force. The meatball was directly split in half by the measuring ruler. Large amounts of black blood and juices splattered out, and the heads on the meatball all revealed expressions of pain. It hurts. It hurts so much. Painful screams came from within the meatball, but the screams only lasted for a moment before abruptly ceasing. Then it laughed loudly. Haha, Baiyu, do you really think I'm in pain? I was just fooling you. As soon as the meatball finished speaking, the halves cut open by the measuring ruler fused back together, even enveloping the measuring ruler within. Large amounts of black blood attached themselves to the measuring ruler, attempting to corrode it as it had the Xinyuan sword. Truly disgusting. Seeing the measuring ruler about to be corroded like the Xinyuan sword, a hint of impatience flashed in Baiyu's eyes. He didn't want the measuring ruler to remain inside the meatball, so he immediately retrieved the measuring ruler, clearing off the black blood on its surface. The meatball laughed loudly again when it saw Baiyu take back the measuring ruler. Ha ha ha! Baiyu, I have gathered the hatred and desires of all living beings in the world, and I was reborn with the help of ancient artifacts' power. I possess the ability to corrode all things in the world. I've already swallowed 5 or 6 ancient artifacts before devouring the Xinyuan sword and the measuring ruler. Your measuring ruler is merely food in front of me. The meatball laughed, its words full of mockery towards Baiyu. This round, it had won. Although I'm annoyed that I exposed myself before I had completely evolved, I can fully evolve if I swallow your measuring ruler, Eastern Emperor Bell, and Demon Refining Pot. From now on, I will no longer fear the heavenly Tao, and I will completely become the master of this world. Baiyu looked at the meatball, which was laughing loudly, and said solemnly, You've combined the hatred and desire of living beings, and you can devour artifacts to strengthen yourself. You really are a unique monster. While I would have liked to see how strong you would become after growing, you will be a big problem for the world if you are left unchecked. I have no choice but to deal with you now. Deal with me? The big meatball laughed. Baiyu, even your measuring ruler couldn't harm me. How are you going to kill me? Besides, we are at the bottom of Mount Yunluo. As long as I don't go out, the heavenly tribulation won't strike me. Without the help of artifacts, you don't have the ability to kill me at all. Who said I can't kill you without the help of artifacts? Baiyu chuckled, interrupting the meatball. Then, Baiyu put the measuring ruler and demon refining pot away. He said to the meatball, "The only reason I used the measuring ruler to attack was for convenience, and I didn't want to dirty my hands. Although it might be more troublesome for me to do it myself, dealing with you is not too difficult. Oh, I'll tell you a secret. The pain you will suffer will be much greater when I strike you personally, compared to being killed by the measuring ruler. After all, with the measuring ruler, I would resolve the fight with one strike. But with me, it'll be slow torture." Baiyu smiled at the meatball, and then instantly appeared in front of it, punching the meatball. Bang! The meatball was directly punched through, a bloody hole forming in it. Large amounts of blood gushed out, splattering on Baiyu. However, the black blood only stained Baiyu's clothes. It couldn't corrode his skin at all. Even then, the blood didn't stay on Baiyu's clothes for long. It was burnt away by the karmic flames that ignited around Baiyu's body. You, the big meatball, seeing that Baiyu had punched a hole through its body, cried out in terror. It didn't seem to expect that Baiyu himself would possess such great power. "Big meatball, I don't care what kind of monster you are or where you came from, but it seems like you are a bit too confident. Before the chaos, I was one of the 10 primal gods, and I was also the #1 immortal of the 3 realms. Even though my power is less than 30% of what it once was, dealing with a thing like you is still easy." Baiyu pulled back his fist and smiled at the big meatball. "Perhaps, after you have completely grown up, you might be able to pose a threat to me. But right now, you are not my opponent." "I don't accept it. I will kill you." Upon hearing Baiyu's words, the meatball went crazy again, shrieking loudly. The heads that grew out from all over its body all revealed expressions of madness and contortion. A large number of tentacles extended from its flesh, wrapping around Baiyu's body. Sharp fangs grew out of those tentacles, attempting to tear Baiyu to pieces. However, as soon as those sharp teeth bit into Baiyu, they immediately shattered. "I told you, you are not my opponent right now." Baiyu chuckled at the meatball, and then grabbed one of its tentacles with a single hand. He swung it around a few times in midair, and then violently threw it towards the ceiling. Bang! The meatball flew out like a cannonball, smashing through Mount Yunluo and flying into the sky. Crack! At this moment, a tribulation from the heavens suddenly descended, striking the meatball with pinpoint accuracy. Lightning flashed across the sky and earth. Chapter 135. A terrifying creature born from chaos. Baiyu flew out of the base and into the skies above Mount Yunluo. Looking at the enormous meatball being cleansed by lightning, he said to himself, "With that, the monster should be completely destroyed." But what did Bone Sanyang mean when she said that the white-haired youth was the key to opening the abyss? Baiyu thought about the white-haired youth again. He took out the Eastern Emperor bell from the base, only to discover that the white-haired youth, who should have been inside, had vanished. He's gone? Baiyu's pupils narrowed at the sudden disappearance of the white-haired youth, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The Eastern Emperor bell surface was undamaged, showing no signs of forced entry, meaning that the white-haired youth had willingly left the Eastern Emperor bell. That kid, he wouldn't have actually gone to open some abyss, would he? Baiyu muttered to himself. Then, he noticed that Mount Yunluo began to shake violently. Massive rocks rolled down the mountain, heading towards the village. The village? Baiyu's expression changed once more upon realizing that the commotion in Mount Yunluo was affecting the village at its base. He immediately dismissed the vanished white-haired youth, manipulated the Eastern Emperor bell to grow larger, and covered the entire village. Wang Sha and many villagers were in the village. If those rocks were to roll through, who knew how many people would survive? Even Wang Sha's cultivation wasn't strong enough to withstand those rocks, let alone ordinary villagers. Bang, bang, bang. As the Eastern Emperor bell covered the entire village, the rocks crashed into the bell's surface and were instantly pulverized. And to prevent any chaos in the village, Baiyu released his spiritual energy, putting the entire village into a state of slumber. Rumbling. While Baiyu was dealing with the village, Mount Yunluo split in half from the violent shaking, and a cold, rancid wind spewed out from within. Baiyu felt an extremely evil power awakening, and he immediately looked toward the center of the split-open Mount Yunluo. He saw that a bottomless abyss had inexplicably appeared at the mountain's center, and the white-haired youth was standing at the edge of the bottomless abyss. "It's that kid?" Baiyu's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of the white-haired youth. Before he could retrieve him, he saw the white-haired youth jump directly into the bottomless abyss. Boom! Several powerful auras spewed out from within, and several pitch-black artifacts manifested inside the bottomless abyss. The Haotian Tower, the Fushi Zither, the Kunlun Mirror, the Soul-Stealing Bell. These ancient artifacts that were lost in ancient times are all in here? Baiyu's heart was shaken once more at seeing the corrupted artifacts. He hadn't expected that he would see lost artifacts in this place. If he hadn't taken the initiative to retrieve the Xianyuan sword earlier, would there have been another Xianyuan sword added to this bottomless abyss? The artifacts within this bottomless abyss all disappeared millions of years ago, and Anren and the Heavenly Star Ghost King were only 1,000 years old. They could not possibly be the creators or discoverers of this black hole. There must be someone else behind all this. Baiyu muttered to himself. He then looked up at the sky and asked, "Heavenly Tao, do you have any information about these bottomless abysses?" At that moment, a white light descended from the heavens and entered Baiyu's mind. This bottomless abyss, it came from chaos? It's a living being? Baiyu's expression changed slightly as he received the Heavenly Tao's reply. Although he was shocked, he didn't find it unbelievable. Indeed, chaos was boundless, and the three realms created by Pengu were just a small, organized world within chaos. Besides the 3,000 primal gods, Baiyu believed that other strange things could be born within the chaos. And this bottomless abyss should be a new kind of creature born from the chaos. If that's the case, then I need to treat this bottomless abyss as a high-level demon, a foe on par with me. This thing isn't on the same level as Kuei-Shian and Zhuyuan. Now things are a bit troublesome. Baiyu muttered to himself, unable to help but chuckle wryly. He hadn't expected that he would stumble into such a large problem just by returning to his old home with Wang Sha. After being released from the nether prison, his current cultivation was nowhere near his peak. And since this bottomless abyss had originated from chaos and had absorbed the power of many ancient artifacts, Baiyu had no idea what its true strength was. He had to treat this black hole as if it were on par with Demon Lord Rahu. Baiyu didn't know whether he should laugh or cry at the current situation. The good thing was that he had discovered this abyss early, and he had the chance to eliminate it before it grew too strong. The troublesome thing was that Baiyu wasn't at his peak strength either. He might not be able to deal with the bottomless abyss all by himself. If I could recover all my lost divine weapons and replenish my power, filling this bottomless abyss, it might be a lot easier, Baiyu said to himself as he looked at the bottomless abyss below. At that moment, another white light descended from the heavens and poured into Baiyu's body. Heavenly Tao, are you lending me your power? Baiyu's cultivation suddenly soared, and he asked the sky. Rumbling. Lightning surged in the sky, seemingly responding to Baiyu. Forget it. Your power needs to maintain the order of the three realms. If I use it all up, the three realms would be in chaos again. Perhaps it would be like the dinosaur era of the previous generation, and Nuwa's human race would be wiped out as well. Although the human race is just a fleeting passerby to you, it has a different meaning for me. Baiyu smiled, and then separated the Heavenly Tao's power and returned it to the Heavenly Tao. Rumbling. The lightning in the sky surged again, as if the Heavenly Tao didn't understand Baiyu's action. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If I really can't handle it, I'll use your power. Baiyu replied with a smile. Then, he looked at the bottomless abyss below once more, his expression becoming serious. The river diagram and the Luoshu scroll, the measuring ruler, and the demon refining pot manifested around him. Then, the demon refining pot spat out the Xianyuan sword. Xianyuan sword, your owner is protected by my Eastern Emperor Bell. If you have a spirit, you should know that your owner's life is in danger right now. If you don't want anything to happen to her, temporarily let me use you. Baiyu said calmly, gripping the Xianyuan sword. Buzz. The Xianyuan sword seemed to understand Bai Yu's words, and a peculiar sword hum resonated from the blade. Golden sword auras surged from it, wrapping around Bai Yu. In the next moment, Bai Yu felt the Xianyuan sword's resistance towards him disappear. It seems that you haven't completely lost your spirit after all these years in those guys' hands. Bai Yu smiled slightly as he saw the Xianyuan sword accept him. He gripped the Xianyuan sword by its handle and swung it in a sword flourish. The Xianyuan sword aura raged around him, tearing apart the space above Mount Yunluo. The power Bai Yu unleashed while wielding the Xianyuan sword was on a completely different level than what Bu Yin could muster. The bottomless abyss below seemed to sense Bai Yu's threat. The Haotian Tower, the Fushi Zither, the Kunlun Mirror, and the soul-stealing bell flew out from the bottomless abyss, bringing with them supreme divine power, and charged towards Bai Yu. The measuring ruler, the demon refining pot, and the river diagram and Luoshu scroll around Bai Yu were unwilling to be outdone. They also charged at the 4 incoming artifacts. Clang! The supreme force from the clash of artifacts spread in all directions. The surrounding space instantly collapsed, and the entire Mount Yunluo was pulverized in an instant. These corrupted ancient artifacts, even though their power remains, they've lost their spirit. Compared to true artifacts, they lack quite a bit of spirit, unable to precisely control their power. Bai Yu smiled slightly as he watched the 4 opposing artifacts battling against his 3 artifacts and being evenly matched. He then released his grip on the Xianyuan sword. Zing! A crisp sword hum rang out as the Xianyuan sword turned into a golden beam, tearing through space, and stabbed into the corrupted Kunlun mirror at incredible speed. Crack! The corrupted Kunlun mirror was directly shattered by the Xianyuan sword, and its divine power dissipated instantly. The Haotian Tower, the Fushi Zither, and the soul-stealing bell, having lost the Kunlun mirror's power boost, also couldn't withstand Bai Yu's 3 artifacts. Cracks appeared on their surfaces as they were on the verge of breaking. However, just as the 4 artifacts were about to take the opportunity to shatter all the corrupted artifacts, a painting scroll flew out from the bottomless abyss. The scroll unfolded, and endless black energy surged out from it, enveloping the entirety of Mount Yunluo. A layer of darkness covered Bai Yu's artifacts, and the Xianyuan sword was entangled by the black energy, unable to move. The corrupted artifacts reversed the attack. The mountains and rivers Sheiji diagram? Bai Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise upon seeing the corrupted mountains and rivers Sheiji diagram. Then, a strange sense of joy grew within him. The mountains and rivers Sheiji diagram was Nuwa's magical treasure, capable of creating landscapes and simulating all things. If he could obtain this lost artifact, perhaps he could use the mountains and rivers Sheiji diagram to simulate the 9 heavens breathing soil and thus revive his wife. However, the idea only flashed in Bai Yu's mind for a moment, before disappearing like smoke. Leaving aside whether the mountains and rivers Sheiji diagram could even be restored after being corrupted, he couldn't guarantee that he could hold back against this bottomless abyss and still obtain the mountains and rivers Sheiji diagram without relying on the heavenly Tao's power. Forget it. I can't hold back and try to keep the mountains and rivers Sheiji diagram. Otherwise, if the black energy completely wraps around the measuring ruler and the others, my artifacts would also be corrupted. It would be a case of focusing on the small and losing the big. Bai Yu swiftly moved to the Xianyuan sword and grasped its handle. He shattered all of the black energy entangling the Xianyuan sword. In the next moment, Bai Yu infused his spiritual power into the Xianyuan sword. The Xianyuan sword immediately glowed with blinding golden light. Endless golden sword auras raged all around him, tearing apart the surrounding black energy. Xianyuan sword aura. Bai Yu, gripping the sword, slashed at the mountains and rivers Sheiji diagram. The golden sword aura tore through space, directly cutting the mountains and rivers Sheiji diagram in half. The black energy that had pervaded the air completely dissipated. The corrupted Haotian Tower, Fushi Zither, and soul-stealing bell, without the added support of the Kunlun mirror and the mountains and rivers Sheiji diagram, could no longer withstand the power of the measuring ruler and the other divine weapons, and shattered instantly. Above Mount Yunluo, Bai Yu's artifacts shone brightly with colorful lights flowing around them. The influence of the bottomless abyss on this space was weakened greatly by the power of the artifacts. The river diagram and Luoshu scroll created a unique starry sky, enveloping the entire Mount Yunluo to prevent the bottomless abyss's aura from leaking out. Baiyu gathered his divine weapons around him, and he looked at the bottomless abyss below him, chuckling lightly. The warm-up's done. I don't care what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Use them all. Boom! The bottomless abyss seemed to understand Baiyu's provocation. It unleashed endless black energy once more, followed by large numbers of black tentacles that shot out from the bottomless abyss, wrapping themselves towards Baiyu. The same tactics as that big meatball? Baiyu smiled slightly at seeing the black tentacles attacking him. He sent all his divine weapons behind him. Endless celestial energy emanated from Baiyu, swirling around him. A long sword, purely made of spiritual energy, gradually condensed in Baiyu's hand. These tentacles had the ability to corrupt artifacts. Baiyu knew clearly that if he used the Xinyuan sword to kill these tentacles, the Xinyuan sword would be in danger of being corrupted. Therefore, he had to take action himself. Roar! A shrill roar echoed from the bottomless abyss. The black tentacles all opened gaping maws, revealing dense fangs, and attempted to tear Baiyu apart. Karmic flame sword aura. Baiyu snorted coldly, swinging the celestial sword in his hand horizontally. The black tentacles were immediately severed by Baiyu's sword aura. Large amounts of karmic fire ignited from the cross-sections of the severed black tentacles, devouring them. The black tentacles seemed to experience great pain as they were burned by the karmic fire. They started to writhe madly in midair, as if enduring endless torment. Roar! The roar coming from the bottomless abyss became even more anguished. Clearly, Baiyu's karmic fire was inflicting enormous pain and damage to the bottomless abyss. Soon, all the black tentacles that shot out from the bottomless abyss were incinerated by the karmic fire. The bottomless abyss's aura had weakened greatly. So you're afraid of fire. You should have said so earlier. I'm best at playing with fire. Baiyu watched as the tentacles of the bottomless abyss were easily incinerated by his karmic fire, and he couldn't help but reveal a hint of mockery in his eyes as he chuckled lightly. He had been a primal god who transformed into an immortal. Then, he caused chaos throughout the three realms before finally being locked up in the Nether Prison. During this period, he had accumulated endless karmic debt, and he could transform that karmic debt into karmic fire that could incinerate all things. Even the karmic fire Red Lotus, the artifact that Baiyu had given to Bai Xiaoya for protection, was something that he had forged using his own accumulated karmic debt. If this bottomless abyss was afraid of karmic fire, then it would naturally be a lot easier to resolve the battle. Chapter 136, Diving into the Abyss. Wah! As Baiyu burned the tentacles with karmic fire, a girl's crying sound suddenly came from the bottomless abyss. The crying was so touching that it stirred pity in the heart of the listener. In the next moment, a young girl with a similar appearance to the white-haired youth appeared in the bottomless abyss. She looked at Baiyu innocently with tear-filled, pitiful eyes. However, Baiyu was unmoved, coldly chuckling. A vile monster like you, no matter how pitiful you try to act, can't change the fact that you're ugly. For the good of this world, you should just die. As he spoke, a spear condensed of karmic fire appeared in his hand. Then, Baiyu ruthlessly threw the karmic fire spear at the young girl. The karmic fire spear tore through the sky and pierced the pitiful young girl's face with incredible speed. The karmic fire incinerated the young girl's entire body in an instant. Aya! A shrill scream came from the bottomless abyss. Then, the young girl, whose head had been pierced by the karmic fire spear, suddenly transformed into a monster with a reptilian body and a long neck. The monster raised its enormous palm, quickly tearing off the part of its body that was being burned by the karmic fire. As expected, although I don't know why this thing is afraid of karmic fire. Baiyu saw the monster transform and hurriedly tear off the burning parts of its body. He became even more certain that this was the bottomless abyss's weakness. With that, resolving this bottomless abyss shouldn't be too difficult. Bai muttered to himself as another karmic fire spear condensed in his hand. However, just as Bai was about to launch the karmic fire spear, a familiar voice came from the bottomless abyss, causing Bai to freeze slightly. "Dad, save me!" Xiaoya. Hearing Bai Xiaoya's voice, Bai's calm eyes finally rippled. He looked towards the bottomless abyss, and he saw that Bai Xiaoya was trapped inside, with a karmic fire red lotus protecting her with its karmic fire. A hallucination? Seeing Bai Xiaoya's appearance, Bai's first reaction was that it was a hallucination. However, Bai Xiaoya's image was too real, and the karmic red lotus's aura also felt real. This made Bai unable to tell if it was real or fake for a moment. No, Xiaoya is far away in Jiang City, and this bottomless abyss is in Mount Yunluo. Furthermore, it's surrounded by my barrier, so I've been monitoring its every move. It's absolutely impossible for it to go to Jiang City and capture Xiaoya here. The reason I can see Xiaoya and the karmic red lotus is that this bottomless abyss can project the weakest parts of people's hearts. Looks like I can't underestimate this thing. Bai immediately collected his mind to prevent himself from being manipulated by the bottomless abyss. However, just to be sure, Bai didn't destroy the hallucination of Bai Xiaoya right away. Instead, he sought help from the Heavenly Tao to locate Bai Xiaoya. Upon receiving a response from the Heavenly Tao that confirmed that Bai Xiaoya was still studying well in Jiang City, Bai let out a breath and looked down towards the illusion of Bai Xiaoya who was crying for help, his expression turning cold. Although you've conjured an illusion of my daughter to make me hesitate, the fact that a disgusting monster like you could transform into my cute daughter only fuels my killing intent. Bai muttered to himself as the karmic fire spear in his hand suddenly lengthened to more than 100 meters. The scorching flames burned the surrounding air. The blazing heat distorted the surrounding space. The bottomless abyss seemed to sense the threat of the karmic fire. Inside it, the hallucination of Bai Xiaoya began to cry even more desperately. "Dad, help. It's me, your daughter, Bai Xiaoya. Don't impersonate my daughter." Bai roared and hurled the karmic fire spear downwards with force. The endless karmic fire tore through space and began to burn the area surrounding the bottomless abyss. And the karmic fire spear pierced the hallucination of Bai Xiaoya below with pinpoint accuracy. Bai Xiaoya's illusion instantly turned into a monster. It screamed miserably in the bottomless abyss. The monster tried to tear off the burning parts of its body, just like the previous monster, but this time, the karmic fire spread too quickly. Before it could tear off its body parts, it was incinerated by the karmic fire, and the first monster, upon seeing its fellow monster being incinerated, showed fear in its eyes and quickly burrowed itself deeper into the bottomless abyss. However, before the monster could escape, it was pierced by another karmic fire spear and incinerated to ashes. Do these monsters have independent individual consciousness? What is the relationship between them and this bottomless abyss? Bai frowned slightly at the behavioral logic of the two monsters. He was now certain that the bottomless abyss was a living being. However, other monsters were also being constantly born within the bottomless abyss. Right now, I don't know if these monsters are similar to parasites, or if they are being produced by the bottomless abyss itself, but it seems like killing these monsters hasn't had any real impact on the bottomless abyss. Bai stood in the sky, looking at the bottomless abyss in Mount Yunluo, muttering to himself. Although he had gotten rid of the black tentacles and the two monsters, black fog was still surging at the bottom of the abyss. It was obvious that it was still breeding something, and the bottomless abyss hadn't sustained any real damage. It seems like in order to resolve this bottomless abyss, I need to go in myself and take a look at the specific situation. Bai realized that he couldn't eliminate this thing completely from outside the bottomless abyss. He was about to go in and investigate. But at that moment, another white light descended from the heavens and entered Bai's mind. Heavenly Tao, you don't want me to go in? Bai's eyes changed slightly as he saw the Heavenly Tao trying to stop him from going in. Why? Crack. A heavenly tribulation descended from above, forming a lightning deity next to Bai. The lightning deity looked at Bai and then transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging directly towards the bottomless abyss below. However, before the lightning deity could enter the bottomless abyss, the black energy within transformed into countless tentacles that tightly wrapped around the lightning deity. In the next moment, the lightning deity was corrupted by the bottomless abyss and was swallowed by it. Bayu's expression changed slightly as he saw that the lightning deity, formed from the heavenly Tao's power, was directly corrupted by the bottomless abyss. His heart was shaken. The lightning deity, formed from the power of the heavenly Tao, was equivalent to a high-level celestial immortal, a being that could dominate any area in the celestial realm. But even a deity with this level of power was corrupted by the bottomless abyss in an instant? Heavenly Tao, are you worried that if I go in, I will also be corrupted by the bottomless abyss? Bayu asked, looking at the sky once more, his voice solemn. Rumbling. Thunder echoed in the sky, seemingly confirming Bayu's question. This is troublesome. I didn't think this thing would be so thorny. Bayu muttered to himself, his expression turning grave. Although he knew now that karmic fire could counter the bottomless abyss, he wouldn't be able to resolve the bottomless abyss completely if he didn't enter it. But if he went in, he didn't know how strong the bottomless abyss's corrupting power was. If he couldn't resist it, then everything would be over. However, the bottomless abyss didn't give Bayu much time to think and choose. The karmic fire burning at the edge of the bottomless abyss was quickly extinguished by the surging black fog, and the bottomless abyss had also begun to expand outwards, and the opening was growing wider and wider. This thing, it's eating the earth. Bayu saw the bottomless abyss begin to expand, his gaze sharp. He realized that he couldn't waste any more time. No, Heavenly Tao, I must take this risk. Otherwise, once this strange thing expands to a certain degree and absorbs more power, then perhaps even I won't be able to resolve it. Bayu watched the bottomless abyss slowly expand. He made a decision and took out his chaos body refinement furnace. Heavenly Tao, I take back my words about not using your power. Lend me your power to help me forge a heavenly Tao armor. Rumbling. The heavenly Tao, having also recognized the seriousness of the matter, quickly responded to Bayu's request. A supreme lightning bolt struck the chaos body refinement furnace. The chaos body refinement furnace's energy instantly reached an overflow state, and boundless heavenly Tao power filled the surrounding area. Bayu didn't hesitate. He jumped into the chaos body refinement furnace and began forging his armor, according to his will. A moment later, Bayu, wearing a heavenly Tao armor, emerged from the chaos body refinement furnace. At this moment, Bayu was like a heavenly Tao incarnate. Every action contained the great principles of the Tao, and he seemed to possess boundless power. This heavenly Tao armor should be able to resist the bottomless abyss's corruption for a certain time. I have to try my best to resolve this bottomless abyss before the heavenly Tao power runs out. I can't just waste this power. Although Bayu hadn't taken much of the heavenly Tao's power, it still consumed a large amount of it, which would cause a slight imbalance in the energy of the three realms. For the next 10 years, the spiritual energy of the Earth's three realms would likely be much thinner, causing frequent disasters. And during that 10 years, no one would be able to ascend successfully. Although 10 years was just an instant for many gods and immortals, it would be a desperate nightmare for cultivators or demons whose lives were about to end, and who needed to break through and ascend in those 10 years. A grain of dust from history, falling onto an individual, was enough to bring about a cataclysmic disaster. Bayu knew that creating the heavenly Tao armor would cause many people to suffer, and that was why he cherished this power even more. He put away the chaos body refinement furnace. Bayu, wearing pure white heavenly Tao armor, didn't hesitate. He turned into a white ray of light and charged into the bottomless abyss. The moment Bayu entered the bottomless abyss, black fog quickly wrapped around him, just like how it had previously corrupted the lightning deity. It tried to corrupt Bayu, but, with the aid of the heavenly Tao armor, all the tentacles that wrapped around Bayu began to melt quickly, unable to affect Bayu in the slightest. However, each time the heavenly Tao armor neutralized a mass of black fog, its own power would weaken by a fraction. Right now, Baiyu was like a diver wearing an oxygen tank. If he didn't leave the bottomless abyss before the oxygen ran out, the consequences would be unimaginable. How was this thing even born? Why have I never seen it before? Baiyu coated the outer layer of the heavenly Tao armor with a layer of karmic fire, slowing down the depletion of the heavenly Tao armor's energy. However, as Baiyu went deeper into the bottomless abyss, the corrupting power around him grew stronger, and the monsters grew more numerous. Baiyu's consumption was also increasing. During his descent, Baiyu even saw many large meatballs covered in tentacles and heads. These things were like cells within the bottomless abyss, moving aimlessly in the darkness. Even worse, Baiyu even saw Xianxia encased in a meatball. These things were really created by the hatred and despair of the living beings in the world? How is there so much despair in the three realms? Baiyu grabbed the meatball encasing Xian's soul, burned the meatball with karmic fire, and rescued the unconscious Xian. He temporarily stored him in his Qinkuan bag. Fortunately, the meatballs and monsters moving in the darkness were all afraid of Baiyu's karmic fire coating, and they didn't dare to approach him, saving Baiyu quite a bit of effort and preventing the heavenly Tao armor's power from being depleted too quickly. Is this bottomless abyss really bottomless? I've probably descended more than 100 kilometers now. Baiyu continued to descend into the bottomless abyss. By now, he couldn't sense the heavenly Tao's presence, and everything around him was pitch black. He could only use karmic fire for illumination. Fortunately, Baiyu had also once been a primal god born from chaos. He was used to the cold and darkness. Otherwise, if anyone else was here, even if they weren't corrupted by the bottomless abyss, they would be driven insane by the endless darkness and the large number of grotesque monsters. Wah! As Baiyu continued to delve deeper, a familiar crying sound echoed in the darkness, and in front of Baiyu, a brilliant white light appeared, and a familiar soul figure appeared before Baiyu. It was Luwan. Xiaowen. Baiyu saw Luwan. Another illusion? However, when Baiyu saw the shattered artifact core next to Luwan's figure, his pupils suddenly shrank and he subconsciously touched his neck. When he realized that the artifact core containing Luwan's residual soul had disappeared, he felt an endless fear take root in his heart. The artifact core is gone. Was that really Xiaowen? Chapter 137. The Bottomless Abyss's Bait. Baiyu realized that the bottomless abyss might have somehow taken the artifact core containing Luwan's residual soul. His mind instantly went into chaos. Luwan and Bai Xiaoya were the two most important people in his life. Now that Luwan had fallen into the bottomless abyss's grasp, it was like the bottomless abyss had grasped Baiyu's weakness. Almost instantly, Baiyu was placed at a severe disadvantage. Damn it! How could I make such a foolish mistake? Losing Luwan made Baiyu's face turn incredibly grim. Without giving it any thought, Baiyu flew toward Luwan's residual soul at incredible speed. But Luwan's soul disappeared into the darkness in an instant, and Baiyu's hand grasped empty air. In his hand, he only managed to grab the shattered artifact core. Give me back Xiaowen! Baiyu roared in anger. A violent aura erupted from his body. The surrounding black fog and monsters were all shattered by the sudden outburst of Baiyu's overwhelming power. At this moment, Baiyu's aura was completely different from his previous serene celestial energy. It had turned cold and sinister, like a being of pure een and darkness born from chaos. The bottomless abyss started to shake violently because of Baiyu's current aura, seemingly afraid of it. Boom! Suddenly, a large amount of karmic fire burst out from Baiyu's body, illuminating the dark, bottomless abyss. Baiyu's face was icy cold, his hair gradually turning white. Even the burning karmic fire surrounding him turned black. I don't care where you came from, but if you dare to hurt Xiaowen in the slightest, I will make you regret ever being born into this world. Even the heavenly Tao armor that Baiyu wore had started to be corroded by his own power. If anyone who knew Baiyu's true identity were here, they would likely feel an endless fear in an instant. Baiyu, at this moment, was transforming into a heavenly demon. Although Baiyu had abandoned his primal god form and was cultivating anew, Baiyu was still a primal god born from chaos. The mark deep within his soul could never be erased. In normal circumstances, Baiyu could suppress the demonic nature deep within his soul with his cultivation and his reason. And after endless years of cultivating his mind, he would never transform into a heavenly demon unless he faced an extreme situation. Even if Baiyu lost his reason, the heavenly Tao would help him suppress his demonic nature, allowing him to regain his senses, just like 10 years ago. 10 years ago, Baiyu had lost control due to a severe shock over his wife and daughter, causing him to transform into a heavenly demon. It was the heavenly Tao that suppressed his demonic nature, allowing Baiyu to regain his senses and preventing him from making a huge mistake. But now, in this bottomless abyss, there was only cold and despairing power. The heavenly Tao couldn't influence this place at all. In addition, the loss of Lu Wen's residual soul caused Baiyu to feel panic and anger. The demonic nature that had been sealed in Baiyu's soul was gradually awakening. Baiyu had once been one of the 10 strongest primal gods among the 3,000. His power wasn't much weaker than the supreme god Manga, who created the heavens and the earth. Although Baiyu had lost a lot of power in the nether prison, the chaos would nourish Baiyu's soul again as soon as his demonic nature awakened. It would reshape his heavenly demon form. In other words, Baiyu would return to his peak cultivation level in an instant, becoming a top-tier primal god. At that point, aside from Hongjun, who was hidden within the heavenly Tao, and the demon ancestor Rahu, who was hidden in chaos, no one else in the world could stand against Baiyu. The entire bottomless abyss began to tremble because of the demonic nature that Baiyu released, growing more and more fearful. However, Baiyu didn't go berserk for long. He quickly regained his calm, rapidly retracting his power. No, I can't lose my reason because of this. Otherwise, not only will I fail to rescue Xiaowen, but I will likely kill Xiaoya as well. Baiyu shook his head repeatedly, forcing himself to regain his senses. While transforming back into a primal god would give him unparalleled power, it would also erase all his progress over the years. His consciousness would be influenced by chaos, making him bloodthirsty and brutal. At that time, Baiyu wasn't sure that he would still recognize Lu Wen and Bai Xiaoya. Therefore, Baiyu didn't want to take that step unless absolutely necessary. As Baiyu regained his calm, the entire bottomless abyss became quiet. The bottomless abyss gradually realized that Baiyu was a tough opponent. The black fog that surrounded Baiyu also dispersed, and the heavenly Tao armor that enveloped Baiyu's body barely consumed any more power. However, because of Baiyu's outburst just now, the heavenly Tao armor's power had been exhausted by Baiyu himself. Today, the heavenly Tao armor's power was less than a third of what it had been. The heavenly Tao armor's consumption rate was twice as fast as I had expected. It seems like I will have to rely on myself from now on. Baiyu checked the heavenly Tao armor's power. Realizing that he couldn't afford to delay any longer, he quickly rushed down to the bottom of the bottomless abyss. After calming down, Baiyu wasn't as worried about Lu Wen's safety. Care and concern often made people lose their clarity, and the temporary loss of Lu Wen made Baiyu temporarily unable to think calmly. But after calming down, Baiyu knew that the bottomless abyss wouldn't hurt Lu Wen easily. In fact, it would likely actively help Lu Wen maintain her residual soul. Since the bottomless abyss could take Lu Wen's residual soul away so silently, it meant that it would use Lu Wen as a hostage to threaten Baiyu. Lu Wen wouldn't be harmed before the two sides officially confronted each other. As Baiyu sped up, and the bottomless abyss no longer blocked his path, Baiyu quickly reached the deepest part of the bottomless abyss. Baiyu stepped on a ground that felt like meat, surveying the pitch-black surroundings. He finally focused on the direction where the black fog was the thickest and the energy was the strongest. Bottomless abyss. You should have a consciousness. Shall we talk? Baiyu shouted towards the thick black fog. If this had been before, he would have rushed towards the core of the bottomless abyss without hesitation upon arriving in this place, trying his best to destroy the bottomless abyss as quickly as possible to prevent it from growing any stronger. But things were different now. Lu Wen was in the bottomless abyss's hands. Even if Baiyu was agitated, he wouldn't dare to act rashly after having his weakness grasped. Right now, Baiyu's first objective was to rescue Lu Wen. Baiyu, You and I were both primal beings born from chaos. Why must we be so hostile? At this moment, a somewhat childish voice echoed from all around, and the thick black fog dispersed. A white-haired youth with an evil expression appeared in Bayu's sight. Give me back Xiaowen's residual soul, and I won't force your hand. Bayu said calmly as he looked at the white-haired youth. That won't do. Lu Wen is my trump card to restrain you. Once I return her, I will have no way to threaten you. The white-haired youth shook his head and said plainly, Are you really so sure about that? Bayu smiled at the white-haired youth. Why do you say that? The white-haired youth asked, confused as he looked at Bayu. Bayu continued, comparing the aura I released earlier to the one I have now. Do you notice a difference? They are worlds apart, the white-haired youth replied without hesitation. The reason this has happened is because I abandoned my heavenly demon form, and also because I lost most of my power due to being tormented in the nether prison. The current me is worlds apart from my peak strength, and you taking Xiaowen's residual soul away is equal to opening Pandora's box for me. I am now slowly transforming back into a heavenly demon. If you return Lu Wen to me, I will consider my wife's safety and seal my demonic nature, choosing to fight you in my current state. But if you insist on threatening me with my wife, then when I transform into a heavenly demon, with your current strength, your chances of surviving in my hands are extremely slim. Bottomless Abyss, do you still think that having my wife in your hands is your trump card and not a death warrant? The white-haired youth fell silent, as if he was seriously considering Bayu's words. If it was before, he naturally wouldn't have cared about Bayu's words. But now it was different. He had truly felt the aura that Bayu had released after going berserk. That was definitely not power that he could withstand. If Bayu truly became a primal god, then he, who had yet to fully mature, would be no match for Bayu. Thinking of this, the white-haired youth took a deep breath and said in a low voice to Bayu, Bayu, you're right. Your demonic nature needs to be restrained. I admit that taking that step was a mistake. However, it's too naive of you to think that I would simply return Lu Wen's residual soul to you like this. Bayu, go get Lu Wen's residual soul yourself. As the white-haired youth finished speaking, he turned into black fog and disappeared. Lu Wen's residual soul reappeared in the depths of the thick black fog, waiting for Bayu to rescue her. That black fog had gathered a lot of the bottomless abyss's black energy. Once Bayu passed through, the heavenly Dao armor's energy would definitely be depleted. Lu Wen's residual soul had become bait that the bottomless abyss had laid out for Bayu. Bayu also understood the bottomless abyss's plan, but he had no choice now. Even if the heavenly Dao armor dissipated, he wouldn't allow Lu Wen to be controlled by the bottomless abyss. Xiaowen, this is the second time I've lost you. I will never make that mistake a third time. Bayu murmured to himself, his eyes becoming firm. Then, without any hesitation, he charged into the depths of the black fog and grabbed Lu Wen's residual soul. The heavenly Dao armor around Bayu was instantly corroded by the bottomless abyss's energy. Without the aid of the heavenly Dao's power, Bayu's true form was completely exposed to the bottomless abyss. Chapter 138. The Karmic Fire Red Lotus. I've got you. Bayu made contact with Lu Wen's residual soul and quickly used his spiritual power to wrap it up, letting Lu Wen fuse with his soul. Now that Lu Wen had lost the artifact core she had been relying on, if not for the special environment within the bottomless abyss, as well as the fact that the bottomless abyss had been planning to use Lu Wen to threaten Bayu and had been using its power to maintain Lu Wen's basic mental state, her soul would have likely already dissipated. Now that Bayu had retrieved Lu Wen's residual soul, cutting it off from the bottomless abyss's power, he could only keep Lu Wen's soul from dissipating by merging her soul with his own, letting her temporarily become a part of his soul. Bayu, I'm so cold. The moment Bayu merged with Lu Wen's residual soul, Bayu heard Lu Wen's gentle and weak call. Her voice was helpless and desperate. Xiaowen, with me here, you don't need to be afraid of anything. Go to sleep for now. Everything will be fine when you wake up. Bayu was connected to Lu Wen's memories, and he quickly comforted her. Then, he made her fall asleep, preventing her from depleting her already low soul power. While Bai Yu was focused on settling Lu Wen down, the bottomless abyss wasn't idle. After corroding away the heavenly Dao armor surrounding Bai Yu, it began to corrode Bai Yu himself, trying to turn Bai Yu into its slave. By the time Bai Yu had settled Lu Wen down, a large number of black tentacles were already wrapped around Bai Yu, constantly absorbing Bai Yu's spiritual power and corroding his body. Fortunately, Bai Yu could use karmic fire to burn away the bottomless abyss's power, preventing himself from being corroded into the bottomless abyss's slave too quickly. However, the bottomless abyss's corrosive power had clearly exceeded Bai Yu's expectations. Even with the help of karmic fire, the bottomless abyss had corroded a large portion of Bai Yu's body. At this point, half of Bai Yu's body had become dead flesh, and his own power had also been reduced by more than half, making him even weaker than before. Bai Yu, you, a majestic primal god, are willing to sacrifice yourself for a woman. How pathetic and laughable. Were you really born from chaos? The bottomless abyss's mocking voice echoed around Bai Yu. It increased the intensity of its corrosion of Bai Yu and laughed loudly. But you're also doing me a favor. With such a powerful primal god becoming my slave, my Abyss clan will be able to gain a foothold in chaos. Abyss clan? What kind of bullshit race is that? I've never even heard of it. Bai Yu, barely managing to resist the consciousness that was quickly falling into chaos, asked the bottomless abyss. You, who are a primal god, don't know of our Abyss clan. Your arrogance is understandable. After all, it has only been 10,000 years since our clan was born from chaos, and even the strongest abyss in our clan is still weaker than the weakest of you 10 primal gods. The bottomless abyss seemed certain that it had one. It had even begun to chat with Bai Yu. With the current situation, the longer they dragged it out, the better it would be for the bottomless abyss. It only needed to delay for a little while longer to completely corrupt Bai Yu, allowing Bai Yu to become its slave. After successfully corrupting Bai Yu, it would then cause Bai Yu to awaken as a primal god. Then, it could obtain what could be called the most powerful weapon in chaos. Bai Yu would surely help their Abyss clan reach the top. Therefore, it was happy to chat with Bai Yu. Abyss clan. This chaos truly enjoys giving birth to strange creatures. Hearing the bottomless abyss's words, Bai Yu shook his head and smiled. I remember that about 10,000 years ago, for the sake of the stability of the three realms, I wiped out a newly born race from chaos called the Chaos Beast. You primal gods, relying on your age and seniority, are squeezing the living space of other races in chaos. You should have disappeared from chaos long ago. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words, the bottomless abyss grew a bit agitated, shouting at Bai Yu. Looks like you had an unpleasant childhood. Were you perhaps tormented by a primal god? Bai Yu chuckled and teased the bottomless abyss. But I also admit that the primal gods, including myself, were all a bunch of bastards. But chaos has always been a place where the strong eat the weak. The primal gods had to attack other races in chaos to consolidate their position in it. Your Abyss clan is weak, and it was only natural that you were oppressed. Conversely, when a stronger race is born from chaos and destroys the primal gods, then there is no one else to blame. So, after you become my slave, I will let you personally see to the end of the primal gods. The bottomless abyss felt that it was about to completely corrupt Bai Yu. It began to laugh loudly. It made no effort to hide its mockery of Bai Yu. Bai Yu was about to be completely corrupted, and Bai Yu was currently at the core of its power. Not even the heavenly Dao could save him. Under these extreme circumstances, if Bai Yu wanted to escape, he would have to transform into a primal god. However, Bai Yu had already merged with Lu Wen. If he were to awaken as a primal god, Lu Wen would definitely die. The bottomless abyss had read Bai Yu's memories. It knew how important Lu Wen was to Bai Yu. Therefore, it was 100% sure that even in the last moment, Bai Yu would sacrifice himself to try his best to save Lu Wen, rather than become a primal god. A primal god with emotions. What an unbelievably ironic thing. Bai Yu, you are truly chaos's most failed product. Listening to the bottomless abyss's mockery, Bai Yu just smiled slightly and said, Bottomless abyss, have you forgotten what you're afraid of? Are you talking about karmic fire? The bottomless abyss sneered. With the spiritual power you have left now, even if I let your karmic fire burn, you won't be able to do any real damage to me. Baiyu, without the heavenly Tao armor, you are no match for me anymore. Is that so? Baiyu smiled again, continuing, You can read my memories, right? Then you should know that I have another artifact that's not on me. Are you talking about the karmic fire red lotus on your daughter? The bottomless abyss sneered again. That artifact, created from karmic fire, can indeed threaten me. But the karmic fire red lotus is on your daughter. You're currently inside of me. Surely, you can't take it from her across space? I can't do that right now. But why do you think that I'm the only one who's going to deal with you? Baiyu asked with a smile. The bottomless abyss was stunned. Boom. In the next moment, boundless flames lit up the endless darkness. A red lotus burning with blazing karmic fire descended from the sky. Chapter 139. Cooperation? Infernal red lotus? How could it appear here? The bottomless abyss exclaimed, a hint of fear finally creeping into its voice as it watched the infernal red lotus surge into its domain from the outside. Among all the powers Baiyu possessed, the infernal red lotus was the only one it truly feared. Baiyu held the infernal red lotus in his hand. Vast amounts of heavenly Tao power poured out, coalescing around him into a new set of heavenly Tao armor. Boom! Scorching flames erupted from the infernal red lotus, instantly obliterating the black fog that had surrounded Baiyu. The entire bottom of the bottomless abyss was illuminated as brightly as day by the infernal fire. The white-haired boy, previously bound by countless tentacles, came into Baiyu's view. Looking at the white-haired boy with his eyes closed, Baiyu chuckled, Bottomless abyss, I actually need to thank you for using my little girl to deceive me. It's because of your actions that I had the heavenly Tao confirm Xiaoya's safety and deliver the infernal red lotus to Mount Yanluo. As long as I remain in the bottomless abyss for too long, the heavenly Tao will send the infernal red lotus, providing me with new power. No, impossible. Hearing Baiyu's explanation, the bottomless abyss grew increasingly frantic. It cried out in horror, You took the infernal red lotus away from your daughter? Aren't you afraid she'll be in danger? I read your memories. You have countless enemies in the three realms. Without the protection of the infernal red lotus, your daughter is bound to be in danger. Aren't you afraid something will happen to your daughter? My daughter is now protected by the heavenly Tao. The power of the heavenly Tao is no weaker than my infernal red lotus. Baiyu replied with a faint smile. You. The bottomless abyss's voice trembled more and more. Then, countless black tentacles surged out of the thick fog, attempting to completely corrode Baiyu. Even with the heavenly Tao armor providing assistance, Baiyu's corrupted flesh still needed time to regenerate. The bottomless abyss only needed to break through the heavenly Tao armor before Baiyu could fully repair himself, and it would successfully corrode him. However, the bottomless abyss was far too naive. Infernal red lotus. Baiyu channeled his spiritual energy into the infernal red lotus, which instantly unleashed a massive wave of fire. The scorching infernal flames incinerated the surrounding area. The bottomless abyss's tentacles were reduced to ashes before they could even reach Baiyu. Infernal fire was the natural bane of the bottomless abyss. With just a small amount of spiritual energy channeled into the infernal red lotus, its power was enough to deplete the bottomless abyss's massive reserves of energy. Even though the bottomless abyss possessed boundless energy, Baiyu's own reserves were not small. With the support of the infernal red lotus, the bottomless abyss was completely outmatched in a battle of attrition. However, after using the infernal red lotus to suppress the bottomless abyss, Baiyu didn't immediately attack. Instead, he used the opportunity to channel the heavenly Tao's power to heal his body, purging his corrupted flesh and regrowing new tissue. The power of the bottomless abyss's corruption, if left within him, was a ticking time bomb. The bottomless abyss, sensing its control over Baiyu weakening, abandoned its plan to control him and instead said to him, Baiyu, there's no need for us to fight to the death. We can cooperate. I have no interest in cooperating with a monster like you, Baiyu rejected without hesitation. Baiyu, Don't be so quick to refuse. Don't you want to revive your wife, Luan? I can help you with that, the bottomless abyss continued. Oh. Bayu's interest was piqued when the bottomless abyss mentioned his wife. Tell me more? Regardless of whether the bottomless abyss was telling the truth or not, Bayu needed time to heal his injuries and couldn't attack it for now. Talking to the bottomless abyss was a good way to stall for time. Seeing that Bayu was willing to listen, the bottomless abyss smirked inwardly and said, Bayu, aren't you looking for the 9 heavens breath soil? I actually have a complete piece of it here. As it spoke, the endless black fog surged, and a piece of 7-colored divine soil flew out, revealing itself to Bayu. 9 heavens breath soil? Bayu was also stunned to see the 9 heavens breath soil floating in the air. He had never imagined that the bottomless abyss would actually possess a piece. The bottomless abyss continued, Bayu, I know you won't use the 9 heavens breath soil condensed by sacrificing children, but rest assured, this is the very piece that belongs to the descendants of Xianyuan, the same one that accompanied the Xianyuan sword. Wasn't that piece of 9 heavens breath soil completely wasted by the heavenly star ghost king? Bayu asked. Once the 9 heavens breath soil merged with a human body, it would be completely turned into flesh and blood, with no possibility of recovery. Bayu was not convinced that the 9 heavens breath soil suddenly appearing in the bottomless abyss's possession was genuine. Of course, with ordinary means in the 3 realms, there is indeed no way to turn the 9 heavens breath soil that has become flesh and blood back to its original state. But I am different. The body that the heavenly star ghost king thought he was refining for himself was actually all being sacrificed to me. The heavenly star ghost king's experiments failed because those husks could not withstand my power. However, those husks did contain the power of the 9 heavens breath soil. So after the heavenly star ghost king's experiment failed, I would recover those flesh and blood and transform them into my own pure power. As the husks were dissolved, the divine power of the 9 heavens breath soil was separated by me, and then, after slowly accumulating it, I slowly reformed the 9 heavens breath soil. Bayu, I have not yet corrupted this 9 heavens breath soil, so you can completely use this to resurrect your wife. After listening to the bottomless abyss's words, Bayu pondered for a moment, then asked, What are your conditions for cooperating with me? The bottomless abyss said, Let me go, and I'll give you the 9 heavens breath soil. From now on, we'll stay out of each other's way. That won't work. Bayu rejected the proposal without hesitation. Your harm to the 3 realms is too great. As long as you continue to exist in this world, you will threaten the survival of the entire world sooner or later. My wife and daughter still have to live in this world. I can't sit idly by and watch you devour it. The bottomless abyss said again, In that case, I will concede. I'll give you the 9 heavens breath soil. You let me live, and let me retreat back into the chaos. From now on, I will no longer interfere with the 3 realms. This request isn't impossible to consider, Bayu replied with a slight smile. However, how can I be sure that you will honestly return to the chaos? Given the bottomless abyss's current strength, it had no way to protect itself once it returned to the chaos and would only be devoured by the powerful heavenly demons. The heavenly demons who still lived in chaos would not allow other creatures to share the chaos with them. Now that the bottomless abyss was exposed in the 3 realms, it would definitely be targeted by those heavenly demons who had been monitoring the 3 realms once it returned to chaos. By that time, not only the bottomless abyss, but the entire Abyss clan would be annihilated by the heavenly demons. Whether Bayu eliminated the bottomless abyss here, or if the bottomless abyss was eliminated by the heavenly demons after returning to chaos, there wasn't much of a difference. The bottomless abyss seemed very eager for Bayu to agree to its conditions. It quickly said, I can pour all my power into my physical shell. Then you can personally send me back to chaos. You can enter that child's body? Bayu asked in surprise, looking at the white-haired boy entangled by tentacles. Of course, he himself was the perfect vessel crafted for me, the bottomless abyss said. Then try it in front of me, Bayu said to the bottomless abyss. What's the problem with that? The bottomless abyss responded. Then, a large amount of black fog entered the white-haired boy's body. Even the monsters and flesh orbs within the bottomless abyss also followed the black fog into the white-haired boy's body. The white-haired boy's small body seemed able to accommodate 100 rivers. Soon, Bayu's vision changed dramatically. The huge bottomless abyss had disappeared, and Bayu found himself back in the sky above Mount Yunluo, feeling the warmth of the sunlight. Not far from him, the white-haired boy with the 9 heavens breath soil was emitting an aura of terror, staring directly at him. Bayu, my current form is now a unified entity. You should have no doubts about me, right? The bottomless abyss said to Bayu, controlling the white-haired boy's body. Bayu examined the bottomless abyss in front of him and asked, the child you're possessing, is he still alive? Bayu, my vessel has nothing to do with you. Why are you so concerned about his well-being? The bottomless abyss frowned. I'm currently making a deal with you. If you want to obtain this 9 heavens breath soil, you have to honestly let me return to the chaos. Bayu glanced at the 9 heavens breath soil, tightly clutched in the bottomless abyss's hand. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed, all right, I agree to your conditions. Give me the 9 heavens breath soil first. That won't work. The bottomless abyss rejected Bayu's proposal outright this time. You must send me to the chaos first. Then, I'll give you the 9 heavens breath soil. What if you go back on your word after you receive the 9 heavens breath soil? Bayu said, if what you say is true, then if you directly escape back into the chaos without giving me the 9 heavens breath soil, what then? Once you are in the chaos, there's no way for me to chase you. If Bayu was at his peak strength, he could have entered the chaos, and his former enemies would not have been able to do anything to him. But that was not the case now. Bayu wasn't at his peak strength, and he was also injured. If he entered the chaos in this state, it would be a feast for his enemies. By that time, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. However, the bottomless abyss didn't buy Bayu's story. It held onto the 9 heavens breath soil tightly and glared at Bayu, saying, Bayu, I've already conceded enough. Don't push your luck. If you're still unwilling to agree, don't blame me for destroying this 9 heavens breath soil. Wait. Bayu quickly stopped the bottomless abyss when he saw that it was about to crush the 9 heavens breath soil. Don't be rash. I agree. Chapter 140. Borrowing a Knife to Kill. Hearing Bayu's words, a relaxed smile appeared on the bottomless abyss's face as it gradually loosened its grip on the 9 heavens breath soil. However, before Bayu could seize the opportunity to snatch the 9 heavens breath soil from the bottomless abyss, the bottomless abyss proactively shoved it into its chest, merging it with its body to prevent Bayu from suddenly stealing it. After hiding the 9 heavens breath soil, the bottomless abyss smiled at Bayu and said, Bayu, my current body is now complete. The 9 heavens breath soil is of no use to me. You just need to send me to the chaos, and I'll give the 9 heavens breath soil to you. Bayu took a deep look at the bottomless abyss, made some calculations in his mind, and realized that he couldn't eliminate the bottomless abyss before it destroyed the 9 heavens breath soil. So, he had to temporarily suppress his killing intent and agree, no problem, I'll send you to the chaos, and you'll give me the 9 heavens breath soil. Hearing Bayu's words, the bottomless abyss grinned and said, Then I wish us a pleasant collaboration. A pleasant collaboration, Bayu replied with a smile. In fact, the reason why Bayu agreed so readily to the bottomless abyss's request was not entirely due to the 9 heavens breath soil in its possession. Bayu also estimated that even if he had the infernal red lotus to suppress the bottomless abyss, it would still take a great deal of effort to kill it. Moreover, once the bottomless abyss realized that it had no way out and began to rampage, Bayu couldn't guarantee the safety of the village under Mount Yunluo. If Bayu and the bottomless abyss engaged in a life-or-death battle, Wang Sha and the village might die from the battle's aftermath. Bayu didn't want to sacrifice his friends to save the world. If he was going to save them, he would save them all. Moreover, expending great effort to fight the bottomless abyss wouldn't help him recover his strength. But sending the bottomless abyss to the chaos provided Bayu with an easier way to eliminate it. If done correctly, it could even be a permanent solution, completely eliminating the Abyss clan. The Heavenly Tao, however, did not understand Bayu's actions. Lightning surged in the sky, as if the heavenly Tao was expressing its anger. After all, the heavenly Tao had already expended a lot of its power to help Baiyu remove the bottomless abyss. Now, Baiyu was going to let the bottomless abyss go because of his own selfish reasons. The heavenly Tao felt betrayed by Baiyu. The bottomless abyss glanced at the surging lightning in the sky, then smiled at Baiyu. Baiyu? It seems like the heavenly Tao doesn't want to let me go. Do you want to discuss it with the heavenly Tao? No need, just follow me, Baiyu said to the bottomless abyss, ignoring the heavenly Tao's fury. In fact, Baiyu understood the heavenly Tao's anger. After all, to the heavenly Tao, all creatures of the three realms were the same. Whether they were humans, demons, or ghosts, they were all equal. If sacrificing the people of a single village could eliminate the bottomless abyss, thereby saving the entire three realms, the heavenly Tao would not hesitate to do it. Even more ruthlessly, if sacrificing the entire human race could eliminate the bottomless abyss, the heavenly Tao would do it without hesitation. After all, to the heavenly Tao, the human race was just a species created by Manhwa. The time that the human race had existed, compared to the heavenly Tao's long years, it was like a mere fraction of a second in a 24-hour day. The heavenly Tao was ruthless and viewed all beings as mere dogs. In fact, in the eyes of the heavenly Tao, the importance of the human race's survival was not even as important as Baiyu's mood today. After all, Baiyu was one of the few beings in the three realms that could genuinely threaten the existence of the heavenly Tao. Although Baiyu understood the heavenly Tao, that didn't mean he agreed with its views. Since the bottomless abyss had manifested into an individual entity and the battlefield had moved from inside the bottomless abyss to Mount Yanluo, Baiyu couldn't fight the bottomless abyss here. The bottomless abyss didn't know Baiyu's plans. But that didn't stop it from trying to sow discord between Baiyu and the heavenly Tao. It continued, Baiyu, is it really okay for you to disregard the heavenly Tao's requests? After all, you are not me, and you still have to live in the three realms. If you fall out with the heavenly Tao, then your future will be difficult. It's none of your business, Baiyu said faintly. If you want to return to the chaos, then follow me. With that, Baiyu rose into the air and flew towards the 9 heavens. The bottomless abyss looked at Baiyu's back and its eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness, as if it was brewing some kind of conspiracy. However, the playfulness in the bottomless abyss's eyes only lasted for a moment, and it concealed all its emotions as it chased after Baiyu. Crack! A pitch-black lightning bolt fell from the 9 heavens, striking down on the bottomless abyss. Baiyu, save me! The bottomless abyss cried out as soon as it saw the heavenly punishment descending. However, there wasn't a trace of fear in its eyes. Clang! At this time, the Xianxia sword flashed past, splitting the black lightning in half. Baiyu said without looking back, follow closely behind me. The heavenly Tao can't hurt you. The bottomless abyss smiled wider when it saw that Baiyu really did help it block the heavenly punishment, and it replied, all right, I'm following you. Rumble. Lightning surged in the sky, but Baiyu calmly looked up at the sky. His lips moved, and he sent a silent message to the heavenly Tao. As soon as Baiyu finished speaking, the lightning surging in the sky became calm. Huh? Baiyu? What did you say to the heavenly Tao? The bottomless abyss asked in surprise, as it saw the heavenly Tao suddenly calm down. It's none of your business, stay close behind me. Baiyu did not answer the bottomless abyss's question. Instead, he abruptly increased his speed and flew towards the 9 heavens. Teesish, what a drag. Once I return to the chaos, you'll suffer. The bottomless abyss muttered under its breath, with a trace of darkness in its eyes as it watched Baiyu's retreating figure. What are you still dawdling for? Catch up. Baiyu's voice came from the sky once more. Coming. The bottomless abyss smiled again and chased after Baiyu. Above the 9 heavens, outside the 3 realms, beyond the outer heavens. The Chaos Corridor. This was the only passage on Earth that led to the chaos. Chaos was the world outside the universe. Ever since Manga created the world, the universe had been expanding at speeds greater than light. Even Baiyu would have had to spend an endless amount of time to fly directly out of the universe towards the chaos, if he didn't go through the Chaos Corridor. Therefore, if someone from the 3 realms wanted to enter the chaos, they would generally go through the chaos corridor. However, it was not so difficult for creatures from chaos to enter the three realms. They only needed to catch the aura of the three realms, and those creatures could teleport directly into it. After all, there was no concept of space and time in the chaos. Distance had no meaning to it. No matter where they were in the chaos, they could easily enter the three realms. Of course, it was easy for creatures of chaos to enter, but the difficulty of surviving was greater than that of entering the chaos directly from the three realms. The three realms had the heavenly Tao, as well as a group of saints such as Hongjun guarding it. Any chaos creature that entered the three realms would be mercilessly wiped out by the heavenly Tao once it was detected. After all, even Luo Ho, the most powerful innate demon god in chaos, was driven out by saints such as Hongjun, not to mention other creatures in the chaos. Baiyu arrived at the sealed chaos corridor. He turned around and said to the bottomless abyss, "Once you pass through the chaos corridor, you'll be able to return to the chaos. Now you can give me the 9 heavens breath soil, right?" I said, "I will give you the 9 heavens breath soil after I have returned to the chaos." The bottomless abyss still had no intention of giving the 9 heavens breath soil to Baiyu. It smiled and said, "If I give the 9 heavens breath soil to you now, you can still use the infernal red lotus to kill me. I don't have any sense of security. Baiyu, there needs to be the most basic trust for cooperation between us." Upon hearing the bottomless abyss's words, Baiyu was silent for a moment, and then he opened the path to the chaos corridor, even actively opening the chaos corridor. "All right, I'll let you return to the chaos first. You should be able to remember the aura here, right? When you get back, you can just send the 9 heavens breath soil to this place," Baiyu said directly. "You're being this agreeable?" The bottomless abyss was a little surprised to see that Baiyu actually let it go so easily. It was a little unexpected, but soon, the bottomless abyss smiled and mocked Baiyu. "Baiyu, you, a congenital demon god, have truly fallen. For the sake of a mere human woman, you've lost your mind. I thought you would be a great enemy of our Abyss clan, but from now on, you are no threat to our Abyss clan at all. Never mind, we will meet again." In that moment, the bottomless abyss abandoned the plan to deceive Baiyu into the chaos and kill him. It directly transformed into a black light and entered the chaos corridor, returning to the chaos. As long as it returned to the chaos, gathered the Abyss clan, and used secret techniques to teleport into the three realms and hide, it could continue to lie dormant and accumulate strength. Next time, it would just need to be more careful so that it wouldn't be discovered by Baiyu and the heavenly Tao. The three realms would be theirs sooner or later, and the congenital demon gods in the chaos would become slaves of the Abyss clan. As for the 9 heavens breath soil, the bottomless abyss had no intention of giving it to Baiyu from the beginning. As long as it returned to the chaos, Baiyu wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Baiyu calmly watched the bottomless abyss disappear into the chaos corridor, as if he wasn't worried that the bottomless abyss would go back on its word. Then, he closed the chaos corridor once more. "Baiyu, you specifically brought me the message, just so that I could help you deal with that whatchamacallit, the Abyss clan in the chaos?" At this moment, a black shadow condensed behind Baiyu, and then Luo Ho walked out with a smile, saying, "I thought you had come to your senses and were going to join my demon realm. It turned out to be because of such a trivial matter." Baiyu said to Luo Ho without turning his head, "Your true body is in the chaos, and I've given you the bottomless abyss's aura. It shouldn't be difficult for you to eliminate the Abyss clan, right? That guy has the 9 heavens breath soil. After you kill him, give me the 9 heavens breath soil. Naturally, it isn't difficult. A race that has only been around for less than 10,000 years, they think that they can replace our congenital demon god's status in the chaos. Those ants are simply too naive. Eliminating the Abyss clan is also beneficial to me. I'll go and destroy them later. However, why should I give you the 9 heavens breath soil?" The bottomless abyss also took away a white-haired boy. "His talent is superb, not inferior to mine. If you can cultivate him well, the strength of your demon realm will greatly increase, which would be beneficial to your plan, right?" Baiyu turned to look at Luo Ho and said, "I specifically didn't destroy that kid and let the bottomless abyss take him back to the chaos so that I could give him to you. I'm giving you this favor, so you should return a piece of 9 heavens breath soil, right? If that kid's talent is really as you say, then your request is not too much. Luo Ho looked at Baiyu deeply and smiled, narrowing his eyes. But I still hope that you can join me. It's not necessary. All right, Luo Ho shrugged. I'll go take care of that so-called Abyss clan. You just wait a few minutes. I'll send the 9 heavens breath soil back to you. Chapter 141. The Abyss clan's extinction. Within the chaos, the bottomless abyss, possessing the white-haired youth, had returned to the chaos. Gazing at the endless darkness surrounding it, a sinister grin slowly spread across its face. Ha ha ha, Baiyu, you are truly naive. You actually let me return. You didn't really think I would keep my promise and give you back the 9 heavens breath soil, did you? Baiyu, you just wait. Once I return to the Abyss clan and regain my position in the 3 realms, sooner or later I will enslave you. The bottomless abyss roared with laughter. Dark tendrils sprouted all over its body as it released a unique signal into the chaos. Soon, countless black holes appeared around the bottomless abyss, each possessing an aura identical to its own, and some even stronger. These were all members of the Abyss clan. Xianxia, weren't you supposed to lie dormant in the 3 realms? Why have you returned to the chaos? A gigantic black hole, emanating an aura far stronger than the bottomless abyss, suddenly spoke, questioning the bottomless abyss. The bottomless abyss, addressed as Xianxia, immediately bowed to the enormous black hole, saying, Patriarch, I was lying dormant in earth, but I was discovered by the innate demon god Baiyu. In desperation, I had no choice but to return to the chaos. Baiyu? Is that the one who betrayed the chaos and discarded his demon god form? The gigantic black hole asked, surprised. Yes, Patriarch. Baiyu possesses karmic fire that counters our clan, as well as the aid of the heavenly Tao. I am no match for him, Xianxia replied respectfully. Very well. Baiyu was once one of the 10 great demon gods, the master of the chaos. Even though he discarded his demon god form, it's beyond your ability to handle. You returning alive with a perfect body is already quite an achievement. The gigantic black hole did not dwell on Xianxia's mistake and continued. Your return with a perfect body is meritorious. Go back and prepare yourself. We will send you back to the 3 realms soon. Seeing that the patriarch wasn't pursuing the matter, joy filled Xianxia's face. He immediately bowed to the enormous black hole, full of gratitude. Thank you, patriarch. I will certainly dedicate myself to the Abyss clan. The gigantic black hole continued, Yes, you must remember. Our Abyss clan are innate beings born from the chaos. Although we are still weak, we can grow infinitely. One day, we will rule the chaos. Xianxia, you are the vanguard of our clan in the 3 realms, bearing the heavy responsibility of the Abyss clan's rise. Act with caution in the 3 realms. Xianxia understands. Our Abyss clan will certainly dominate the chaos. Long live the Abyss clan. Xianxia shouted. Other black holes around them also began to shout, unleashing boundless energy into the chaos. A group of ants whose hair hasn't even grown properly yet, wanting to rule the chaos? You are truly laughably naive. At that moment, a mocking voice filled with derision echoed around them. It was Luo Ho's voice, and a presence far surpassing that of all the abyss creatures present swept out of the darkness. The gigantic black hole sensed the powerful presence and immediately exclaimed in shock, No good. It's the demon ancestor Luo Ho. Everyone run. The gigantic black hole screamed frantically. The other black holes were also panicked and began to flee. Unlike them, the Abyss clan who were only born a mere 10,000 years ago. The demon ancestor Luo Ho was the strongest demon god in the current chaos, ruling for countless eons. Luo Ho was the sole master of the chaos. They were simply not in a position to challenge such an existence. Run? Where do you think you can run? Luo Ho's mocking voice resounded again. Following that, many black holes were directly crushed by overwhelming power. Luo Ho, I will fight you. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, the patriarch of the Abyss clan, the gigantic black hole, roared furiously. Numerous tendrils shot out from its body, charging towards the depths of the chaos. However, the moment the gigantic black hole roared, Yuanjio witnessed their patriarch being torn apart by an enormous claw. Patriarch. Yuanjio, seeing the strongest member of the Abyss clan instantly killed by Luo Ho, was filled with grief. His eyes widened, and he roared with fury. While he screamed in anguish, the other members of the Abyss clan around him began to fall one by one. Luo Ho was ruthlessly slaughtering the Abyss clan, but Yuanjio didn't even know where Luo Ho was. Is this the strongest being in the chaos? Yuanjio watched helplessly as his clan members fell, his fear intensifying, and his body trembling more and more. He didn't understand. Their clan had always been cautious within the chaos, never provoking any other powerful chaos beings. No other clan in the chaos even knew of their existence. How did Luo Ho find them? In his despair, Yuanjio watched as the last member of his clan was crushed by a massive claw. His face had turned ashen. Boy, you are the only one left of your Abyss clan. Luo Ho's voice again came from the depths of the chaos, making Yuanjio tremble. Demon ancestor, spare me? Yuanjio regained his senses and immediately knelt in the direction from which Luo Ho's voice came, pleading with a trembling voice. He was completely terrified by Luo Ho and had lost all desire to fight. First, get out of that white-haired boy. Luo Ho instructed again. Yes. Yuanjio did not dare to disobey Luo Ho's command. A large amount of black mist emanated from the white-haired youth, followed by the formation of a massive black hole behind him. Yuanjio revealed his true form in the chaos. This boy's bone structure is truly exceptional. It's truly impressive that you ants managed to find such a promising one. Not bad. Luo Ho's spiritual sense scanned the white-haired youth, pleased. Then Yuanjio felt a powerful suction force coming from the depths of the chaos, pulling the white-haired youth away. The white-haired youth disappeared into the darkness. Yuanjio watched Luo Ho snatch his perfect body but did not dare to be angry. He hurriedly looked towards the darkness and said, Demon ancestor, I've already given you my body. I have nothing of value left. Can you spare me? What about the 9 heavens breath soil? Luo Ho asked again. The 9 heavens breath soil? Hearing Luo Ho's words, Yuanjia's heart sank, and he instantly understood that Luo Ho had been sent by Yu. That damn Yu. He actually sent Luo Ho to kill me. I'll never forgive you. Yuanjio cursed Yu in his heart, but he dared not show any anger on his face. He said to Luo Ho, Demon ancestor, the 9 heavens breath soil is on me. You just need to let me leave, and I'll give you the 9 heavens breath soil. An ant like you dares to negotiate terms with me? Luo Ho mocked. Immediately, Yuanjio saw an enormous hand, larger than a planet, appear below him and grasp him in its palm. Seeing the massive hand, Yuanjio's fear intensified. However, he was very clear that the 9 heavens breath soil was his only hope for survival. He absolutely could not give it away. Yuanjio roared, Demon ancestor, if you don't agree to my terms, even if I die, I will not give you the 9 heavens breath soil. I will destroy it before you kill me. Naive, truly too naive. Luo Ho laughed loudly. The ugly way you struggle truly makes me feel incredibly happy. How did such a foolish race even come to be in this chaos? Luo Ho laughed, and then his fingers began to squeeze, and Yuanjio felt an irresistible force start to crush him. Yuanjia's massive opening was squeezed and contracted, becoming smaller and smaller. Seeing that he was about to be crushed by Luo Ho, the fear in Yuanjia's eyes became more intense. He cried out in fear, Luo Ho, are you really not afraid that I'll destroy the 9 heavens breath soil? Try destroying it and see. Luo Ho laughed, continuing to tighten his grip, squeezing Yuanjio. Hearing Luo Ho's words, endless madness welled up inside Yuanjio. He roared, Luo Ho, since you're leaving me no way out, then I won't hold back either. You will never get this 9 heavens breath soil. As he said that, Yuanjio frantically unleashed his power. Inside him, a large amount of black energy wrapped around the 9 heavens breath soil, ready to corrupt it completely. However, Before Yuan Jiao could begin to corrupt the nine heavens breath soil, he found his power being rapidly drained. He could no longer even scratch the nine heavens breath soil. Seeing that his power had disappeared, boundless shock and fear surged in Yuan Jiao's heart again. So I said, ants are just ants, completely lacking any self-awareness, still fantasizing about struggling before me. Luo Ho's mocking voice filled Yuan Jiao with boundless fear. He was going to die. The Abyss clan was about to perish. I don't know how many insects like you that were born from the chaos I have killed, but every time I feel your fear and despair at being exterminated, it makes me incredibly happy. Crushing you insects and savoring your fear and despair will never get old for me, no matter how much time passes. Luo Ho laughed, and again, he tightened his grip, completely closing Yuan Jiao's enormous opening. Yuan Jiao's body began to collapse. The tendrils and monsters inside it were turned to dust. Insect, in your final moments before death, let me savor your despair and fear once more. Ha ha ha. Luo Ho laughed as Yuan Jiao's fear reached its peak, knowing he was about to die. No, I don't want to die yet. Boom. In Yuan Jiao's desperate scream, his body was completely crushed by Luo Ho, and his consciousness dissipated. The Abyss clan was now extinct. In the chaos, a nine heavens breath soil emitting colorful light slowly drifted into Luo Ho's hand. Luo Ho's gaze became detached again. He took the nine heavens breath soil and muttered to himself, "The chaos is truly boring now. Baiyu, when will you return?" Luo Ho's voice echoed in the chaos, and as Luo Ho's figure disappeared, the entire chaos returned to silence. Outside the chaos corridor, on Earth, Luo Ho's clone opened his eyes. He reached into the chaos corridor, took out the nine heavens breath soil, and handed it to Baiyu. "Here, this is your nine heavens breath soil. Are you really not considering joining my demon realm?" "No interest." Baiyu took the nine heavens breath soil, and after a moment of silence, he said to Luo Ho, "Thank you." Hearing Baiyu's thanks, Luo Ho was surprised, but then smiled at Baiyu and said, "Hearing your thanks is truly not easy. This time, there's no need for thanks. We'll meet again next time." Luo Ho smiled, and then he looked directly into Baiyu's eyes, speaking meaningfully, "Baiyu, one day, you will join my demon realm." "Impossible," Baiyu said flatly. "Don't speak so definitively. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." Luo Ho smiled slightly at Baiyu, not bothered by Baiyu's words, and then his entire body dissolved like wind. In the wind, Luo Ho's words drifted by. "Baiyu, let's wait and see." Chapter 142, Spring's Fountain. At the foot of Yunluo Mountain, Fulong Village. After Baiyu dealt with the abyss of the bottomless void, the once dilapidated Yunluo Mountain had been restored to its original state by the power of the heavenly Tao. Baiyu had removed the Donghuang Bell, which had protected Fulong Village, and the villagers didn't even notice that the mountain they had lived on for generations had just witnessed a battle that could have determined the fate of the world. Baiyu returned to Fulong Village with the Xinyuan sword, in high spirits, even whistling a tune. Though the journey had been filled with challenges, dangers, and unexpected twists, the outcome had been quite favorable. Not only had he retrieved the Xinyuan sword, but he had also acquired the nine heavens Shirong. Everything was perfect. Lu won. She would be revived soon. The thought of his long-lost wife returning to the world made Baiyu's heart swell with joy, and he couldn't stop the smile from spreading across his face. To Baiyu, there was nothing in this world more important than reuniting his family. Returning to Wang Sha's old house, he found Wang Sha cleaning up inside. The once dusty house had been completely transformed. "Sha, I'm back." Baiyu called from the doorway, waving and smiling at Wang Sha. "Baiyu." Wang Sha's face lit up with joy upon seeing Baiyu. She quickly threw aside the broom, ran outside, and eagerly asked, "What about Grandpa? Did you bring him back?" Baiyu smiled when he realized that Wang Sha's first concern was about Wang Xian and not the Xinyuan sword. He was glad he hadn't destroyed Wang Xian, now a vengeful spirit. "Of course, I brought him back." Baiyu gave Wang Sha a reassuring smile and released Wang Xian's soul from the demon refining pot. After resolving the abyss of the bottomless void, Baiyu had borrowed a bit of power from the heavenly Tao and used it to cleanse the influence of the corpse evil pearl, which had turned Wang Xian into a vengeful spirit. Wang Xian could now reincarnate normally. Although Wang Xian had originally adopted Wang Sha for ulterior motives, hoping to seize the Xinyuan sword, he had raised Wang Sha with care and had later repented. He had betrayed his organization to protect Wang Sha, only to be imprisoned in a bronze coffin with the corpse evil pearl, becoming the keystone to the Xinyuan sword seal. If Wang Xian hadn't secretly sent Wang Sha's blood to Su Ji, the president of the Exorcist Association, before his death to ensure her protection, Wang Sha would have been captured by the organization long ago. She would never have lived a normal life as a working adult in Xianxia, and Baiyu would never have met her. Wang Xian had done so much for Wang Sha that Baiyu felt it was only right to let them have one final meeting and keep the secrets of Yunluo Mountain hidden. Grandpa. When Wang Sha saw Wang Xian's soul emerge from the demon refining pot, her eyes instantly reddened. She rushed toward him but ended up missing. Be careful, my dear. You'll hurt yourself. Wang Xian saw Wang Sha miss him, and his face changed slightly. He quickly reached out to catch her, but his hand passed right through her body. Only then did he realize that, as a ghost, he could no longer protect Wang Sha. He felt a little awkward. Seeing her grandfather in such a flustered state, Wang Sha understood that he was sad and immediately smiled, teasing, Grandpa, do you still think of me as a child? I've grown up now. She remembered how, whenever she fell as a child, her grandfather would always be the first to catch her. That moment made her feel as though she had returned to her childhood. Wang Xian's face gradually softened into a relieved smile after hearing Wang Sha's words. He looked at her and said, Yes, my dear. You've grown up, but I'm just not used to it yet. I really wish I could stay with you a few more years. Grandpa, I wish you could always stay with me too, but now, I'm just so happy to see you again, Wang Sha said, forcing a smile despite the tears threatening to fall. Wang Xian, too, smiled gently and said, You're right, my dear. I'm happy enough just to see you again. The thing I was most worried about was that after I passed, no one would protect you, and you would be bullied outside. But now, Wang Xian looked over at Baiyu and then smiled at Wang Sha. All my worries were for nothing. You have Mr. Baiyu with you now. No one in this world can hurt you. I can leave in peace. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Baiyu is just my friend. How could he always be by my side? Wang Sha heard Wang Xian's words and suddenly felt a little shy, her face turning red with embarrassment. Haha, my dear granddaughter, some things you have to fight for yourself. Wang Xian laughed heartily before continuing. Sha, the king of hell is calling me to reincarnate. My time is running out. Let's have one last hug. Grandpa, you're leaving? Wang Sha's face filled with panic when she heard Wang Xian's words. She quickly rushed to ask. Though she had said she was content just to see him again, now that the moment had come, she was filled with anxiety. There's no feast that lasts forever. Sha, it's time for you to pursue your own life. Wang Xian floated in front of Wang Sha, giving her a big hug. Goodbye. With those final words, Wang Xian turned to Baiyu and bowed deeply. Mr. Baiyu, thank you. As his words fell, a gust of wind swept through. Wang Xian disappeared with the wind. Grandpa. Wang Sha quickly reached out toward the spot where Wang Xian had vanished, but there was nothing there. Grandpa. Wang Sha stared at her empty hand, feeling a sense of daze. He's gone, Baiyu said gently to Wang Sha. Don't worry. I've spoken to the king of hell. Your grandfather will be reborn into a good family. In the next life, he'll be happy. Baiyu. Wang Sha's eyes reddened. She looked at Baiyu, bit her lip, as if making a decision, and suddenly ran up to him, wrapping her arms around him and kissing his lips. Baiyu's pupils contracted sharply, his mind going blank. Had she just kissed him? After kissing Baiyu, Wang Sha quickly released him, taking several steps back. She couldn't meet his eyes, her face flushed as she stammered, I know you love your wife, but she's not revived yet. I didn't mean to interfere with your relationship. Let's just stay good friends, okay? That was my first kiss. I don't know what I was doing just now. Please forget about it. Sorry. Wang Sha babbled nervously, then suddenly bowed deeply to Baiyu before running back into the house, slamming the door behind her, leaving Baiyu standing outside alone. Baiyu stared at the closed door, still feeling the lingering warmth of her kiss. It took him a long while to snap back to reality, shaking his head with a smile. This girl, what's going on in her head? He chuckled to himself, not taking the incident too seriously. In his eyes, Wang Sha was just a little girl, and he wasn't surprised by anything she might do. Shaking his head, Baiyu took out the Xinyuan sword and spoke to it. Go. Your master is inside. It's time for you to protect her. Buzz. The Xinyuan sword emitted a clear, ringing sound, as if responding to Baiyu. It then turned into a beam of golden light and entered the house. After more than 20 years, the Xinyuan sword would finally be able to truly protect its master. Sha, I still have things to do. I'll be leaving now. Baiyu spoke softly to the door where Wang Sha was hiding, smiling again before putting away the demon refining pot and dispersing into the wind. He still had more important matters to attend to. The Immortal Realm, Spring's Fountain. This was the first and most powerful fountain in the Immortal Realm, Spring's Fountain, which contained the richest life energy in all of existence. The spring of spring, the very essence of the season in the mortal world, originated from here. As Baiyu approached the edge of Spring's Fountain, a powerful figure in green emerged from the waters. She greeted him with a lively smile. Big brother Bai, you finally came to see me after getting out of the ghost prison. Qing Shu, the guardian of Spring's Fountain, was a divine being born from the essence of the spring, drawing from the heaven and earth's energy and the immense vitality of the fountain itself. Qing Shu was considered a primordial god, with strength even among the higher ranks of celestial immortals. With Qing Shu guarding Spring's Fountain for thousands of years, no one had dared to touch the energy of the fountain, ensuring that every spring on Earth arrived right on time. In a way, one could say that the cycle of the 4 seasons on Earth was largely thanks to Qing Shu's protection. Baiyu smiled faintly at Qing Shu and said, Little girl, I need to borrow some of your Spring's Fountain's energy. Big brother Bai, if you need to use my Spring's Fountain, just take it. No need to ask. Qing Shu chuckled, gracefully floating out of the spring and allowing Baiyu to take control of it. As a primordial deity, Qing Shu was not governed by anyone, even though she was technically part of the Celestial Palace. Her position in the Immortal Realm was quite unique. Even if the Queen Mother of the West herself came to request the use of Spring's Fountain, Qing Shu would refuse without hesitation. But Baiyu was different. When Qing Shu was newly born and still weak, many immortals in the Immortal Realm coveted the energy of Spring's Fountain and tried to claim it for themselves. It was Baiyu who intervened to protect the fountain, allowing Qing Shu to grow strong and flourish within it. Because of this, Baiyu was Qing Shu's most favored and trusted immortal lord. When Baiyu was thrown into the ghost prison, had Qing Shu not been bound to Spring's Fountain, she would have already rushed to Kunlun to join Baiyu, vowing to live or die with him. Looking at Qing Shu's lively appearance, Baiyu smiled again. He didn't waste any more time and began to carefully separate Lu Wen's lingering soul from his own. He gently placed it into the Spring's Fountain. Then, Baiyu took out the 9 Heavens Shirong and began to form a body for Lu Wen. 9 Heavens Shirong? Qing Shu, who had been watching from the side, immediately asked, Big brother Bai, are you using Spring's Fountain and the 9 Heavens Shirong to help sister-in-law become a deity? You're as clever as ever, Qing Shu. Baiyu nodded and smiled. Lu Wen is just a mortal, and being by my side is too dangerous for her. Even with my protection, she will inevitably fall into danger again in the future. But if she becomes a deity with the help of the 9 Heavens Shirong and Spring's Fountain, she'll be able to protect herself, and I'll be able to rest easier. Qing Shu tilted her head and asked, But big brother, isn't it forbidden in the Celestial Palace for immortals to fall in love? If sister-in-law becomes a deity, won't the Celestial Palace stop you two from being together? Just like the cowherd and the weaver girl? Silly girl. Baiyu looked at Qing Shu and chuckled. Do you think the Celestial Palace will approve of a god falling in love with a mortal? Qing Shu paused, and then suddenly understood. Ah, right. Big brother, you've already broken the heavenly rules long ago, so what's one more time? Since that's the case, then let me help big brother and make sister-in-law a deity. With that, Xianxia activated her divine power, pouring the energy of spring's fountain into Lu Wen's lingering soul, repairing and restoring her soul. Lu Wen's aura began to rise rapidly. Chapter 143. Troubles come one after another. The spring residence well shimmered with a soft green light. Lu Wen's fragmented soul was slowly being repaired and made whole by the well's powerful life energy. Seeing Lu Wen's soul gradually mending, Xianxia urged Bai Yu, "Brother Bai, quickly fashion a body for sister-in-law. Her soul is like a rootless duckweed right now, and the spring residence well's life energy is too powerful. If she doesn't have a body to contain it, she'll likely be overwhelmed and her soul will completely dissipate." "Coming," Bai Yu responded, immediately immersing the perfectly tailored body he had prepared for Lu Wen into the spring residence well. The spring residence well's life energy flooded into Lu Wen's body, and the divine nature of the nine heavens soil was maximized. A rich life energy emanated from the spring residence well, spreading in all directions. The already picturesque banks of the spring residence well, now even more vibrant with birdsong and fragrant flowers, were filled with blooms, and even a phoenix came to visit. Such a powerful aura. Xianxia, sensing the divine body being nurtured within the spring residence well, couldn't help but gape with her cherry-red lips. She asked Bai Yu, "Brother Bai, did you add something else to the nine heavens soil? Why is sister-in-law's physique so strong?" The aura emanating from Lu Wen's body already surpassed the spring residence well itself. Lu Wen hadn't even fully awakened, and yet Xianxia already foresaw the birth of an incredibly powerful innate god. Bai Yu didn't hide anything from Xianxia, saying, "Using only the nine heavens soil and the spring residence well to shape a body for Xiaowen wouldn't make her strong enough. She might be bullied by some reclusive great demons or supreme gods in the future. So I injected the divine power of the Eastern Emperor Bell into the nine heavens soil, making the Eastern Emperor Bell her companion artifact." "The Eastern Emperor Bell? Brother Bai, you're ridiculously extravagant." Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing Bai Yu's words. The Eastern Emperor Bell, one of the ancient divine artifacts, possessed unparalleled power capable of destroying heaven and earth. Now that it was becoming Lu Wen's companion artifact, it would become her innate spiritual treasure upon her awakening. In other words, Lu Wen would be the only person in this world capable of unleashing the Eastern Emperor Bell's power to its fullest extent. Xianxia estimated that Lu Wen would wield the Eastern Emperor Bell as easily as she moved her own arm. Bai Yu smiled at Xianxia. "Little girl, what kind of divine artifact do you want? I can get it for you." "No, thanks. My spring residence well is nurturing my natal artifact, the spring residence sword. I'm happy with it." Xianxia winked at Bai Yu. "Brother Bai, if you truly care about Xianxia, use your spiritual power to help me nurture the spring residence sword and make it a true divine artifact." "No problem. After Xiaowen awakens, I'll use my source energy to nurture the spring residence sword for a while," Bai Yu chuckled. "Brother Bai, you're the best." Xianxia cheered, and she redoubled her efforts to manipulate the spring residence well, shaping Lu Wen's form. With the combined efforts of Bai Yu and Xianxia, Lu Wen's soul gradually merged with her new body. The aura she unconsciously released even caused the entire immortal realm to tremble. However, Bai Yu's crafting of such a powerful body for Lu Wen wasn't without its problems. Many immortals, sensing the anomaly at the spring residence well, rushed to its vicinity to investigate what had transpired. "Brother Bai, more and more immortals are gathering around," Xianxia, sensing the hidden deities, said to Bai Yu, a hint of worry flashing in her beautiful eyes. Although Lu Wen's body was powerful, it was still an unowned vessel. If any wayward immortal took a fancy to it and seized it, all their efforts would be for naught. Although Bai Yu was present at the spring residence well, deterring most troublemakers, accidents could happen. The immortal realm was not like the mortal realm. It was a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers dwelled. One couldn't be careless. Many things had to be prevented. "I know, I'll handle it." Bai Yu didn't want any unforeseen problems, so he immediately laid down a barrier around the spring residence well, protecting Lu Wen and Xianxia within. Then, Bai spoke loudly to those surrounding them. Esteemed immortals, this is my personal matter. There's nothing to see here. To avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, please depart immediately. As soon as Bai spoke, many immortals' auras disappeared, apparently having left the area. After all, Bai was a well-known figure. Even though he'd been imprisoned in the Nether Dungeon and removed from the Heavenly Palace, the name of immortal Venerable Luo Yun still held considerable weight in the immortal realm. Moreover, Bai had recently dealt with God Venerable Aotion, and the Heavenly Palace had remained silent, as if wanting to pretend nothing had happened. Even the Heavenly Palace, after losing Aotion, wasn't willing to further antagonize Bai. The other immortals were even less likely to offend him. However, no matter where one went, there would always be those who were bold or reckless. Even after Bai's warning, a few immortals remained, trying to hide their auras to avoid being detected. Seeing that there were still some daring to linger, Bai's eyes flashed with a coldness. He said, "Everyone, I'll say it one last time. Inside the spring residence well, I don't want any accidents to occur. You still have the chance to leave now." With those words, some of the remaining immortals, fearing for their safety, finally left. However, 5 immortals still remained around the spring residence well. These 5 seemed to have utmost confidence in their ability to conceal their auras, remaining motionless as if they didn't exist. Qing Shu, unable to sense anyone's presence, smiled at Bai. "Brother Bai, your name is truly powerful. Just a few words, and you can chase everyone away? Unlike me, I have to do it myself every time I want to chase away those who covet the spring residence well." Chased everyone away? That's not necessarily true. Bai chuckled coldly, looking at one of the 5 hidden immortals. Qing Shu blinked, surprised. "Huh? Is there still someone around?" "Yes." Bai nodded and, with a wave of his hand, created a powerful suction in the void. A few miles away, an immortal who had transformed into a magpie felt an immense force that he couldn't resist. Before the immortal could even react, he was already in Bai's hand. "Lord Bai, spare my life. I'll leave immediately." Captured by Bai, the immortal's eyes immediately filled with fear, and he began begging for mercy. "I was just curious. I didn't have any ill intentions. I warned you twice already, yet you still act stubborn. Today is a crucial day for my wife's revival. I won't allow any troublemakers to ruin it," Bai coldly said, his eyes filled with an intent to kill that was like an invisible hand, squeezing the immortal's soul and making it difficult for him to breathe. The immortal felt that Bai was really going to kill him. He quickly cried out, "Bai, I am White Sun, true lord of Mount Heavenly Spirit, a disciple of the 3 pure ones. How dare you kill me?" "Too much nonsense," Bai said mercilessly, tightening his grip and crushing the magpie immortal to death. The White Sun, true lord of Mount Heavenly Spirit's soul shattered on the spot. The other 2 immortals, hidden in the dark, saw that Bai was truly going to kill them, and fear gripped their hearts. They didn't dare to linger anymore and revealed their forms, fleeing into the distance. However, from the moment they ignored Bai's second warning and remained close, relying on their magical powers, their fate had already been sealed. Before they could even escape very far, they were directly obliterated into a bloody mist. Blood splattered across the immortal realm. Qing Shu, upon seeing the 2 immortals killed by Bai, had no sympathy for them. She said angrily, "Humph, they deserved it. Brother Bai had already warned them, and they still dared to stay. Do they think Qing Shu is easy to bully?" "What? Little Qing Shu, did they bully you?" Bai asked. "Yes, Brother Bai. Among the 2 immortals you killed, one of them had been causing trouble for me, stealing the life energy of the spring residence well. Every time, he would take advantage of my inability to stray far from the spring residence well, and he would wildly absorb its energy, causing me to lose quite a bit of cultivation." Qing Shu said indignantly, "If you hadn't been imprisoned in the Nether Dungeon, I would have asked you to deal with him. I feel bad for my little Qing Shu. I didn't know they were troubling you, or I wouldn't have let him die so easily." Bai smiled gently at Qing Shu. Then, he turned his attention to the last 2 hidden immortals and said to Qing Shu, Shu, help me look after Xiao. There are still 2 left. I might need to spend a bit more effort. There are still more? Hearing Bai Yu's words, Shu's expression shifted slightly. She replied quickly, Okay, brother Bai. I'll protect sister-in-law. Show off your abilities. You have to let the whole immortal realm know that I, little Shu, am protected by you. You silly girl. Bai Yu shook his head and laughed at her words, finding Shu more and more adorable. However, his eyes quickly turned icy as he spoke into the empty space. Come out. Since you want to seize my wife's divine body, you'll have to get past me. Immortal venerable Luo Yun, we didn't want to be your enemies. At that moment, a soft, feminine voice sounded. Then, a man with purple hair, dressed in purple robes and looking somewhat effeminate, appeared out of thin air, smiling at Bai Yu. He licked his purple lips and laughed. It's just that the divine body you created with the 9 heavens soil, the Eastern Emperor Bell, and the Spring Residence Well is too tempting. That's right, immortal venerable Luo Yun. Another man, with fiery red hair and a masculine aura, appeared. He smiled at Bai Yu. If you give us that body, we will leave immediately. What do you say? The Yin-Yang Immortals. Bai Yu calmly looked at the 2 immortals before him and said with a chuckle, Long time no see. You 2, who cherished your lives so much in the past, are suddenly courting death. Chapter 144. Nobody can save your dog lives. The Earth Yin Immortal, one of the Yin-Yang Immortals, looked at Bai Yu with a smile. Immortal venerable Luo Yun, back then you relied on your powerful strength, destroyed the grotto heavens of us brothers, and seized our merit, causing our 10,000 years of hard cultivation to be completely ruined. The loss you caused us, using a mere mortal body as compensation, shouldn't be considered unreasonable, right? Bai Yu coldly laughed at the Earth Yin Immortal. How I remember it is that you 2 were practicing forbidden techniques, forcefully taking merit from the mortal realm, disrupting the heavenly way, and being sentenced by the heavenly emperor. That's why I was ordered to capture you 2. Back then, if it weren't for you 2 kneeling and begging for mercy, and you willingly handing over all the merit you had stolen, I would have been too lazy to even give you a way out. What? It hasn't been long since, and you've already forgotten your pain? Bai Yu, you speak righteously, but after seizing our merit, didn't you keep it for yourself to increase your cultivation? The heavenly Yang Immortal coldly snorted at Bai Yu. You only relied on the heavenly palace to back you up. Bai Yu, your actions of keeping our merit are no different from what we did. You just used us as pawns. Bai Yu chuckled. Don't make me sound so bad. I didn't even have any interest in your measly merit. After taking it from you, I returned it all to the heavenly way. Returned it to the heavenly way? You just say that. So much merit was enough to nourish a heavenly, immortal, supreme God. You were really willing to return it all to the heavenly way? The heavenly Yang Immortal didn't believe a word Bai Yu was saying. He mocked him. The heavenly palace didn't receive the merit you seized. You saying you gave it to the heavenly way is just empty talk. Who knows if you secretly absorbed that merit or not? Bai Yu, you have cultivation that looks down on the 3 realms. Maybe you just secretly cultivated using stolen merit. Believe it or not, I don't have the obligation to produce proof for you 2. Bai Yu didn't care about the accusations from the Yin-Yang Immortals. He continued to ask them with a smile, So, you 2 came here today just to get revenge for the past? That's only one of the reasons. The Earth Yin Immortal smiled slightly at Bai Yu. As for the other reasons, you don't need to know. The Heavenly Yang Immortal continued, Bai Yu, now we brothers are not what we used to be. We have unprecedented powerful strength, but you spent 100,000 years in the Nether Dungeon. Your cultivation must be in tatters. Even if you can somehow recover your strength, you are probably nowhere near your peak now, right? The Earth Yin Immortal added, even if you had your peak strength, we aren't necessarily not your match. The Heavenly Yang Immortal continued, So Bai Yu, if you don't want to die, you should obediently move aside and let us take that body from the Spring Residence Well. You 2 brothers have been singing a duet and telling jokes here? Bai Yu interrupted the Yin-Yang Immortals, and then he shook his head and sighed. To actually think you 2 can defeat me in my peak condition. I am truly underestimated by you two. Do you two really know my full strength? The heavenly young immortal sneered. How strong your full strength is isn't necessary for us to know now. Since you aren't going to move aside, today, we two brothers can only kill you here and forcibly take the body. The earthing immortal laughed as well. By you have already been removed from the heavenly palace. Now, you are still considered a criminal. If we kill you here today, not only will we not be punished by the heavenly palace, but we can also establish great merit. Maybe we can atone for our sins and join the heavenly palace again. Baiyu calmly looked at the young immortals who were spouting boasts, his emotions not fluctuating much. He smiled and said, since that is so, then stop wasting time. Come at me together. I have no time to waste. My wife is about to awaken. Still arrogant as ever. We'll see how long you can stay arrogant. The young immortals sneered at the same time. Then, they transformed into yin and yang energies, attacking Baiyu from the left and right. Wherever the yin energy went, the ground would freeze over. Wherever the yang energy went, it would leave behind scorched earth. To be able to end the life of the ground that is saturated with spring residence well's energy, your two strength is indeed a big improvement than before. Did you have some sort of miracle encounter? Baiyu saw the yin and yang energies rush at him. His eyes still didn't show any waves. He released the heavenly measure ruler. Bang! The heavenly measure ruler suddenly grew bigger, blocking in front of Baiyu. The might of the divine artifact swept out, instantly shattering the yin and yang energies. The yin-yang immortals returned to their original forms, and they were pushed back by the force of the heavenly measure ruler. The earth-yin immortal, looking at the heavenly measure ruler in front of Baiyu, instead showed a glint of mockery in his eyes. He wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed at Baiyu. Baiyu, when you dealt with us two brothers in the past, you didn't use any of your divine artifacts. What? We just launched our attack, and you need to take out the heavenly measure ruler to deal with us? The heavenly young immortal laughed at Baiyu as well. Baiyu, I heard that your offensive divine weapons aren't just the heavenly measure ruler. You also seem to have a karmic fire red lotus, right? Why don't you take out all your hidden treasures? Otherwise, I'm afraid that before you even reveal your hidden cards, you'll already be killed by us two brothers. At that time, you better not say we didn't give you a chance. Baiyu held the heavenly measure ruler in his hand and laughed at the yin-yang immortals. It seems that you two investigated me thoroughly. Are you two so concerned about me? I at least gave you two a way out before. It's bad enough that you aren't grateful for my favor, but now you want to repay kindness with enmity? Repay kindness with enmity? Hearing Baiyu's words, the heavenly young immortal's expression became distorted, and his entire body burst into flames. The surrounding flowers and trees all ignited at that instant. The area around the spring residence well turned into a sea of flames. Even the spring residence well's energy was affected and weakened. Qing Shu, feeling the spring residence well's power becoming weaker, immediately said to Baiyu with a shifted expression, Brother Bai, quickly stop the heavenly young immortal. He's burning the energy of the spring residence well. Baiyu, you are truly shameless, still saying that you were kind to us brothers. Do you know how miserable you made us brothers? I can't wait to skin you alive and tear your tendons out. The heavenly young immortal was completely enraged by Baiyu. He roared loudly, and manic energy erupted from his body. However, right after heavenly young immortal roared, he saw a huge ruler suddenly smashing towards him. This is... Heavenly young immortal saw the heavenly measure ruler attack suddenly. His expression shifted drastically, but at this time, the speed of the heavenly measure ruler had already exceeded the limit of his reactions. He didn't have time to use his powers to defend. Bang! The heavenly measure ruler easily broke through the heavenly young immortal's spirit energy barrier, and its head viciously smashed against the heavenly young immortal's face, shattering it. He was sent flying violently. The aura that the heavenly young immortal had been building was destroyed in an instant. He crashed into a mountain tens of miles away, creating a gorge tens of miles long in his wake. The earth-in immortal next to him, looking at the deep gorge, was completely dumbfounded, his mind blank. Just now, what was that speed? If you come looking for a fight, come for me. I never said I wouldn't indulge you. Baiyu shook his head and, with the shrunken heavenly measure ruler on his shoulder, looked at the remaining earth Immortal. He said coldly, but you specifically went to harm the spring residents. Well, that's something I can't tolerate. Impossible. Earth Immortal stared at Baiyu with disbelief and horror. How are you so strong? Weren't your cultivation destroyed by the nether dungeon? It seems that you two have some kind of misunderstanding of me. Baiyu instantly appeared in front of the Earth Immortal, scaring him so much that he took several steps back before falling on the ground. Baiyu stepped on the Earth Immortal's chest and looked at his horrified eyes. He said, I am indeed still in my weak period, and my cultivation hasn't returned to my peak. But to me, you two have always been ants. Insects are insects. Even if a giant elephant is weak, crushing you two is just a matter of a single step. The Earth Immortal's pupils contracted, and he said in horror, No, impossible. You weren't this strong in the past. We had already broken through. It is impossible for us to be so weak. Something must have gone wrong. When they had faced Baiyu in the past, Baiyu had indeed given them immense pressure. But at the time, they felt that they could still see the limit of Baiyu's cultivation. But now, Earth Immortal didn't understand why. They were clearly stronger, while Baiyu was weaker, yet they couldn't see the limit of Baiyu's strength. Baiyu, seeing the terrified expression on the Earth Immortal's face, seemed to remember something and laughed. Oh, I finally understand where your misplaced confidence came from. The Earth Immortal's pupils contracted slightly, and he asked with a trembling voice, what do you mean? Baiyu chuckled. When I was ordered to arrest you two, I was just preparing to go experience the mortal realm, so I had been sealing my cultivation. At that time, my cultivation was sealed almost completely, so that's why you felt that I wasn't that strong. Hearing Baiyu's words, the Earth Immortal's expression froze instantly. The Baiyu of the past was sealing his own cultivation? The Earth Immortal's mind went blank, and his body started trembling violently. How could this be? Sigh. It's all my fault that I didn't explain it clearly to you. I let you two have a huge misunderstanding, and in the end you had to run here and come to your deaths. It was truly a mistake on my part. Baiyu sighed. The fear in the Earth Immortal's eyes became more and more intense. He couldn't hold it in anymore and begged Baiyu again. Immortal Venerable Luo Yun, I was wrong. Please, spare my dog life. Hearing the Earth Immortal's pleas, the corners of Baiyu's mouth curled up, and the mockery in his eyes became even more intense. Although you are begging for mercy very sincerely, I am sorry. Nobody can save you and your brother's dog lives today. Chapter 145. Reversing Yin and Yang, Karma Fire Slaying Evil. As soon as Baiyu spoke those words, the fear in the Earth Immortal's eyes intensified. However, that fear quickly morphed into madness. His face contorted, and he glared at Baiyu, saying, Baiyu, don't push me. If you force me too far, no one will have it easy. Oh, I'd like to see what tricks you can pull when a dog is cornered, Baiyu said. His eyes filled with amusement as he watched the Earth Immortal's distorted expression. Baiyu raised his hand slightly and called out, Little girl, lend me the spring residence sword for a moment. Hearing Baiyu's words, Qing Shu's face lit up, and she said excitedly, Thank you, Brother Bai. Her spring residence sword was a divine sword nurtured entirely by the spring residence well's life energy. It hadn't been tempered yet, and its full power couldn't be unleashed. However, if the Earth Immortal's blood was used to temper it, its power would be taken to another level. Under Qing Shu's spiritual urging, a divine sword forged from divine wood and vines flew out of the spring residence well and landed in Baiyu's hand. The instant Baiyu grasped the spring residence sword, he felt an endless flow of life energy emanating from it. A fine sword. Baiyu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The spring residence sword had almost limitless potential, and if properly nurtured, it could become a divine artifact no less powerful than the Eastern Emperor Bell or Xianyuan sword. Hee. Thank you for your praise, Brother Bai. Qing Shu giggled at Baiyu. Then I'll leave the spring residence sword to you. No problem. Baiyu gave Qing Shu an okay sign, then used the spring resident's sword to press against the Earth-Een Immortal's throat. He chuckled, "Earth-Een Immortal, the spring resident's sword hasn't tasted blood yet. If you don't do something, you'll probably have the honor of becoming its first victim. By you, you're going too far." The Earth-Een Immortal roared, and then a surge of the most pure and powerful yang energy erupted from his body. Baiyu was surprised and a bit taken aback by the surge of yang energy from the Earth-Een Immortal's body. The Een Yang Immortals were two heavenly immortals born from a wisp of Een and Yang energy from the heavens and earth. The heavenly Yang Immortal was born from that wisp of pure Yang energy, making his body have the attributes of pure Yang. His cultivation path was powerful and forceful. However, the Earth-Een Immortal was completely the opposite of his brother. Born from pure Een energy, his body had the attributes of pure Een, and his cultivation skills were mostly secret and bizarre, intolerant to the slightest hint of Yang energy. But now, the Earth-Een Immortal's body was surging with a force completely contrary to his physical attributes, something that made no logical sense. Boom! At that moment, another loud explosion sounded in the distance. Baiyu turned to look and saw that the heavenly Yang Immortal was also unleashing a large amount of Een energy. The two completely opposite forces that were erupting from the Earth-Een Immortal and the heavenly Yang Immortal were in sync, seeming to complement each other. Reversing Een and Yang, changing fate. What kind of evil art have these two learned now? Baiyu muttered to himself, and then he saw that the Earth-Een Immortal, who was erupting with Yang energy, was burning all over with an ominous black energy seeping from his body. Seeing this, Baiyu immediately retracted the spring resident's sword and kicked the Earth-Een Immortal away. The Earth-Een Immortal's current condition was too unusual. If the spring resident's sword was used against him, it might become corrupted. After all, the spring resident's sword wasn't Baiyu's divine weapon. Naturally, Baiyu wouldn't risk it before confirming the specific circumstances. After being kicked away by Baiyu, the Earth-Een Immortal retreated to the vicinity of the heavenly Yang Immortal. The heavenly Yang Immortal emerged from a pile of rubble, his body surrounded by a large amount of Een energy, and the ground under his feet was even starting to freeze. And just like the Earth-Een Immortal, the heavenly Yang Immortal was also emitting faint black energy, which felt ominous. Qing Shu, inside the barrier, saw the terrible state of the heavenly Yang and Earth-Een Immortals. A hint of concern appeared in her eyes, and she couldn't help but ask Baiyu, "Brother Bai, their state seemed to be a little strange. Do you need my help?" The spring residents well possessed the purest life energy in the world, which was extraordinarily effective in purifying evil and the ominous. Seeing the abnormal appearances of the Een Yang Immortals, Qing Shu felt that her power could be of use. "No need, you just stay within the barrier and take care of Xiaowan. I can deal with those two alone," Baiyu replied calmly, his eyes still unwavering. Although the states of the Een Yang Immortals were strange, they didn't pose a threat to him at the current moment. The Earth-Een Immortal tilted his head, a twisted expression on his face, and giggled at Baiyu. "Hee, Baiyu, we two brothers have reversed Een and Yang, our power complementing each other. Our strength is several times higher than before. Baiyu, no matter how strong you are, you can't possibly be a match for both of us brothers." Baiyu looked at the Een Yang Immortals and said, "I'm not interested in the current strength of you two. I'm more interested in meeting the person who taught you how to reverse Een and Yang." Hearing Baiyu's words, the heavenly Yang Immortal was first stunned, and then he said, "Baiyu, this method of reversing Een and Yang, my brother and I discovered it ourselves." Baiyu shook his head and said, "That's a poor lie. Although you two are brothers, one of you is of the purest Een and the other is of the purest Yang, completely intolerant to any opposing energy. Balancing Een and Yang is a joke for you two. You two alone couldn't possibly have created this kind of evil art." As soon as Baiyu said this, the heavenly Yang Immortal's eyes flickered slightly. Baiyu, with his keen senses, noticed the change in his expression, further confirming his suspicion that there was someone behind the Een Yang Immortals. This Een Yang reversal technique the Een Yang Immortals are using isn't very mature. Both of their strengths are unstable, and there are many side effects. Could the person behind this be using these two as experimental lab rats? Although the Yin-Yang Immortals are not strong, they have a special origin and a high position in the immortal realm. Back then, they committed a capital crime, but the Heavenly Emperor let them off. This means their special identities are not to be underestimated. In the immortal realm, there aren't many people who can treat the Yin-Yang Immortals as lab rats. There are only a few. Who is doing this behind the scenes? Baiyu thought to himself. After witnessing the changes in the Yin-Yang Immortals, he had vaguely detected a hint of a conspiracy. However, Baiyu didn't know what the person behind this was planning or who the target was. So, he didn't dwell on it much. Forget it. The clues I have are too few. Thinking about it too much is useless. I should just focus on the trouble in front of me first. Baiyu shook his head, temporarily suppressing those messy thoughts. Then, he looked at the two Yin-Yang Immortals, who were now having distorted expressions, and said, "You too have been affected by the evil art, so it's no longer necessary for you to exist." The Earthine Immortal chuckled coldly. "Hee hee. Baiyu, you're going to kill us anyway. Now that we've become like this, what difference does what you say make to us?" "There is a difference," Baiyu chuckled. "You two were born from the yin and yang energies of the heavens and earth. If I killed you before, you would simply return to those energies, and after absorbing the essence of the world, you would be able to have a new life. But now, I will obliterate you, together with that yin and yang energy. You can scatter and dissipate." As soon as Baiyu said this, the Earth-Yin Immortal's pupils contracted violently. Then, he suddenly lunged towards Baiyu, roaring, "Baiyu, don't be so arrogant. I want to see, will you die today, or will we brothers perish?" Boom. The Earth-Yin Immortal released an incredibly powerful aura. Before his voice could reach, his body was already in front of Baiyu. His 5 fingers curled into a fist, and he threw it viciously toward Baiyu's face. The Heavenly Yang Immortal also appeared silently behind Baiyu at this time. His palm transformed into a sharp blade, and he thrust it silently at Baiyu's vital points. Too slow. Baiyu's calm voice sounded, and the attacks from the Yin-Yang Immortals passed right through Baiyu's body. An afterimage? The Yin-Yang Immortals' attacks missed, and their pupils shrank. Then, they realized that a shadow was covering them. They both looked up and saw the incomparably large, heavenly measure ruler falling from the sky, pressing down hard on them. That is, when the Yin-Yang Immortals saw the heavenly measure ruler falling, their expressions changed drastically. Bang! The massive heavenly measure ruler smashed heavily into the ground of the immortal realm, and the entire immortal realm trembled as a result. Baiyu appeared in an open space not far away. He calmly watched the heavenly measure ruler standing on the ground and summoned the spring resident's sword. "Go!" Baiyu softly uttered one word, and the spring resident's sword transformed into a beam of green light, shooting towards the heavenly measure ruler. The heavenly measure ruler quickly shrank, and yin-yang energy emanated from the pit that the heavenly measure ruler had created, which was then precisely penetrated by the spring resident's sword. "Ah!" Wretched screams rang out from the yin-yang energy. Then, a large amount of black energy seeped out from the yin-yang energy and began to corrode the spring resident's sword. Baiyu had already been focused on this black energy. When the black energy began corroding the spring resident's sword, he instantly appeared next to the sword. His left hand grabbed the hilt, and his right hand, with his 2 fingers pressed together, swiped his fingertips across the sword, while spirit energy flowed out from his fingertip. Wherever Baiyu's fingertips passed, the black energy and the resentment of the Yin-Yang Immortals were absorbed onto his fingers, beginning to corrode his skin. "Brother Bai." Qing Shu, seeing that Baiyu was using his own body to attract the evil energy, had a change in expression and quickly said, "You don't have to sacrifice yourself for the sake of the spring resident's sword. The spring resident's sword's life energy can purify that evil energy. I know what I'm doing, you don't have to worry." Baiyu's fingers swiped from the sword's hilt to its tip. The black energy and the resentment that had been attached to the sword had been completely gathered between his 2 fingertips, and the spring resident's sword now had a pure yin and yang energy surrounding the sword blade. Its power had instantly increased by several levels, completely evolving into a top-tier divine artifact. Baiyu sent the spring resident's sword back to the barrier, and he said to Qing Shu, soak the spring residence sword in the spring residence well. Let the yin-yang energy fuse completely with the spring residence sword. What about you, Brother Bai? Qing Shu asked anxiously. She could even see the distorted faces of the yin-yang immortals on Bai Yu's fingertip. It was clear that the yin-yang immortals' resentment and their ominous energy were entangled with Bai Yu. Don't worry about me. I deliberately let them entangle themselves on me. Bai Yu smiled gently at Qing Shu, and then he summoned the Karma Fire Red Lotus. You know, apart from the spring residence well's life energy, my Karma Fire Red Lotus Karma Fire can also burn away all the evil in the world. Chapter 146, Lu Wen Revives. Brother Bai. Qing Shu stared blankly at Bai Yu. Before she could react, she saw the Karma Fire Red Lotus in front of Bai Yu suddenly burst into a sky-high Karma Fire that began to burn the black energy wrapped around Bai Yu. The black energy dissipated at an extremely fast speed. Bai Yu, you won't die a good death. The yin-yang immortals' resentment howled in agony in the Karma Fire, and their heart-wrenching screams were filled with endless rage. They couldn't resist the might of the Karma Fire. There are a lot of people who have cursed me. You two have to get in line. Bai Yu smiled slightly at the yin-yang immortals who were struggling in the Karma Fire, completely unconcerned with their curses. Then, Bai Yu increased the intensity of the fire, further incinerating the yin-yang immortals. The yin-yang immortal souls had been completely corrupted, and they would become a hidden danger if they were left in the world. Therefore, Bai Yu didn't hold back this time, wanting to deal with the yin-yang immortals once and for all. After the initial screams and madness, the yin-yang immortals finally developed a fear of death and quickly called out to Bai Yu. Bai Yu, you can't kill us. We're divine beings that originated from the yin and yang energy of the heavens and earth. We're important for maintaining the balance of yin and yang in the world. If you kill us, the yin and yang of the world will surely become unbalanced. Bai Yu, at least let us return to the yin and yang. You two actually know about the balance of yin and yang? Bai Yu smiled and looked at the yin-yang immortals struggling in the Karma Fire. After seeing you use the evil art to reverse yin and yang, I thought you didn't care about these things anymore. Bai Yu, we were wrong. Please leave us with a sliver of life. Even if it's not for our sakes, you should also think about the people of the world. The yin and yang of the world can't be unbalanced. The yin-yang immortals called out, trying to use the people of the world to pressure Bai Yu. However, Bai Yu didn't fall for that and said with a smile, "Thank you for your concern for the people of the world, but you don't have to worry about the balance of yin and yang anymore." The yin-yang immortals were all stunned, and they asked Bai Yu in surprise, "What do you mean?" Bai Yu smiled. "Just now, I stripped your consciousness from the yin-yang energy. Now, the yin-yang energy has been transformed into yin-yang sword qi and merged into the spring residence sword. From now on, the one who will maintain the balance of yin and yang will be the spring residence guardian, Qing Shu." The yin-yang immortals' pupils contracted suddenly, and their faces were filled with despair. Their last lifeline had been broken. Qing Shu, after hearing what Bai Yu said, was stunned. She quickly said to Bai Yu, "No, Brother Bai, how can you give such a major responsibility to me?" "Of course, it's because I trust you, little girl." Bai Yu smiled at Qing Shu. "Brother Bai, it's not about whether you trust me. How can such a major responsibility be given to me? I can't do it." Qing Shu panicked in an instant and said to Bai Yu anxiously. Bai Yu smiled at Qing Shu and said, "As the guardian of the spring residence well, you make sure that spring comes every year, as scheduled. With your sense of responsibility, it won't be difficult for you to maintain the balance of yin and yang in the world. Besides, the yin and yang of the world are naturally balanced on their own, and you don't need to intervene too much with it. Even unreliable guys like the yin-yang immortals can do it, so it'll be a piece of cake for you. But this is too sudden." Qing Shu still couldn't quite process it. Bai Yu continued with a smile, "It's okay, little girl. I'm still here. Moreover, your spring residence sword originally had the power of the spring residence well, and now it has the yin-yang energy to support it. It has the qualifications to contend for the title of the #1 divine sword in the immortal realm. You got such a great benefit, it is only right to shoulder a bit of responsibility, right? The number 1 divine sword in the immortal realm. Does that mean my spring residence sword is already stronger than your no thought, no measure sword, brother Bai? Hearing what Bai Yu said, Qing Shu's eyes instantly lit up, and she excitedly asked Bai Yu. The no thought, no measure divine sword was once recognized by all immortals as the number 1 divine sword in the immortal realm. Its power was only comparable to the demon lord Luo Ho's god-slaying spear. When Qing Shu thought about how her spring residence sword could surpass that level of divine weapon, she instantly became excited. It's still a bit worse compared to my no thought, no measure sword, Bai Yu said with a smile. What? Then why can my spring residence sword be the number 1 divine sword in the immortal realm? Qing Shu asked with a pout, a bit disappointed. Isn't it because I have been removed from the heavenly palace? Bai Yu chuckled. Besides, my no thought, no measure sword was lost to the mortal realm. Logically, it can no longer participate in the rankings of divine swords in the immortal realm. Brother Bai, you're just being sophistical, Qing Shu said angrily, not agreeing with Bai Yu's words. Bai Yu comforted Qing Shu, little girl. Although the spring residence sword is a little worse than the no thought, no measure sword, it's not that far off. And in some ways, your spring residence sword is even better than the no thought, no measure sword. So just be content with that. Moreover, your spring residence sword has just been formed, and it can still continue to grow. In the future, it will definitely be a peerless divine sword that will shake the ages. Then, I'll just believe you for now, brother Bai, Qing Shu said with her hands on her hips. In the future, my spring residence sword will definitely be stronger than your no thought, no measure divine sword. Of course, Bai Yu replied with a smile and, at the same time, increased the karma fire intensity of the karma fire red lotus. The yin-yang immortals, still struggling in the karma fire, were directly burned to ashes by the karma fire, not even leaving a trace. The area around the spring residence well became quiet again. Finally, it's calm. After dealing with the yin-yang immortals, Bai Yu kept the heavenly measure ruler and the karma fire red lotus. Then, he put the yin-yang immortals matter to the back of his mind. He stepped into the barrier and went to the bank of the spring residence well. At this moment, Lu Wen inside the spring residence well had completely merged with her body, and her aura was gradually becoming stable. Seeing Lu Wen's current healthy state, Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction. He patted Qing Shu's head and praised her. Little girl, you did great this time. Being patted on the head by Bai Yu, Qing Shu's face turned red instantly. She said, It was all thanks to Brother Bai's 9 heavens soil and Eastern Emperor Bell. I only provided the life energy of the spring residence well. You can't say that. Without your spring residence well, Shaowen wouldn't have adapted to her new body so quickly, Bai Yu said with a smile. Tell me, what kind of reward do you want? Isn't the spring residence sword my reward? Qing Shu said, stunned. She thought that Bai Yu helping her strengthen the spring residence sword was the reward. Bai Yu shook his head and smiled. That's different. Your divine weapon was born, and it was my duty to look after it. Furthermore, you helped me take on the burden of the yin-yang immortals, so that doesn't count as a reward. Think of another reward. Can any reward be okay? Qing Shu asked Bai Yu. Bai Yu chuckled. That's natural, but it also has to be within my ability. Then, I have to think about it carefully. What should I ask for? Qing Shu pondered for a moment, and then she seemed to think of something. Her eyes lit up, and she excitedly asked Bai Yu, Brother Bai, can you take me to the mortal realm? I've grown up here, and I don't know what the mortal realm looks like. I've heard that the mortal realm has 4-wheeled iron horses, and there are people living in iron boxes. Everyone can fly and travel long distances without cultivation, and they can even communicate over long distances. Is this true? What you've heard is indeed true. Bai Yu, seeing the expectant look on Qing Shu's face, was at a bit of a loss. But little girl, as a spring residence guardian born from the spring residence well, aren't you unable to leave the spring residence well? Isn't that why I need Brother Bai to think of a way? Qing Shu blinked her big eyes, looking at Bai Yu with anticipation. Brother Bai, you're invincible and all-powerful. You definitely have a way to allow me to leave the spring residence well without the spring residence well having problems, right? You little girl. Bai Yu sighed slightly, and then he said, Okay, I'll think of a way for you. But don't have too much fun and forget your responsibilities. After all, Shu was the guardian of the spring residence well, and now she had the additional responsibility of maintaining the balance of yin and yang. If she was to abandon her duties, it would be a huge disturbance to the three realms. Brother Bai, you really have a way. Don't worry. I'm only going to the mortal realm to take a look, and it won't take up too much time. When Shu saw that Bai Yu had agreed, she cheered again, her face full of excitement. Looking at Shu's excited expression, Bai Yu couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Logically, Shu was a being born from the spring residence well. She was the embodiment of the spring residence well. If she was to go to the mortal realm, she would have to move the spring residence well to the mortal realm with her. However, the current situation in the mortal realm was complicated, and the spirit energy was polluted. If the spring residence well went to the mortal realm, it would probably be completely contaminated in less than a year. Bai Yu didn't want such a cute and lively girl to be contaminated by the turbid energy of the mortal realm. Another method was to create a puppet for Shu, allow her consciousness to be attached to the puppet, and then Bai Yu could bring the puppet to the mortal realm. As for the safety of the spring residence well and the spring residence sword, Bai Yu could have the Heavenly Way create a thunder god general to guard them. After the bottomless abyss incident, the Heavenly Way owed Bai Yu a huge favor. It wasn't too much for Bai Yu to ask the Heavenly Way to help guard the spring residence well. The Thunder God General possessed the power of heavenly punishment, and his strength was higher than Shu. There was no need to worry about any problems with having the Thunder God General guard the spring residence well. Shu, after learning that she could go to the mortal realm to play, was already satisfied. She smiled at Bai Yu and said, "Brother Bai, sister-in-law is about to wake up. I won't disturb your alone time. I'll go into the spring residence well for a while. After all, a moment in spring is worth 1,000 gold. After you're done, just call me. Don't worry. I definitely won't peek." "You little girl, when did you learn to make those kinds of jokes?" Bai Yu glared at Shu and said with feigned anger. "Hee hee." Shu made a face at Bai Yu. Then, she turned into a beam of green light and returned to the spring residence well. After seeing Shu leave, Bai Yu couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He said to himself, "This little girl. I'm really a bit worried that after she goes to the mortal realm and comes into contact with those things on the internet, she'll learn something strange." After all, the temptations of the internet were far greater than that of the unchanging immortal realm. As far as Bai Yu knew, many ancient gods in the immortal realm had secretly left their avatars in the mortal realm and were enjoying the mortal world, under the pretense of closed-door cultivation. There were even ancient gods who had become shut-ins. Those old antiques who had lived for endless ages could be attracted by the internet, so Bai Yu was very worried that Shu would also become addicted. However, these weren't things that Bai Yu had to worry about now. Lu Wan, who was lying in the middle of the spring residence well, slowly opened her eyes again. "Weh." Lu Wen's gentle voice reached Bai Yu's ears, causing Bai Yu's heart to tremble, his eyes to turn red, and he quickly looked at Lu Wan, saying in a trembling voice, "Xiao Wan, you are finally back." Chapter 147. Husband and Wife Reunited. "Where am I?" Lu Wan slowly woke up, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. In her consciousness, she had been having a very long dream. In that dream, she had constantly endured despair and loneliness. Many times, she was on the verge of giving up completely. However, whenever she was about to give up, she would think of Bai Yu and Bai Xiaoya, which would enable her to continue to persevere in her dream. Although she didn't know the significance of her pain in the dream, nor when she would be able to break free, she had a faint premonition that as long as she gave up, she would never see Bai Yu and Bai Xiaoya again. Therefore, she had always believed that as long as she gritted her teeth and persevered, there would be a day when she would wake up and all the pain she was enduring would disappear. She would eventually reunite with Bai Yu, and she would see her daughter again. And today was the day she would wake up from her dream. Lu Wen stood quietly in the spring residence well, and when she saw the long-lost sunlight shining on her face, she found it a bit blinding. What a long dream, so real. How long have I been asleep? Lu Wen muttered to herself, and then, when she saw Bai standing on the bank of the spring residence well, for some reason, her eyes instantly became teary. Ayue! Lu Wen cried out in surprise, immediately throwing herself into Bai's arms. Xiaowan, you're awake. Bai hugged Lu Wen tightly, gently calling her name. Ayue, let me tell you, I had such a long dream. In my dream, a monster killed me, and then that monster stole Xiaoya. Then, I found myself trapped in a dark space. At that time, I was so scared. I wanted to wake up and find you, but I just couldn't wake up. In that dream, I was cold and hungry, and no one could help me, and then I was about to break down. Ayue, you must think it's ridiculous, right? I almost broke down from just a dream. But then I thought, it's just a dream, after all. As long as I wake up, I'll be able to see you and Xiaoya. Then, I won't be afraid of anything. I just quietly waited in that little dark room. Later, I suddenly felt your warm presence. At that time, I knew that I was about to wake up, so I waited and waited. Look, I finally woke up. It was such a scary dream. Lu Wen babbled on, treating all her experiences in the past 10 years as just a dream. Although in her dream, she couldn't hear anything, she couldn't see anything, and she couldn't see any hope. She had persevered through this nightmare by relying on her longing for Bai and their daughter. And Bai just hugged Lu Wen, quietly listening to her rambling and savoring this beautiful moment. It had been so long since he had last heard Lu Wen's gentle voice. Now, seeing his lovely wife lying in his arms, Bai felt that everything he had done these past few years had been worth it. However, while feeling grateful, he also felt more guilt. It was important to note that Lu Wen was just an ordinary person. In the past 10 years, the pain that Lu Wen had experienced far exceeded the punishments that he had endured in the Nether Dungeon. If he hadn't given up on himself 10 years ago and had continued to persevere, he might have been able to rescue Lu Wen and Bai Xiaoya earlier and prevent his wife and daughter from suffering so much pain. Xiaowan, you've suffered so much these past few years, Bai said gently as he hugged Lu Wen tightly again, his eyes moist with tears. He naturally knew how difficult it had been for Lu Wen to hold on until today. Lu Wen didn't practice cultivation. She was just an ordinary woman. In these past 10 years, she had been a fragmented soul, implanted in the core of a puppet, unable to hear or see all year round, and had endured endless loneliness. These 10 years, every minute and every second, had been torture for Lu Wen, a hopeless hell. Ayue, why are you crying? Lu Wen looked at Bai in surprise. She asked in confusion, I just had a nightmare. Why are you, a grown man, crying? It's like we've been separated for a long time or something? Xiaowan, everything you went through wasn't a dream, Bai said seriously, looking into Lu Wen's eyes. We have been separated for 10 years. 10 years? Hearing Bai's words, Lu Wen was stunned. She looked at Bai in disbelief, her mind blank. Everything that she had experienced in her dream was real? This was too much to take in. But if everything she had experienced was real, then what about Bai Xiaoya? Suddenly, Lu Wen thought of Bai Xiaoya being kidnapped by a monster. She couldn't worry about how much pain she had gone through in her dream and anxiously asked Bai, Ayue, what about our daughter, Xiaoya? Is she okay? Did a monster really kidnap her? Lu Wen started to cry anxiously, looking at Bai nervously and frantically asking, is Xiaoya okay? Seeing Lu Wen's anxiety, Bai reached out and wiped away the tears from the corners of Lu Wen's eyes and said softly, don't worry, Xiaoya is doing very well. She's currently in high school in Jiang City. It's good that Xiaoya is okay. Hearing Bai's words, Lu Wen let out a sigh of relief and then was stunned again. Wait, high school? Lu Wen seemed to have caught something and looked at Bai in shock. Xiaoya is in high school already? It's been 10 years. Isn't it normal that Xiaoya is in high school? Bai asked back. Lu Wen said anxiously, oh no. Her most important years of childhood, her mother wasn't by her side. I've really failed as a mother. Hasn't Xiaoya been bullied in school? The students must be bullying her, right? Xiaoya, mommy is so sorry. Lu Wen muttered to herself, and tears welled up again. She could imagine what Xiaoya had gone through all these years. Xiaowan, seeing Lu Wen continuously worry about their daughter after being revived, Baiyu suddenly didn't dare tell her what Bai Xiaoya had gone through these past few years. Disfigurement, bullying, loneliness. These despairing events had accompanied Bai Xiaoya's childhood. Although Bai Xiaoya had met a wonderful foster family, the pain that Bai Xiaoya had endured couldn't be erased by time. If Lu Wen knew the pain their daughter had endured, Baiyu couldn't even imagine how Lu Wen would explode. The nine-headed serpent that had been reduced to ash would probably be dug up by Lu Wen and whipped again. Baiyu dared not to agitate Lu Wen at this moment, and he comforted Lu Wen, "Don't worry, Xiaowan. Xiaoya is doing well now. When you go back, she will be doing even better." It's good that Xiaoya is okay. Hearing Baiyu's words, Lu Wen breathed a sigh of relief again. At this time, she finally noticed that she was surrounded by a colorful light, and that there was a rich life energy surrounding them. A hint of confusion flashed in her eyes, and she asked Baiyu, "Ayue, where are we now? Is the hospital like this in the future?" In Lu Wen's perception, since she had been separated from Baiyu for 10 years, she must have become a vegetable, lying on a hospital bed for these 10 years. But now, the surrounding environment was somewhat different from what she imagined. Hearing Lu Wen's question, Baiyu shook his head and smiled. Then, he didn't hide anything from Lu Wen and said, "We are in the Immortal realm." The Immortal realm? Lu Wen was stunned. She looked at Baiyu in disbelief, thinking that she had misheard. "Ayue, how much have you been drinking? You're starting to talk nonsense." She, a law-abiding citizen who had received a materialistic education since childhood, simply didn't believe in such a mythical world. Baiyu also knew that Lu Wen couldn't accept so much information at once. He wasn't impatient and explained softly, "Xiaowan, a lot of things have happened in the past few years, and my identity is also very special. Let me slowly explain it to you." Baiyu laughed, and then he told Lu Wen everything about his true identity and everything that had happened these past few years. "So, you're saying, Ayue, you used to be an immortal in the Immortal realm, and now I've become a goddess as well, and a very powerful one?" Lu Wen was still finding what Baiyu had said very unbelievable. "Wait, this is too much information. I can't take it all in." Although in her daily life, she had vaguely noticed that Baiyu's identity was special and that he wasn't an ordinary person, Baiyu now suddenly told her that he was an immortal and that she had also become an immortal. This directly shattered her worldview. Baiyu looked at Lu Wen's cute, frowning face, and with a thought, he stepped forward and hugged Lu Wen again. "Ayue." Lu Wen, who was still trying to take in her new worldview, was suddenly hugged by Baiyu again. She looked up in surprise and confusion. Baiyu gently kissed Lu Wen's forehead and said, "Xiaowan, from now on, I won't let you suffer even the slightest grievance, I promise." "Ayue." Hearing what Baiyu said, Lu Wen was first stunned, and then her whole body trembled. She quickly pushed Baiyu away and said with a look of disdain, "Ew. Ayue, we're already an old married couple. We know each other very well. Can you not be so mushy? I have goosebumps all over my body." Baiyu, seeing the look of disdain on Lu Wen's face, shook his head and laughed. Then, he said, "There needs to be some romance between husband and wife. How does that saying go? Life should have a sense of ritual." As Baiyu spoke, he looked at Lu Wen again with deep affection and said seriously, "Xiaowan, now you have become an immortal too. Your life is immeasurably long. From now on, we will be together for endless years. If we spend that much time together, you can't get tired of me, right?" Lu Wen seriously looked into Baiyu's eyes, and she suddenly became a little embarrassed. She quickly buried her head, and she replied softly, "I won't." Chapter 148, A Fairy Descends. Following Baiyu and Lu Wen's reunion, the two chatted for a long time on the bank of the spring residence well. From their first meeting to their wedding day, the two reminisced about their past joys. Their happy laughter echoed around the spring residence well. Qingshu, who was hiding inside the spring residence well, stared blankly at Baiyu's cheerful face. She couldn't help but sigh, "Wow, I've never seen Brother Bai smile like this before. So the Immortal Realm's #1 war god has such a tender side. Is this the power of love?" Qingshu muttered to herself, and she looked at Lu Wan, who was sitting next to Baiyu. She subconsciously compared herself to Lu Wan and couldn't help but pout. I'm not that different from sister-in-law. I'm just a bit smaller in the chest area. Qing Shu cupped her chest and muttered, how come the spring residence well's powerful life energy doesn't know where to go? While Qing Shu was talking to herself, Baiyu and Lu Wan spent a warm, private moment. During this time, Lu Wan gradually accepted her current situation. Lu Wan herself was a cheerful person who was receptive to new things. Although she had experienced a lot of hardships these past few years, she quickly forgot those pains and prepared to greet the future with a new attitude. Oh, right, Ayue. In the legends, it says that gods are not allowed to have romantic relationships. Now that we're both gods and we're married, do you think we've broken the rules of heaven? Lu Wan suddenly thought of something and tilted her head as she asked Baiyu. Of course, we've broken the rules of heaven. Baiyu chuckled. Then, what do we do? Lu Wan's expression changed slightly. We won't be like the cowherd and the weaver girl, right? I can't accept that. Don't worry, the heavenly palace can't do anything to us. Baiyu smiled as he comforted her. Besides, now I'm a free immortal, and the laws of the heavenly palace can't control us. That's good. Lu Wan let out a sigh of relief and said, if I can't be with the person I love, what's the point of being a god? I'd rather be immortal. Although I only have 100 years to live, at least my life would be exciting. Even if I was a god for 10,000 years. It can't compare to every day I spend with my husband. You just became a goddess and you're already saying such mushy words. Weren't you just laughing at me earlier? Baiyu teased Lu Wan. What was I like earlier? Lu Wan glared at Baiyu. In nothing. We should go down to the mortal realm. Baiyu quickly changed the topic. Xiaoya will definitely be happy to see you. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go back to see Xiaoya. I miss her so much. As soon as Xiaoya was mentioned, Lu Wan's eyes lit up. She immediately got up and shouted into the spring residence well, little sister, let's go. The calm surface of the spring residence well rippled, and Qing Shu emerged from within, looking at Lu Wan in surprise. How did you know I was here, sister-in-law? Lu Wan smiled. My eyes and ears are really amazing now. Not only do I know you're here, I also heard everything you said while you were in the water. And hearing Lu Wan's words, Qing Shu's face immediately turned as red as an apple. She immediately buried herself in the water, wishing she could find a crack to squeeze into. If she had heard everything, then hadn't she found out about her comparing her chest to sister-in-law's? Seeing Lu Wan's smiling face, Baiyu said, okay, don't tease her anymore. She's still young and hasn't been exposed to much of the world. She's very innocent. As her sister-in-law, you still have to look after her in the future. Haha, don't worry, I have no bad intentions towards her. I just like her too much and can't help but tease her, Lu Wan laughed. Baiyu asked in surprise, you didn't even know each other before, right? Is it that big of a deal? You know, I was an only child since I was young. Now that I have a little sister, I'm so happy, Lu Wan said with a smile. When she got to this point, Lu Wan seemed to realize something, and she frowned as she said, that's not right. If we're talking about age, Qing Shu should be considered my older sister, right? Then, shouldn't I not be joking with my older sister? She was now also considered a god-born from the spring residence well. In truth, she and Qing Shu could really be considered real sisters. Hearing Lu Wan's words, Baiyu couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. You should still think of Qing Shu as a younger sister. That little girl is not suitable to be an older sister. Okay, I also think I'm more suitable to be an older sister. After all, I'm a mother. Lu Wan quickly accepted the setup, and she then shouted to Qing Shu, who was still hiding in the spring residence well, Qing Shu, come out, we should go back? Later, your older sister will take you on a trip. Hearing Lu Wan's words, Qing Shu reappeared from the spring residence well, but she was still a little red-faced and didn't dare to look directly at Lu Wan. In truth, Qing Shu was also an extroverted and lively person, but she didn't know why she was a bit reserved in front of Lu Wan. Her aura was completely suppressed by Lu Wan. Baiyu understood the personalities of both Lu Wan and Qing Shu. He wasn't worried that the two of them wouldn't get along in the future. He smiled and said, let's go. We should head back to Jiang City. Okay. Luwen cheered, and then she immediately went forward to grab Qingshu's hand. And she said with a smile, Qingshu, it's your first time going to the mortal realm, right? Follow your older sister. Don't get lost. Okay. Older sister. Qingshu held Lu Wen's soft hand, and her heart rate suddenly increased. Her eyes glazed over as she looked at Lu Wen. She seemed to have been conquered by Lu Wen in an instant, and she accepted that Lu Wen was her older sister. Xiaowen, that little girl, has always been so quick to make friends. Seeing that Lu Wen had directly taken Qingshu's hand, Baiyu shook his head and smiled. He didn't waste any more time. He used a willow tree by the spring residence well to create a puppet for Qingshu, and he allowed Qingshu to attach herself to it so that she could leave the spring residence well and move around freely. Then, Baiyu also asked the Heavenly Way to send down a thunder god general to guard the spring residence well. All is well, let's go. Baiyu finished everything, and then he brought Lu Wen and Qingshu down to the mortal realm together. Huagua, Jiang City. Baiyu brought Lu Wen and Qingshu and landed on a bustling street. So this is Jiang City 10 years later? The changes are so big. Lu Wen stared blankly at the towering skyscrapers around her and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Although Jiang City had a number of skyscrapers 10 years ago, when compared to the current Jiang City, which was an international metropolis, Jiang City 10 years ago was just like a small county seat. Such tall stone buildings, four-wheeled iron horses that run, and people living in mirrors. Wow. So everything in the mortal realm is real. Qingshu looked at the cars speeding on the road and the huge billboards on the skyscrapers. Her eyes were dazzled, and her eyes kept shining. She was like a country bumpkin entering the city. And Qingshu's excited appearance had also attracted the attention of many people around her. Lu Wen was a beauty who was at the level of a school beauty back then. After becoming a god, her beauty was taken to another level. It could be described as a fish would sink and a goose would fall. And not to mention Qingshu, who was a fairy to begin with, and was also born from the spring residence well, where the life energy was most concentrated. Her beauty was considered one of the best even among fairies. Combined with Qingshu's lively aura, she was even more endearing. Although Qingshu looked like a country bumpkin after arriving in Jiang City, in the eyes of the bystanders, she was even more adorable that way. At this time, a yellow convertible Porsche pulled up to the side of the road where the three of them were standing. A blond man wearing sunglasses and chewing gum rolled down the car window and, ignoring Baiyu, whistled at Qingshu and Lu Wen. He called out, "Hey, beauties, want to go for a spin? I'm a very good driver." Qingshu, hearing what the blond man had said, curiously asked Lu Wen, "Older sister, what does it mean to go for a spin?" Lu Wen smiled at Qingshu and said, "Little girl, you must remember that when you encounter this kind of hooligan in the future, you must learn from your older sister." After speaking, Lu Wen directly dragged the blond man out of the Porsche and kicked him hard in the crotch. Crack. The sound of something breaking. Ah! The blond man immediately let out a pig-like scream, writhing in pain on the ground. It seemed that Lu Wen had shattered the man's tools of the trade with one kick. Baiyu, seeing the man's painful state, shook his head with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Lu Wen used to be a Taekwondo black belt. She always dealt with hooligans harshly. Now that Lu Wen had become an immortal, her attacks were even more ruthless. If Baiyu hadn't secretly reduced Lu Wen's strength a bit, the blond man would probably have been kicked a few hundred meters in the air and would have died from the fall. Lu Wen and Qingshu were very eye-catching on the streets. If they were to kill someone on the spot, they would probably have to go to the safety department for tea before they could see by Xiaoya. "You bastards! Do you know who I am? You just wait. I'll definitely make sure you don't live to see tonight. Damn your ancestor." The blond man, with a distorted face, writhed on the ground, uttering vile words and constantly threatening the three of them. Hearing the blond man's words, Qingshu's expression also became gloomy. The spring resident's sword within her started to stir, and it was about to fly out in the next moment, piercing through the blond man. Seeing that Qingshu was about to act as well, Baiyu sighed softly, and he held down Qingshu's hand, saying, "Qingshu, this isn't the immortal realm, and you can't kill people in public view. Leave it to me here." After speaking, Bai put one hand on the door of the Porsche and twisted it slightly. Crack, crack, crack. The solid car door was instantly twisted into a knot by Bai. The blond man was dumbfounded, and he instantly became quiet. Bai opened the car door and said to the blond man, "Kid, if you don't want your head to become like that car door, scram." Yes, yes, sir. Please spare my life. I'll scram right now. The blond man was completely terrified by Bai. He quickly kneeled down to Bai and kowtowed a few times before frantically crawling into his Porsche and stepping on the gas pedal to flee. However, because of his extreme panic, the blond man didn't seem to notice the truck that was waiting for the red light in front of him. He stepped on the gas pedal and crashed into it. Bang! A huge collision sounded, and the Porsche was instantly crushed. Lu Wen looked blankly at the crushed Porsche in front of her, as well as the undamaged truck. She muttered to Bai, "Husband, you seem to be even more vicious than me. Was that what you did?" He just wasn't paying attention. Bai smiled at Lu Wen and then said to Qingshu in the mortal realm, "You must obey the rules. So, in many cases, don't act on your own. Do you understand?" Qingshu looked at the burning Porsche in front of her, and she subconsciously nodded, replying, "Understood." Chapter 149. The Most Beautiful Moment. For Bai and the other two, the encounter with the thugs upon their return to Jiang City was nothing more than a trivial incident, and the trio quickly put it behind them. Upon his return, Bai immediately contacted Su Ji, the president of the Exorcist Association, asking him to arrange a large house where he could settle Qingshu and Lu Wen. Now that Lu Wen had been revived, they would definitely be bringing Bai Xiaoya back to live with them. Before, Bai had been living alone, and there was no need to avoid anything when sharing an apartment with Wang Sha. Moreover, Bai himself was not picky about his living environment, as he could cultivate anywhere. However, now that Lu Wen and Bai Xiaoya were back, it would no longer be appropriate for them to continue sharing an apartment with Wang Sha. As for Qingshu, she was still a celestial being who had never descended to the mortal realm, and she was unfamiliar with everything in the world. She needed Bai and Lu Wen to guide her. Bai couldn't bear to let Qingshu live alone, so he could only have her live at his home. After teaching Qingshu how to use basic appliances, Bai left with Lu Wen to pick up Bai Xiaoya from school. Outside the gates of Jiang City's No. 1 middle school, Lu Wen gazed at the tightly shut school gates, feeling extremely nervous. AUS school will be letting out soon. I suddenly feel so nervous. What should I do? Lu Wen cast a look of appeal at Bai. What if she doesn't recognize me? She hadn't seen Bai Xiaoya in 10 years. She didn't even know what she should say when she finally saw her. Bai chuckled, "You are Xiaoya's mother. She'll be overjoyed to see you. Why wouldn't she recognize you?" Although Bai had been busy with important matters recently, he would ask Antnyo for updates on Bai Xiaoya whenever he had the chance. While it was a harsh reality, after Bai Xiaoya's looks had recovered, she gradually made more friends at school and became more outgoing. Although Bai Xiaoya was still generally introverted and melancholy, unable to forget her past pain, she had recovered a lot. Furthermore, Aunt Nyo had also told Bai that Bai Xiaoya often talked in her sleep, calling for her mother in her dreams. Therefore, Bai was not worried at all about Lu Wen and Bai Xiaoya's reunion. The blood tie between mother and daughter could not be erased by time. In fact, only Lu Wen could completely heal Bai Xiaoya. Ding-ling. Just then, the school dismissal bell rang, and the tightly shut school gates swung open. Lu Wen's heart immediately began to race. "No, I'm not ready." Seeing the students streaming out of the school gates, her heart was pounding so hard she thought it would leap out of her chest, and she wanted to flee the scene. Bai grabbed Lu Wen's hand and softly said, "Xiaowan, Xiaoya has been dreaming of you. What are you afraid of?" Lu Wen stared blankly into Bai's eyes, and her gaze slowly became firm. She pursed her lips and said to Bai, "Aiyue, can I wait here by myself?" "Of course you can." Bai smiled at Lu Wen, gently kissed her forehead, and said softly, "I believe you'll recognize Xiaoya at first sight. That's a given. She's my flesh and blood." Lu Wen chuckled, then took a deep breath and turned to face the school gates, her eyes scanning the crowd of people. And Bai quietly vanished from where he stood. Lu Wen stood alone by the school gates. The parents who had come to pick up their children, as well as the students themselves, both male and female, were all captivated by Lu Wen's beauty and couldn't help but stop in their tracks. The head turn rate was 100%, and because Lu Wen had drawn so many people's attention, the traffic outside the school gates had become congested. Everyone was wondering, who exactly was Lu Wen a parent of? But Lu Wen completely ignored the gazes directed at her. All of her attention was focused on her daughter, by Xiaoya. The school beauty is coming out. Just then, a loud cry rang out from the school gates, followed by a commotion. The male students who had been staring at Lu Wen all turned to look towards the school gates. Many of these students had skipped class from other schools and arrived early, their sole purpose to catch a glimpse of the school beauty, by Xiaoya. In this day and age of the internet, after Bai Xiaoya's photos had spread through online forums like Weibo and Baidu Tieba, they had caused an uproar. Even in online polls ranking school beauties, Bai Xiaoya had taken the top spot with an absolute majority of the votes. Her fame had spread to all the schools in Jiang City. In Jiang City's #1 middle school, there were even people who had specifically created a fan club for Bai Xiaoya, solely responsible for dealing with anyone who tried to cause trouble for her. It was thanks to the fan club gradually growing in power that Wang Sha, who was responsible for looking after Bai Xiaoya at the school, had an easier time. No one with any sense would dare cause trouble for Bai Xiaoya. Even more remarkable was that Bai Xiaoya's fan club was incredibly secretive and acted with extreme discretion. Bai Xiaoya was not even aware of its existence. Amidst the expectant gazes of the students, Bai Xiaoya walked out, wearing a school uniform, carrying her backpack, and with a hat and mask concealing her face. The students all craned their necks to look at Bai Xiaoya, the scene resembling a celebrity walking the red carpet. However, everyone just watched from a distance. No one dared to approach and bother Bai Xiaoya. Bai Xiaoya had become somewhat numb to these things. She pulled her hat down further, preparing to leave the school as usual. But when she caught a glimpse of a figure in the corner of her eye, her entire body trembled. The memories buried deep within her soul resurfaced like a gushing spring. Mom! Bai Xiaoya stared blankly at Lu Wen, remembering her childhood. Tears welled up in her eyes instantly. The goddess is crying? The surrounding students, upon seeing Bai Xiaoya suddenly cry, felt their hearts shatter. They thought someone had bullied Bai Xiaoya again. They all clenched their fists and followed Bai Xiaoya's gaze, wanting to avenge her. But when they saw it was Lu Wen, they all froze. That's when they realized. Lu Wen and Bai Xiaoya looked so alike. This mother and daughter were both mesmerizingly beautiful. Bai Xiaoya stared at the smiling Lu Wen, biting her lip hard, and forcefully suppressed her tears. And Lu Wen, who had initially thought she would have many things to say when she saw Bai Xiaoya, suddenly felt that no matter how much she said, it would not be as powerful as a hug. Lu Wen opened her arms to Bai Xiaoya, and Bai Xiaoya, no longer caring about the shocked gazes of the onlookers, immediately ripped off her hat and mask and ran towards Lu Wen. Mother and daughter embraced tightly, a picture of breathtaking beauty. Passers-by stopped in their tracks, and even the cars stuck in traffic on the road were reluctant to honk their horns, fearing they might ruin this beautiful moment. Other than a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, the crowd could not think of any other way to describe it. Xiaoya, do you still remember your mother? Lu Wen asked softly while hugging Bai Xiaoya. I do. I remember the scent of my mother's scent, Bai Xiaoya sobbed. Although she had experienced drastic changes in her childhood and even lost her memories, she would never forget the scent of Lu Wen. That scent was the deepest memory in Bai Xiaoya's heart. And when Lu Wen heard Bai Xiaoya's words, she could not hold back her tears, saying, It's good that you remember. Mother has missed you to death. When Bai Xiaoya saw Lu Wen crying, she couldn't help but laugh through her tears, saying, Mom, how old are you? Why are you still such a crybaby, just like when I was little? What do you know, child? Mother is crying tears of joy. Lu Wen wiped away her tears, smiled at Bai Xiaoya, and then said, My Xiaoya has become more and more beautiful. It's just a pity that you're still a little less beautiful than your mother. You still need to work harder. Mom, how can you compare yourself to your daughter? Bai Xiaoya said coquettishly. Although they had just met, their bond was rapidly strengthening. Although they were mother and daughter, they seemed more like sisters. and the melancholy that had always lingered in by Xiaoya's eyes completely vanished after seeing Lu Wan. Watching everything from the shadows, Baiyu smiled with relief. Xiaoya, you've finally come back, Baiyu murmured with a smile. The last dark cloud in his heart had finally cleared. Bai Xiaoya's pain had been soothed by her mother. Just then, a rat with ruby-red eyes scurried to Baiyu's feet, squeaked a few times, and then spoke in a human voice. Congratulations, Master Bai. Your wife and daughter have been reunited. Your life is complete. Baiyu looked at the rat by his feet and said, Rat Elder 3. While I appreciate your congratulations, if you don't have any important news and you've only come to ruin my beautiful moment, I won't let you off the hook. How could you say that, Master Bai? How could I, Rat Elder 3, be so oblivious? It's just that this matter is so important to you that I had to come and notify you. Speak, Baiyu said. Rat Elder 3 quickly said, Master Bai, my subordinates were on a business trip in Northern Europe a few days ago, and they found your boundless thoughtless sword. The boundless thoughtless sword? Hearing Rat Elder 3's words, Baiyu's eyes lit up slightly. Are you sure your subordinates didn't make a mistake? The boundless thoughtless sword was his most powerful divine weapon, possessing boundless killing intent, its power even greater than the measuring ruler. Once he recovered the boundless thoughtless sword, Baiyu's strength would recover to at least 50%. Rat Elder 3 quickly said, Master Bai, your boundless thoughtless sword is the #1 divine sword of the immortal realm. How could my subordinate have made a mistake? Moreover, I made a special trip to Western Europe to confirm. It is definitely your divine sword. All right, I'll go and retrieve the sword in a while, Baiyu said. The boundless thoughtless sword would not run away. Even in distant Northern Europe, it would return to him eventually. And right now, he wanted to spend precious time with his wife and daughter. That might not be possible. Rat Elder 3 frowned. Master Bai, if you don't go immediately, it might be too late. Hearing Rat Elder 3's words, Baiyu's brow furrowed slightly. Why? Rat Elder 3 said, The ones who got their hands on your boundless thoughtless sword are the giants of Northern Europe. They're planning to melt down your divine sword to forge a new staff for Odin. Their materials are nearly ready, Master Bai. If you're any later, your boundless thoughtless sword might just turn into a boundless thoughtless staff. Chapter 150, Old Grudges. Melt down my boundless thoughtless divine sword? Upon hearing Rat Elder 3's words, a trace of surprise flickered in Baiyu's eyes. He asked Rat Elder 3, Are you sure? What genius came up with this idea? The boundless thoughtless divine sword was known as the #1 sword in the immortal realm. This was not only because it was forged from primordial divine iron, but also because Baiyu had wielded it to slay countless great devils and demons. The boundless thoughtless sword was stained with the blood and resentment of countless powerful beings, giving birth to an extremely potent killing aura. Even most deities would probably not be able to approach the boundless thoughtless sword, let alone melt it down. Moreover, even if someone possessed such an ability, melting the boundless thoughtless sword would be equivalent to returning it to its form as primordial divine iron, before reforging it into another divine weapon. The key was that when Baiyu had forged the boundless thoughtless sword, he had added other divine metals to the primordial divine iron to make it even more powerful. These divine metals greatly increased the power of the boundless thoughtless sword, but when reforging primordial divine iron that had been mixed with other divine metals into another weapon, those divine metals would become impurities and potentially affect the quality of the finished product. Using primordial divine iron with impurities to forge a staff would only result in a flawed product. In other words, melting down the boundless thoughtless sword would be equivalent to abandoning a perfect top-tier divine weapon in exchange for a piece of primordial divine iron filled with impurities. That was completely throwing away a watermelon for a sesame seed. In fact, the sesame seed that they were getting wouldn't even be a good sesame seed. Rat Elder 3 wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said to Baiyu, Master Bai, I'm not joking with you. The one who proposed to melt down your divine weapon is the most powerful divine craftsman in Asgard, Svadilfari. You should know about his reputation among the giants, right? In Northern Europe, he is the king of craftsmen. No matter what he says, the giants will obey him unconditionally. The divine craftsman Svadilfari, huh? Upon hearing Rat Elder III's words, Bayu narrowed his eyes slightly. I see. I understand why they want to melt my boundless, thoughtless sword. In Northern Europe, they worship the Aesir gods, with Odin as their king. Unlike the heavenly emperor who resided in the heavenly palace, Odin and the main deities resided in Asgard of the immortal realm. A long time ago, a celestial being from the heavenly palace had fled to Asgard, seeking protection from King Odin after committing the crime of assaulting a celestial maiden. And at the time, Bayu had been the imperial envoy appointed to arrest that celestial being. Coincidentally, that celestial being was skilled in forging and would often exchange ideas with other craftsmen of the immortal realm, and he was close friends with Svadilfari of Asgard. Because Svadilfari held great prestige in Asgard, and because the celestial being's forging techniques were also extraordinary, Asgard was willing to offend the heavenly palace in order to obtain the divine weapon forged by that celestial being, and thus provided the celestial being with protection. However, Bayu had not been in a good mood at the time and had shown no respect for Odin. He had charged straight into Asgard, apprehended the celestial being in the Hall of Heroes, and then executed him in front of everyone. It was also at that time that Bayu had formed a grudge with Svadilfari. However, Bayu had many enemies, so he did not care about one more or less. The only reason Bayu remembered Svadilfari was that, at the time when he was executing the celestial being was constantly chanting Svadilfari's name. Now that Rat Elder III had suddenly mentioned Svadilfari, Bayu knew that Svadilfari's motive in wanting to melt down the boundless, thoughtless sword was revenge. If anyone else had wanted to melt down the boundless, thoughtless sword, Bayu would not have been too concerned, since his divine weapon was not something that could be dealt with by ordinary people. But Svadilfari was different. Since Svadilfari was called the divine craftsman and had such prestige in Asgard that even Odin was willing to offend the heavenly palace to protect the celestial being. This meant that Svadilfari truly had skills up his sleeve. If Bayu did not stop Svadilfari, his boundless, thoughtless sword might truly be melted down. To think it would happen at a time like this, Bayu frowned, feeling quite troubled. It wasn't that he was worried about not being able to stop Svadilfari, it was that he did not want to leave Luwan and Bai Xiaoya. Moreover, Luwan had just returned, and there were still many things that needed to be done in Jiang City. Bai Xiaoya was not on winter vacation yet. Bayu couldn't possibly take them to Northern Europe. Furthermore, the boundless, thoughtless sword was also connected to the giants and the divine craftsman Svadilfari. Bayu would likely be in conflict with Asgard, and might even end up fighting with Odin. After all, Odin was a divine king who ruled over one side. He had quite a few war gods under his command, and Bayu's cultivation had not fully recovered yet. He could not guarantee that he could protect Luwan and Bai Xiaoya without them sustaining the slightest damage, while also defeating all of Asgard. When Rat Elder III saw that Bayu was troubled, he did not dare to say anything more. He then said, Master Bai, those frost giants should be holding a ceremony to melt down your divine sword tomorrow, and the time over here is 7 hours ahead of them. If you really do not want to waste time, you can come and find me tonight, at around midnight. There will be enough time. That way, you would still have some time to spend with your family. Moreover, if Master Bai is efficient enough, you should be back by noon tomorrow, and you would still be able to make it for lunch with your family. It won't really affect your quality time with them. Hearing Rat Elder III's words, Bayu sighed softly. He then said, All right, let's do that. Wait for me at the antique street later. I'll come find you. Rat Elder III's eyes lit up slightly, and he hurriedly said, Okay, this little one will wait for you at my shop. Bayu then asked, By the way, you've been so concerned about my divine weapon and have been urging me to go to Asgard. Is there something of theirs that you have your eye on? Rat Elder III was a businessman and not Bayu's subordinate. The reason he had been so actively trying to find Bayu's divine weapon was also because there was a profit to be made. There was no free lunch in the world. Since Rat Elder III was being so proactive, this meant that there was something that Rat Elder III had his eye on. Hee. As expected, nothing can escape Master Bai's eyes. Rat Elder III scratched his head with his small paw. This little one does want something, but it's not urgent. When Master Bai comes to my shop, we'll discuss it further. Bai smiled. He did not dislike Rat Elder Three's attitude. Only when there was a profit to be made would people put in their best effort. Bai did not mind giving Rat Elder 3 some benefits. All right, you can go back now. I'll come find you at midnight. This little one will wait for Master Bai. Rat Elder 3 bowed towards Bai and then quickly climbed into a drain, disappearing from sight. Bai also stopped worrying about Rat Elder 3 and put a smile back on his face. He then headed directly towards Lu Wan and Bai Xiaoya. When Bai Xiaoya, who was chatting happily with Lu Wan, saw Bai, she immediately waved at Bai and said excitedly, "Daddy, look, Mom's back." "I know." Bai walked up to them and laughed as he ruffled Bai Xiaoya's head. He then put an arm around Lu Wan's slender waist and said to Bai Xiaoya, "Let's go home and make a feast to celebrate." Bai Xiaoya nodded repeatedly. "Okay, I'll send a message to Aunt Nyo and tell her that I won't be going home for dinner today. Invite Aunt Nyo to join us as well," Bai chuckled. "Xiaoya, you'll be living with your parents from now on. It's the perfect chance to say goodbye to Aunt Nyo." "Really?" When Bai Xiaoya heard Bai's words, her eyes immediately lit up. Although she enjoyed living with Aunt Nyo, what she longed for in her heart was to live with her parents. However, Bai Xiaoya knew that Bai had many things that he needed to deal with, so she had suppressed her desires and did not want to burden Bai. But now, Bai had suddenly said that the whole family would be living together, and Bai Xiaoya felt that the world was an infinitely wonderful, dreamlike place. "Really?" Lu Wan also stroked Bai Xiaoya's head. "Xiaoya, your mother will make it up to you in the future. You don't need to make it up to me, Mom. All you need to do is stay by my side," Bai Xiaoya said sweetly. Lu Wan smiled. "Good girl. Let's go home." Bai watched the harmonious scene between mother and daughter and smiled from the bottom of his heart. He then, under the envious gazes of others, took Lu Wan and Bai Xiaoya home with him.